All right, let's do it. So Dave, we're gonna have to do team colors today. Yellow and green, it's just not all that good.
Yeah, it's not good.
I'm gonna have MBL in the red on my end, and we're gonna stick with that throughout the whole finals here. So ladies and gents, this is a best of 11 grand final, King of the Desert 3. If you're wondering how much change they get if they win, $17,000 is what the winner will get. And then the loser will get only $9,000. Only $9,000.
Only 9,000 for Age of Empires 2. Oh, how far we've come in 2020. It's been an amazing year for us, and we're getting into the finals here. Cumans versus Burmese.
Yeah. Now, thank you very much to Mem for putting on this tournament. Guys, as someone who organizes tournaments myself, we probably don't understand, because we can't convey how much work we put in, how much we care about this. So thanks to him for everything he's done and his passion towards it. And Krazzini and Microsoft and everyone involved with making this happen. The viewers, it's so cool. And Dave and I are so pumped to be casting our first King of the Desert final
by
together.
the way, guys, if you want to see the player cams, you can see them on his stream.
Yeah.
So
you want to see the...
just a note. So if anyone wants to maybe view it on a second monitor and listen to us, or go over there and give him some support, you can see that on MTV's stream.
Okay. Also, take a screenshot of what the players look like now. If this gets to game 11, take a
It's gonna
screenshot.
get sweaty. It's gonna get sweaty, boys.
There will be some real sweat going on there. All right. So Leary was in King of the Desert 1 finals, Dave. He was in King of the Desert 2 finals. Now, King of the Desert 2 was almost 2 years ago. So Leary is not his first time in a final, but he is not facing up against the Viper this time, as Viper was knocked out in the quarters. The landscape across all of Age is different. Thoughts on the civs here? Burmese for Leary, and MBL went for Cumans.
Well, Leary said in the interview yesterday that he thinks Burmese plays to his style, where he can play that men-at-arms into archers, and it's going to be successful for him. So we'll see if he can pull that off again here. I personally don't think Burmese are the greatest civ, but if Leary's behind it, then I trust him.
Okay.
Humans, it's difficult, right? You need a good map, and you got to hope that your opponent doesn't pressure you hard in feudal age when you're trying to get that second TC up and trying to get that villager count rising.
Well, obviously both players are going to pace themselves with the civs, because Cumans and Burmese are far from their best civilizations available. I think that if Cumans are going for that second TC, which tends to be the case, you need to wall. You see MBL doing that, and he's been known for that in this tournament. But also, you ideally are not up against a civilization that can punish you hard for doing that. I think Burmese are one of them. Extra attack in the man-at-arms. They have amazing Monk Siege combo if they want to go that route. But yeah, I'm really curious to see how Leary chooses to use Burmese here, Dave. MBL already walled part of the left-hand side of his base.
Yeah, and he got Loom really early. He got Loom super early.
And he also sees that Leary's scout is in the south, and so he's going to build a barracks. So this is not the norm for Cumans at all. He's counting on the fact that Leary is counting on him going for full wall second TC here.
This is really great mind games from MBL. And we saw it yesterday against Velez, Tristan.
Yeah.
Where he kind of, like the first game, he went that defensive style. Velez punished him for it. It was exactly what Velez was expecting. So MBL switched up his gameplay.
Now, will Leary
I think he
scout
might
it?
be doing it again here. That's important if Leary does scout it. That's very important.
I'm looking. I think Leary has not confirmed where the TC is yet. Okay, just took some HP off in that scout, MBL. And
Is
normally
he gonna see the barracks? Here he comes.
he sees
He
it.
sees it. Oh, that's so big.
That's huge, because now at this point, Leary, I think Leary was counting on going fast castle. It's still going to make life a little bit awkward, but I'm just curious what MBL is going to do. Like, is MBL not going to go fast feudal for the second TC?
I wouldn't put it past MBL to have some random Drush full wall second TC build with Cumans. I wouldn't put it. I would not be surprised if we see that here, Tristan.
All right. Yeah, so I don't know if people heard it in the previous rounds, but apparently MBL loaded up games on King of the Desert 3 Arabia against AI, just so he could test how much can I wall, how much of my base can I lock down early, and just to weigh the pros and cons of the risks. And that's one of the few times this MBL was almost about to get housed. I've actually heard of MBL preparing for a tournament. So, that's good. And it's interesting now as he is walling up so much that he seems to have weighed the risks. And Dave, he's made it to the finals. He's done so good with walling in this tournament.
Dude, he's made... Now, a lot of people said his side of the bracket was easier, but it was only easier because he beat Mr. Yo.
Yeah.
And because Leary lost to Doubt.
Exactly.
And, like, MBL earned his way to the finals here, and he made it look pretty easy, to be honest, Tristan. Like, he breezed past Ogao, he breezed past Velez, he beat Mr. Yo. He's playing on peak form here. Now he's pressuring the berries with the Drush, and Leary is...
He's just going FC.
Going FC?
Like, I guess his game plan, like, was to go fast castle, and then MBL decided to drush, and so it was too late for him to commit into anything against that. It's good for Leary that he's been able to scout that, Dave, because otherwise he could have lost a villager or two, but it's just... You just rarely see someone walling up and going fast castle on such an open map. And I say walling up like that's small, tiny walls like Leary's doing, not full wall like MBL.
Why would you... This is so confusing.
It is weird. It's unique.
MBL needs to punish this somehow. He needs to punish it somehow. And he's on the way to feudal age. He's still got his militia.
I think
he could potentially upgrade those.
Dave, MBL's not playing Kumans into the second TC. He's going to make... He's got the mining camp going up on gold, so he'll have enough gold to get men-at-arms. He might make an extra militia or two. He'll have 2 lumber camps. Yeah, this is a feudal age attack build for MBL. And Leary, he's kind of blind to this. He's assuming a lot of things, and he might not expect this pressure.
Why? I'm just wondering why MBL's hanging out on this side of Leary's base. He sees the lumber camp.
Yeah.
He must know that the gold is on the other side.
I think he's desperate.
Because he can't spot it.
He's desperate to do damage. Like, ideally, you drush the berries because it's forward, but I think MBL, we haven't seen a lot of forwards in this tournament. He might even consider coming forward at some point, if indeed I'm correct on the men-at-arm play. Like
okay, he spots the gold. That's really important for MBL. Now he's got a different place to hit, and he can see how many villagers Leary has on gold. He sees the time, and so he has to assume that it is an FC.
And he's sending vills. So I think if he scouted it earlier, Dave... Oh, no, he's just going to make ranges. I lied. Okay, so he's going to go...
Blacksmith.
Range blacksmith, so some fast archers here. What does this force Leary into, though? Leary's going to, at the very least, need a tower on the gold, right?
He's going to need something on the gold. Like, he's so open. He's so exposed.
I know.
It's so greedy. What, is this a grand finals of a tournament?
It's what you expect from Kumans and MPL now thinking outside the box. Also, as much as MBL is a messy player and can do some wacky things sometimes, he's the type where you would expect him to go greedy enough for the TC. I think MBL just adapted to it.
Well, Leary's up soon.
Yeah. So he's going stable blacksmith, and... Oh, MBL wasted a lot of time attacking the wrong palisade wall there on the corner. And then there's Leary building the tower. Now, MBL, if he were to just scout a little bit more to the left right now, could deny that tower.
Yeah, he hasn't been super active with this scout. Okay, now he sees it. Coming on with the militia. Great quick walls there from Leary to deny MBL getting in, but he's still being annoying. And with an FC build like this, any villager idle time you can force is very, very good if you're in MBL's position.
Leary's confidence, though. That's twice now he's quick-walled villagers. Very well played. And MBL's going to lose the scout there, maybe not seeing the spearman. And now the archer and the spearman won't be able to do damage on the gold. Leary could make one knight and clear up what MBL has right now. This is really impressive.
MBL's sending all his military forward, too.
Yeah, he's not going to have a ton of military MBL because he has gone for just one range, so he could get the fletching upgrade pretty quick. He's got fletching, and he might get a Vil reward. And yeah, he should get a Vil reward. Yeah, Leary just wants to stop them from going around, I guess. All right, Dave. Not what you normally see from Leary.
We do have to point out, though, that MBL is fully walled. I don't know how many times I've said that this tournament. he is fully walled, so even if Leary gets a knight out on the field, it's going to take him time to clear this up. And then it's going to take him time to get into MBL's economy.
Yeah, exactly.
To do some damage. And MBL's being very annoying with this military currently.
And not to mention that when you do go for this type of a play, you can't build a town center right away. You can't really gain that much of an eco lead, but... What I love about Burmese with the FC, just thinking positives, that lumber upgrade in Feudal was free.
Yep.
Now you get the lumber upgrade in Castle Age free, and so you can justify going for one TC play with reasonable eco, as we see the Knight, now a Siege Workshop for Leary.
Yeah,
that was a scout.
That villager's gonna get denied for a little bit here. I don't think it's actually going to die because the knight is coming out for Leary. Oh, it might die. Interesting.
See, I think it's more important to take out that knight so you don't lose all your archers here. This is really tough to call. There's only one knight right now, and Leary's going to use more villagers to finish off the workshop. Runs away. I love Leary's position right now, as long as he gets a scorpion or two out.
He might lose another villager here, Tristan.
Yeah, that does hurt. Yeah, that's 2 down.
So he's lost 2 villagers. MBL, I'm looking at his resources. Still a ways away from clicking up to Castle Age here. But what is Leary going to really do to MBL's economy? He can't even get inside.
I'm really curious if MBL is going to be able to use these militia more. Because he's been so active with them. And if a scorpion comes out, he will have them in the form of melee to maybe take out a scorpion. That's not something that should happen. But with MBL, you never know.
And MBL is going on to stone. So he is planning on going into Kipchak's in the Castle Age.
It's a good unit.
It's just how long is it going to take him to get there? Actually, looking at his eco, Tristan, maybe like 40 seconds, a minute?
He's already got wheelbarrow. He's got 19 on food. He's housed.
MBL things.
Just MBL things. Oh, man. It cracks me up because we've been saying it for years. Still happens. But here he is in the grand final anyways. Yeah, Leary's going to need a real strong push while MBL's upping. I think he's getting close to that. Man, he's got some weak knights he's keeping alive.
Yeah, and he made the monastery too, which is great for Burmese. Obviously, you already know where the relics are, and he can heal his knights once he gets some monks onto the field. Doesn't have the gold for that yet. Now he on-garrisons the Scorpions, and good luck feudal military against this.
This is the time for Leary to push, and all good micro from Leary. He shows the weak knights and says, whoop, never mind. What do you do? I think MBL is going to need... Well, he's going to need to distract and delay and then hope to get that castle up because this pressure is going to get a whole lot more deadly in a bit.
That knight is on 4 HP, and both MBL and Leary know it. Look, MBL's going for it.
It's on 2 HP now.
They both know it, and Leary's using it as bait to draw this army into his Scorpions.
But now he's got... Okay, one's on 2 HP and one is on 4 HP. So he's got 6 HP worth of knights.
Tower on the gold from MBL. I actually really like that. He can make up that stone. But that just secures that area so the Scorpions can't hit his gold.
Dave, Leary didn't scout the gold. He doesn't know it's there.
Really?
Yeah, he's going to check now, but I think if he knew it was there instead of attacking the range, he'd be all over that main gold.
Okay, this is something you don't see every day, kids. Scorpions assaulting a TC from range with Burmese.
Yeah, this might be the first time. Dude, the militia and the spears just took out a Mangonel. I told you.
That's some incredible value for MBL. I'm surprised he's kept this army alive as long as he did. And he's killed, what, 2 or 3 villagers with this army, too?
Yeah. Like, it's another funny situation where I think, what if you're new today and you're like, I wonder what counters those things that flings rocks. Like, oh, militia. Okay, let's make militia. Because that works. Jeez. Finally, the army dies, but good value, as you said, Dave. Lots of weak knights there, but still Leary's been keeping them alive. He is going to heal. I think so, anyways. Heal those knights on the front. There's a monk there, and there goes MBL with the castle.
So here we are in Castle Age after the FC from Leary, after the pressure from MBL, and the villager difference is 3.
Yeah.
And the castle is going up now for MBL, and a defensive siege workshop as well. Leary's Scorpions, while they helped against that initial military, will not help him a whole lot here. He's not going to be able to push past these buildings. It would have been way better with Mangonels. And imagine if MBL hadn't killed that Mangonel, Tristan. It would be knocking at the door to his base right now.
Exactly. Yeah, could do a lot more damage. Leary has potential to do damage. He's got Scorpions, but MBL's got a few spears over here. I didn't spot that many. He also has armor on them, so he's thinking of taking an engagement as he walls, and now it feels like he's forced to build a tower behind.
Yeah, he does have a Mangonel coming out too. Some Kipchaks being produced, so he just has to delay as long as he can. He's pulling these knights away with the spears. He could actually potentially take that fight as a great attack ground comes in from Leary.
Oh my god, the attack round was good, and I think he's being way too ballsy with the weak knights here, but he still has not lost them, and he's healing them up a bit now. Yeah, I like, especially with the Burmese eco, because you've got your floating resources to get horse collar early. Now you've had the wood upgrades for a while. I prefer Leary's position, but MBL is making a very tough unit to deal with in Castle Age.
Good mangonel shot from MBL. Takes out a Scorpion.
And Leary not yet on a second town center, unless I'm mistaken.
He just
he's adding it. Okay. Yep. And he's on stone, so he must be thinking of his own unique unit.
If you're MBL, do you address this push? Yeah, he's going to Leary's base. That's what I figured. You can hold this entire push with just a mangonel and then your future production from the castle.
Leary also almost lost one there. MBL's king of attack grounds. But yeah, Dave, I think this is the right move. The only thing is 3 Kipchaks without Bodkin. I mean, it's not going to do that
There's
much.
also a mangonel there from Leary, so
and monks.
Watch out, MBL.
MBL moving around. Leary doesn't see the monk is there, so the monk will go down. And so kill for MBL. Hasn't taken any losses yet. He's getting Bodkin, still defending at home. But Dave, it's not looking good for MBL's eco. Still 1 TC, so he's got to make sure that the Kipchaks get massed and that he takes control of an area.
Still only 5 villagers behind, though. And did Leary get wheelbarrow? Because I know MBL did.
No wheelbarrow for Leary.
Okay.
Just had that really fast bow saw. Now, if Leary would have scouted this wood line 2 minutes ago, he would have already been pressuring it. MBL's still been chopping wood this entire time. And he's forced to make a tower, which I don't think is ideal for MBL. And MBL, oh, 1 villager down. I thought it'd be 2. Oh, but the tower is so close to sniping that mango. Man, the theme of this game is Leary keeping weak units alive. That's a 2 HP Mangonel.
Yeah, he gets such high value from them. MBL looking for reinforcements coming to that main army.
Is he gonna snipe it?
He's going to snipe this Mangonel.
And now he comes forward and snipes another one. So MBL taking out the siege pretty quickly. And this is what's dangerous about playing against Kumans. These Kipchaks and Castle Age fire so quick. And MBL is getting to a point where I feel like he could start to snowball a bit of a push. Yes, he's behind economically, Dave, but does that matter if Leary doesn't have the answer to these units?
Yeah, I think MBL just needs to get bloodlines. These Kipchaks are so frail.
40 HP.
Yeah, they're so frail. 1 Mangonel shot takes him out. He's got to be very careful.
Yeah, the Knights, they have armor and attack right now. There's some siege units out. I think Leary's fine for now, and Leary's just thinking, well, I should have better economy. I'm just going to protect my stone and get my own castle up. And we don't see Erenbai against Kipchaks every day, but I think that's what this will turn into.
There's the stable for MBL, so Bloodline should be coming in soon. I'd love to see a second TC to expand his eco, but doesn't have the stone, doesn't have the wood. And he doesn't have the stone because he placed so many of these watchtowers.
Yeah, I think MBL might be feeling like he tends to get better as the series goes on, but maybe he's feeling a little bit of nerves here. He had 7 vills queued up in his main TC a moment ago. He just canceled that. It's getting heavy plow, getting bloodlines, but this is a very strong 1 TC eco. And he'll have a very strong unit, but he has to keep numbers alive. And I got worried for him there, man. 2 Mangonels and 3 Scorpions from Leary just waiting on that hill.
Yeah, and I love the fact that Leary recognized he couldn't really do any damage to MBL's base. So he brought his Knights back, he brought his Scorpions back, and now he's defending that TC placement on the left. And here come the Mangonels!
Attack round. Oh, man, that was huge. It takes forever to make the unique unit. You only have 1 production building. That's what Leary needed to hold on. And he's on 3 TCs now with that TC on the left.
Oh, but MBL is hitting him on the gold. He manages to take out a couple villagers. And look at the tech that Leary's getting in the monastery right now. He's getting redemption.
I like it. Because the main thing that Leary's going to be defending with is going to be the siege. And so MBL will make his own siege. Now, when you're Burmese, you have available most of the monk techs, if not all. And it's also half the cost.
Look at the gold from Leary. Oh my god. He's got 1,100 gold bags.
Yep. I think both players have husbandry. But that's a lot of Kipchaks coming forward. And yeah, Leary's thinking, well, if he goes Kipchak Mangonel, it's a problem. I'll add some monks, and I can convert the enemy Mangonels so he doesn't snowball a push. And meanwhile, Dave, I like that castle. He knows he doesn't have to be in a big rush. That will protect both of those golds, while the other areas of his space protected by units.
MBL is taking a risk here, coming up against 3 Scorpions and 2 Mangonels, and he needs to just hit him somewhere else, MBL. That's my advice. Until you get your Mangonels forward to supplement your Kipchaks, you should probably try and hit him somewhere else.
Still 1 town center for MBL. So full-on 1 TC play. He might just realize I'm so far behind economically, I've got to go all in. Can he all in when the redemption monks are waiting? Thing is, you can't click a monk and see, okay, this monk has redemption, like you can do with knights and see their armor and attack. You only find out the hard way. Ballistics.
Killing the outpost. Here comes ballistics for MBL. Leary's monks are coming in, and MBL's going to know he's in trouble as soon as they start converting that mangonel.
Yep. Tapped ram for MBL, something humans can do in Castle Age like no other civilization. So he wants to go for a push behind this. He sees the monks. He might fire and... Oh, what?
That was an instant conversion for Leary, and he immediately punishes MBL by taking out the other mangonel.
Dude, that fired instantly at the other mango. Like, was he clicking? I don't know how this works. Can you select the enemy mangonel before you convert it and then click ahead of time? Because that's what that looked like. That was ridiculous. I'm just thinking, like, if you have it selected before it's yours, can you then, like, is it going to stay selected when it's yours so you can fire? Because that was so fast.
Look at this micro from MBL. Didn't lose a single Kipchak against 3 mangonels firing and 3 scorpions as well. Really good micro. He's got a bunch of weak ones in there, though. He's got to be super careful.
Yeah, just imagine if he had his own siege with this. The siege wouldn't be a problem, but because of Leary's redemption play, Leary, I think, will be comfortable as he's imping to just hold on here. And MBL is way, way, way behind in eco.
Just added his second TC, too.
Oh, and lost 3 Kipchaks. Leary's on steroids, man. Like, how is he so fast with these conversions? So precise with it. This is impressive.
Yeah, I think MBL's going to look back at this game and think, like, why didn't I hurt him more for that FC? Like, why didn't I punish him at all? I just sat on the berries with my militia and did nothing.
Yeah, well, the Kipchaks that used to be MBLs go down. Leary's going to open up an imp with elite skirm. Not really the type of composition to win a game, Dave.
Not really. And MBL suddenly, all the army from Leary is gone.
Yeah. MBL's on 2 town centers. Gone. He could be on 3 soon. I also see MBL getting scale barding. So I think MBL stays in castle and will maybe think about going for like light cav and or knights with Kipchaks.
Well, and here's the forward siege workshop. So maybe some capped ram here in the Castle Age. He's not going to like the fact that Leary's going to be in Imperial Age.
Do you think Leary's struggling to know what to do here? Because Burmese, they have pretty poor skirmishers. Getting bracers fine on them against Kipchaks, but weird opening. I thought maybe Cavalier would be the choice.
Yeah, and it's like you don't want to really go into Erenbai because I think Kipchaks will
Kipchaks are pretty
deal with them
there.
quite well. Just the accuracy on the Kipchaks will be an advantage against the Erenbai. And MBL now hitting the stone. He's behind the wood line for Leary as well with a couple of Kipchaks.
He kills. He's going to take out all the monks. They're healing each other. Hard to tell. Monks going down.
Leary doesn't notice that he's on the stone.
I guess not. He was microing the monks, and it's 76 villagers to 93. MBL, he's in this, Dave, and if there's ever a player to hold on when they're behind, it would be MBL.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really tough. Even with the crappy Burmese skirmishers, Leary can push this back.
He's got so much attack on them. Who cares about the armor? And now I see that Siege Workshop, that's about to be converted. MBL might need to debate on deleting that or diving in here with the Kipchaks. Here he comes. He'll take the monk. No runaway. That was a pretty funny moment. Also, Leary on relic number 5 soon, Dave. All 5 relics.
Here comes the capped ram. All 5 rams, relics for Leary. That's impressive. Obviously, you can see them with the Burmese. That's probably why he had so much gold banked in the Castle Age. Still has a ton of gold, and he's teching
into pikemen. So he's thinking full trash, save the gold, and then use the gold to finish off the game, maybe. MBL
losing way too many Kipchaks.
He
way
wants
too
the
many
monk,
here.
And there we go. He gets it. But yeah, big losses, Dave. But +2 knights for now. Good against the skirms.
Yeah, he'll manage to clear this up, but he's losing his numbers again. Like, look at how many Kipchaks are going down.
Yeah, still very low HP unit, only 60 HP. Leary will be happy to take these trades, I imagine. And then when it's skirmisher Halb, normally there's a gold comp that you can go for to counter trash. Like, I guess to counter that, you'd want to go champion, but MBL's still stuck.
Here come the capped rams. Slowly taking out the production buildings from Leary. Maybe that's the answer for MBL. He does have knights to counter the skirmishers. He does have Kipchaks to take down the pikemen. Leary's going to need something else, and I see a battle elephant in the back of his base.
What? A battle? Oh, wow. He's making a battle elephant, indeed. Like, this is the type of thing that, as you talk best of 11 finals, if you don't win convincingly from Leary's position, that's going to give MBL some confidence going forward. Leary should win this game at this point with all 5 relic, but he's really struggling to finish it off.
Leary can't even produce units. MBL is taking down the buildings with the human capped ramps, Tristan, and he's clearing up the army again.
This is ridiculous. MBL's still in the game. He's housed, but we've seen that before. He's all in Castle Age, winning against Halbs, now Elephants, and Skirmishers.
And there goes another archer range. There goes another barracks.
Leary.
He's giving himself time. He needs time to build his eco to get to Imperial Age.
Yeah.
He's giving himself that time. It's just whether he can capitalize on it.
Leary, he should. I mean, the Halbs, dude. They have 6+4 attack. He hasn't researched. He's only researched 1 attack upgrade, excuse me. Like, that attack's insane. The knight should melt. Everything from MBL should melt. MBL's still doing his best, though.
MBL producing camels, too, to try and deal with the battle elephant. He actually got the conversion on a couple of them.
This is just typical cockroach
this is
MBL.
So weird. The unit compositions. If you had told me this was going to be the first game, I would... I don't know what to say
this also
about this.
might
It looks
be
sloppy.
This is the first time we've ever seen Burmese versus Cumans on Arabia. At least it is for me. So maybe the players themselves are just like, what do we do? In particular, Leary. Yeah, I'm not saying Halb is a bad play here, but where has he been spending his gold in this game? No siege.
Those 5
even.
relics are really helping him, actually.
Yep. That and
He's
the
keeping
25
a
extra bills.
constant bank of golds. And now the production queue for Leary. It's coming in. He's got that hill position, starting to push MBL back. Is MBL on the way to Imperial Age? No. And he doesn't have the gold to do so. He needs to keep up production.
His stone's forward if he wants another castle. He's still 20-some vills behind. So it wasn't all that convincing from Leary, and it is looking awkward still, but he's pushing back clearly, and as these upgrades come in, I think MBL is going to have to realize this game might
Imperial.
be over.
MBL just clicked.
All right.
He got this gold somehow. I don't know if he used the market to do that, but now that he clicked up, he doesn't have resources to continue production, and yeah, he's just going to call it. That was a weird opening from MBL, a really weird adaptation from Leary to just go FC as soon as he saw the Drush from MBL, and I don't know. I feel like if MBL rewatches this, he's gonna hit himself because he didn't punish Leary for that.
Well, I think it comes back to the Dark Age scouting. So many players would see MBL as Cumans, go forward, find his base, and then run home to, I don't know, push deer or something. But Leary thought, well, you know what? I'm going fast castle. It's a risky strategy if I'm expecting him to go 2 TCs. If he goes for something else, I would get surprised by that. So he found the barracks stave, and only because he found the barracks did that Drush look weird, because it didn't do all that much. Then Burmese, like they pretty much fly through in mid-castle age with the options they have, and MBL just decided he wasn't going to commit to the 2 TCs with Cumans, and it didn't pay off. But I have to say, I like the fact that in game 1, MBL didn't go like straight meta, and he's going to make Leary think about things today.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Leary in 2018, do you think he sticks around there to scout that barracks, or do you think he just expects the 2 TCs and goes home?
I think he just expects the 2 TCs, to be honest. I think his decision-making is really good at the moment. It's the best Leary we've ever seen, arguably. And he's near the... Like, he's above the level he was at in the first King of the Desert and the second King of the Desert when he made the finals.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm going to restart my game here just to be safe. Dave, I also drank a lot of water so far today, so entertain the people real quick. And we'll have game number 2 coming up next.
All right, guys. Who are you cheering for here? I want to see a 1 for Leary and a 2 for MBL. I want to get an idea how many fans in the chat. All right, I'm seeing a lot of 2s. Seeing some 1s. I think we got a pretty even mix, actually. It's probably 50-50 here. Oh, no. Here come the MBL fans. Never mind. Recount. MPL wants a recount. Where's Dux when you need him? There's a poll for everything unless you actually need a poll, and then Dux doesn't show up. I am here. Do your job. Where's the poll, man? Where is Nilly? Nilly's actually streaming on his own channel right now.
What did I miss?
Dux can't make a poll.
Because T90 didn't ask for it? We don't need a poll. We don't need a poll. We need games. Oh, okay, now we have a... Guys, all right, fine. I won't take any more bathroom breaks today. Dave, MBL loses game 1 with Kumins, goes for something a little bit wonky. Do you think he goes for something more meta and a bit on the stronger side civ-wise now?
I think he's going to spend the first 2 or 3 games kind of feeling out where Leary's at, and
Okay.
Leary's going to do the same for MBL. So we'll see if MBL goes for full MBL walls into like early castle push. That might be what we see for the rest of the series if he gets the win. If he doesn't get the win with that, then we might see a more open play style like he did against Velez. Yesterday really showed me that MBL can adapt to his opponent.
Yeah. No, I agree with you on that. And also, many people think on paper MBL beat Velez, whatever, but Velez beat Doubts, and Velez also beat Tato.
Tato.
And what's even more interesting about that is that Doubt beat Leary in the group stage. So that means that MBL's better than... If MBL wins today, he's the best player in the world, right? I don't know.
That's how it works. Yeah, that's 100% how it works. I mean, he's better than Velez, who's better than Doubt, who's better than Leary.
Yeah. And Leary... Well, I guess it was Yo who beat... Well, Leary beat Yo, who beat Viper. So, yeah. I'm really interested to have the conversation after this tournament today. And I'm actually going to shut the poll off, guys, if that even works. Or maybe Dux can do that, because it's a complete eyesore, guys.
Game started, by the way.
Complete eyesore. Shoot, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of conversation. Who's number 1 after this? Remember, Leary won the Red Bull tournament recently. And he's in another final of another event. And Dave scores 1-0. And we're back in business here.
Just speed up to the game time. And it is Japanese for Leary. We've seen him win with them 2 series in a row, actually. And then Ethiopians for MBL.
All right. So Japanese, one of many civilizations that we'll see Leary use with barracks. We'll see early barracks, early Drush, I imagine, but Ethiopians arguably better at that Drush or man-at-arm into archer build.
Yeah, Ethiopians, the transition is really smooth with them. Getting that extra resources when you go up to the next age is always very nice. And then obviously the archer firing speed is great as well.
Yep.
Leary, we're going to see, does he make the pre-mill barracks? Most likely here.
Yeah, it's something that we've seen a lot of. I mentioned that Ethiopians are better with that switch, but they're both good at it in different ways. I think Leary is able, with his clean builds, to take advantage of those cheap mining camps, mills, and lumber camps more than any other pro. And there's the barracks now. MBL, though, he's going to get plus 100 food, plus 100 gold, and faster firing archers, and he's really good at getting value from low numbers of military. So, no barracks yet for MBL, but also his lumber camp was more expensive. It might be coming soon.
He managed to push in an ostrich before he goes forward, and now he's going to see what Leary is up to, but I don't think he'll be surprised.
No, I don't think so
when he
either.
sees this barracks. He has to assume this is coming. Leary has done this in like every single time he's played Japanese, and every single time he plays a Drush civ, he does this.
Yeah, he's also picking more civs that lean towards this than other players would. Compare Leary to Hera. Hera, who Leary beat in the quarterfinal 3-2, might pick 1 or 2 more scout civs, or 1 or 2 more like civilizations that want to play into crossbows. But Leary's all about like that early game, and MBL spots the militia.
Yep, and he's going to attack it right away. Gets a few hits downhill.
Is that worth it?
I don't think so.
I don't know if it's worth it there.
Maybe it's worth it just to delay that coming in, because he is making militia of his own.
Yeah.
So maybe if he wants to make a few defensively, it's worth it just for the time it buys him. But Leary, is he not making any militia to follow this up? Just one militia for himself?
Well, he's gonna kill MBL. I don't like that play from MBL. Like
No.
the militia has more attack than the scout, and has around the same amount of HP. So to attack when you have a Dark Age scout is so questionable to me.
Well, he might actually save his scout here because he's gonna go into the TC. Leary's forced to move away, and now MBL should never engage with the scout against anything.
Yeah, 3 HP there. On the bright side for MBL, he does know exactly where Leary is. Downside is he doesn't know where Leary's collecting resources. And we talk about how good scouting is. I think Leary's in the better spot as far as knowing where MBL's at and MBL not knowing where he's at. You see the walls coming up for Leary. But what were you going to say? It's weird, one militia.
It's weird, one militia, and it's also weird for MBL, only 2 militia. Okay, he's adding the 3rd one now. Like, do you even add one at this point? I don't know. I'd love to see MBL take out the zebra and the ostrich, though, because that's been a really important part of all of Leary's builds so far in King of the Desert. He's always gone to those with 3 or 4 villagers as he's going up to feudal age.
So Leary saw the militia. So MBL's invested more into this attack, and Leary's just going to wall it out as he's on his way to feudal age faster. Dave, Leary looks so clean. And the thing is, 2 militia, it's not enough to really threaten villagers as we see the quick walls. And also, 2 militia with a 3 HP scout, definitely not going to be enough to do all that much.
He can force some walls, though. So Leary's committed to like a gated community around his lumber camp. He has to spend time quick walling his mining camp. It's a little bit annoying.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that MBL only made 2 early because he wouldn't be able to get much done here with a 3rd militia. He did manage to clear up the Drush from Leary at home, and now he's sending that one forward, but not much damage to be done if you're in MBL shoes.
MBL working on walling up. Might be thinking about trying to go for a super greedy, super fast castle here, but look at the gold position. That's not going to be conducive for that. Yes, you get plus 100 food, plus 100 gold, but he's only at 200. So MBL is just going to have a delayed feudal age, and Leary will be adding that range, and maybe 2. Leary, 2 archer ranges. MBL's not going to be happy to see that.
Yeah, and do you see it? That zebra?
Yeah.
Leary always uses it. Every single game he uses that. I'm surprised MBL didn't recognize that earlier and just kill them. It really helps his Drush into double archer range build.
I think MBL, he's probably not feeling too hot. The one militia's still at home, Dave. Like, it was a useless Drush. So I guess amazing mind game from Leary. And the big reason he was able to have such a fast feudal time was because he only made 1 militia.
God, these walls from MBL. They look so... Dude, they're so silly when you look at them. Like, look at the way it juts out around that gold. And then he's going to wall to that wood line instead of walling to his TC.
And then look at Leary.
Just
the tiny little walls. And Leary at this point, Dave, he might even get the other zebra. I don't know. He's either taking the zebra or he's coming forward to tower.
No, he's taking the zebra, yeah.
The first time I could understand why MBL didn't kill them because he was unaware that Leary had walled. So he was going to try and do damage. But he was just next to these. And he still decided not to take them out. So Leary says, thank you very much.
He's going to spot the archers as they come across with his militia. Try and get some extra value on those militia. And he'll take out the scout from Leary too.
And Leary saw the wall fills and said, I know you, MBL. I don't want you to do that, but the scout's now down. So I guess MBL's got a 3 HP scout out there.
Leary did not see the archer range from MBL. And now MBL's adding a second one. His scout died over there, but he didn't see the first archer range.
Wonder if Leary's going to try and stop the wall off or go to the gold. Because if he goes to the gold, that's something that he can pressure. And MBL doesn't even have his ranges there, which is so weird. But it's also, okay, Leary's just going this way. I think MBL weathered the storm, or it didn't really weather the storm yet, but he's okay, Dave. He's got a few skirms. I don't think he'll like the fact that he's behind in ranged production, but he's certainly not going to take any big losses right now.
Yeah, he's fortunate that Leary came over here and didn't pressure the gold like you said.
Yeah, I thought MBL was going to have the tower there, but he didn't do that. Leary now walling up a bit. It's very MBL-like to sneak armies. If Leary doesn't see the range, Leary might be thinking, oh god, what if he sneaks archers to my base? So he's not one to wall early, Dave, but he's walling now just in case that happens. And also asking questions of MBL on the palisade. Also sending an archer around. And Leary thinks, maybe I
Only
should go to the
skirmishers
golds.
for MBL, by the way. So
Yeah.
he's not planning on really sneaking an army to raid. Like, this skirmisher army can't really do much damage against villagers. He just wants to defend in this situation.
What is it that a lot of pros say? MBL makes more skirms and spears than any other pro. He tends to play very defensive, and then you'll overinvest, and then he'll counter you, and did he really? Oh no, okay, wasn't a bad one at least. But yeah, I think he's counting on surprising Leary and then taking map control.
Yeah, and he hasn't shown Leary his hand.
He hasn't shown anything. Yeah, not the blacksmith, not the ranges.
Leary's got to be pretty confused here. He doesn't see anything.
Leary might get a Vil as fletching comes in. All right. Okay,
oh, he saw
Leary
a skirm.
Just spotted that one skirm. Oh, he also can see the palisade wall has been broken. And here come the skirmishers out. Leary's not paying attention to this, Dave. Okay, now he is. And there he goes. And MBL full skirm. Now, there's a... I played some games with Nikov, and I did a similar thing to MBL, and he's like, you should never be making skirmishers with Ethiopians. He's like, anytime you're making skirmishers with Ethiopians, you're not playing towards your strength.
It was a mind game. Dude, it was a mind game. He was counting on you at some point to say that on your stream when Leary was listening, because he knew he would be in this situation. He's housed again, badly this time.
Yeah. It's just interesting how MBL sees the game a little bit differently than others, and my worry for MBL would be, yes, you do get free pikemen, but if Leary keeps archer numbers alive, and Leary goes into, let's say, knights and crossbow, like those skirmishers are gone.
Leary hiding army once again for the 15,000th time in the bottom of the map here.
Leary with 600 food. That's another thing when you're making primarily archers. And when you're not pressured, you're going to have more food in the bank. And yet another game in this tournament, Dave, where Leary goes for early militia. In this case, it was singular militia, and his builds are looking clean and crisp as ever.
MBL adding a defensive tower on his gold, even with his skirmisher presence there, which tells me he wants to go out pretty soon. He wants to head out on his own with the army pretty soon. He's just dropping that just in case Leary loops back around with some archers. And Leary is on the way to the castle age. MBL not too far behind, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that MBL will know that Leary's up because the score dip. Say what you want about the score. Should that be a thing? Should that not be a thing? But it's part of our game, and score does dip when you put that many resources into castle age. So yeah, he should know that Leary's up. And I like the tower, Dave, because from a purely mindset perspective, MBL is going to need to be more aggressive in early castle.
And he's pushing him with that. Why attack the wall with that scout? Why not use that scout to, like, you know, explore all the dark areas of the map? You haven't seen 50% of the map.
Oh,
all that extra resources.
I would have auto-scouted that. I would have auto-scouted that the second it was on 3 HP.
Yeah.
The second. All right. Here's Leary, and Leary says, oh, you have archers now. That's cute. I'll take that out. And MBL's got to expect at this point that there's going to be a stable back there. Be very surprised if he doesn't. But you know what's good? He's got quite a few archers. So he stopped making skirms. He'll have archers, and he'll have skirmishers.
Going into cav armor now for Leary.
I think you need at least scale barding, but you're probably not... You don't want to make that many knights with Japanese.
Well, he's making double stables.
Yeah,
so.
I did that at the wrong time. Holy.
He's planning on making a lot of knights here, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him get the +2 as well. He also hid these in the back of his base, so maybe he's going to wait until he has 4 or 5 knights, and then wipe up MBL's military all in one go.
Like, MBL needs to buy time, right? And I think he's being more bold than Velez was against him in the quarterfinal. I kept talking about how Velez was behind, and he just sat back. But look at this. MBL's built the tower. Leary doesn't know about that. He's going to have units at home, and MBL has a large, massive military
MBL
right
should
behind
wait,
Leary's base.
Should wait to attack with this army.
Yep.
Get the upgrades first, and then attack.
Well, I think you can go
now. Go in now.
Yeah, I think it was a mistake to attack the house. Is he attacking the house to get Leary to chase him, or is that... What's the deal here?
I don't understand. I think he might have misclicked that. It seems weird.
Now he has the upgrades coming in. He's got crossbow and bod canary. He's got faster firing archers. Leary with desperation houses to buy himself some time, Dave.
Yeah, and Leary, there's nothing for him to hit at MBL's base.
Nothing.
This is really good. This is a very good position here for MBL. The only problem is that, yeah, Leary is massing knights behind this, and he's getting +2 Tristan. So this army gonna have some problems.
Only
here
8
for
crossbows
MBL.
there, Dave. Only 8
And only
crossbows.
1 pikeman.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough against +2 knights, depending on the positioning, that is. And it might be risky, but here, maybe MBL, if he dives in. Oh, no, Leary's coming from both sides. Well, I think
And
MBL's
MBL's sending villagers forward, Tristan. And Leary's army is still around there. He's got 2 villagers forward, potentially Siege Workshop, but he has to not lose this army at the front.
He's doing a good job to micro this. It's really awkward when you have this many skirms, and Leary actually backing away.
Uh-oh, Leary found the villagers.
Here you'll find the villagers, and I'll focus on that after I watch this fight, because if MBL still has control here, he's untouched at home at the moment. Villagers are still alive. It does seem like these knights are going to be enough, Dave, but it did take Leary an awful lot of time.
And he lost quite a few of them, and one of those is very low HP. MBL picks another one. There's one
Wow.
more that's very low HP. MBL's getting such great value from this army.
Can he get the other one, too? There's one more that's really weak in there. MBL's attacking the wrong one. Yeah, that wasn't bad. But the forward siege workshop makes a whole lot less sense when you see the opposition's going knights.
And now camels onto the field from MBL, which kind of counters everything that Leary is doing currently.
You know what's bad for Leary, though? There's 2 aspects I'm thinking of. First off, Japanese, the knights aren't so good long-term. They lack plate barding, so you're going to have to switch out of that. Second thing, he's losing all of his skirms. Like, he probably knew, because he saw the gold, that the stable was there. He chose to go forward anyways with these skirmishers. They're not elite, they're not upgraded, and most of those are going down.
Yeah, those skirmishers are beyond dead at this point with the knights and the crossbows chasing them. And there's the forward university. I thought that was the siege workshop when I saw the foundation. But apparently MBL came forward for the university, and he's getting ballistics now. And now we've got a mass of 15 Ethiopian crossbows with camels and knights in front.
And
Leary's got to be very careful.
Leary just wishes he had ranged units now. He wishes he had crossbow or something. And he just tossed away those skirms. So Leary might have that eco lead. He's added that second TC. Overall, it's more clean from Leary, and it'll tend to be throughout this whole series. But when MBL takes control with military, you've got to look out. And there's a lot of exposed areas with these palisade walls as MBL arrives to the gate.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a forward siege workshop at some point here to supplement this army. Leary's really going to struggle behind this. He does have a mangonel now, which is good. But a lot of those knights are weak. Like, we got 2 knights that are theoretically there, but like 1 shot away from death.
It's going to be interesting to see how MBL prioritizes this, because he'll see those knights and know that Knight Maganel can still counter him. Do you want to dive in? And I think it's too risky to dive in. So you stay here.
I think you need a siege workshop of your own before you can dive in, right?
Yeah, probably, as the crossbows are separated from the camels. Leary tries to block the camels as they retreat, and MBL with good micro here, Dave. Yeah, I mean, overall, it's good, and MBL, I believe, on a second TC at home. Yeah, so he's not forgetting about the eco.
So ecos are pretty similar here, but definitely momentum, I think, in MBL's favor here as he's pressuring Leary at home. MBL just with the scatter formation micro against that Mangonel. Leary gets a good shot there.
That was a big shot, and a lot of those are weak. Leary with +2 might consider just taking this fight, Dave. He goes to the hill. He has 30 on food, so he'll have more reinforcements. And I don't think camels are enough when you have Ethiopian camels. It was the crossbow mass that mattered.
That seemed way too overconfident from MBL there.
Yep.
Like, why go in against that Mango like that? Why not just camp the hill and keep your camels in front? Keep drawing that Mangonel out further and further and further, and you can pick it off for free.
Yep.
Going in like that is just so weird.
I also need to give a lot of credit to Leary because he's at 30 on food 30 minutes into the game. Compare that to MBL. I know his unit comp is different, but he's only at 16. So Leary's macro has been off the charts as he might choose to take this fight as well. He backs away. He's got some weak ones in there, though, Dave.
Yeah, did you see it? He purposely split up the weak knights from his full HP ones to try and send them into the economy from MBL, seeing if he can get through there, maybe do a wood line. He couldn't, so now he's heading back.
I think you heal those. If it was Tim would have already healed.
Yeah,
them.
Leary's already got a monastery on the field.
Yeah. Heal him up. He's trying to snag the relic in the middle. Pretty bold to go for that, but he knows if this goes late, it'll be dangerous. I think MBL is one of, if not the best post-imp player if it gets past an hour. He just starts denying wood lines. So get those relics, Leary. MBL.
What do we call that? The Uber Ultra Mega late game?
Yes.
MBL shines in the trash game.
Is this another situation where MBL's going forward too early, Dave? Again, camels, if you've only got 3 of them, do they even matter here? I don't think so.
Well, there's some pikemen coming from MBL, so those might matter. And he's found himself a good spot in that wood line. I don't think it's going to be enough, but at least he's going to get higher value from this army.
And also, Leary does have weak units. Just imagine if MBL was a bit more patient in these fights. If he didn't lose the crossbow mass earlier, didn't lose the crossbow mass now, he's not that far behind economically. Maybe he feels like it's worse than it really is. He's still in this game, but he's not doing himself any favors when he tosses away units.
I think the good thing for MBL, as Leary finally techs into crossbow and bodkin, is that Leary wasn't making an army composition he could upgrade in Imperial Age.
Yeah.
And carry that forward. Like, you're not going to go with Japanese Cavalier. And just now, he's teching into crossbows.
I think it's a good move from Leary.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needed to do in this situation, because that was the advantage for MBL. He's making an army that he will transition with and will upgrade.
Could still use the knights, of course, with their mobility. Use the knights as a raiding tool, maybe. And MBL... I mean, you use siege, crossbow, skirm, whatever, to fight the main force of MBL. And here comes Leary Dave. That's a lot of knights. They have an attack upgrade. They have a hill. Can MBL keep them out? I think
if anyone can wall,
yes.
It's probably MBL. And here's the house walls behind. The knights are not going to get through. Leary just wants to distract as much as he can with this
There's
army.
There's a hole on the left. In a second. The house goes down. MBL. Hello? What? Made another house.
That must have been so nerve-wracking for him.
Oh, and now Leary with the knights. Leary's trying to run home, Dave. He's running through the pikemen. He's running into the crossbows, and he just chooses to take the fight, but say goodbye. They're
just
done.
Taking the trade now, and he's got some exposed units in the middle of the map, especially that mangonel that's assaulting the university currently. Very much alone, and he doesn't have the military numbers yet. He's just now teching into elite skirm, Tristan.
Wow.
But only 11 military on the field for Leary, so he's got to be very careful.
Can we talk about the fact that MBL is at 83 vills and Leary's at 82?
His macro behind this has been immaculate.
Yeah. Macro. Okay, I'll stop.
I thought about it too. I didn't go there, but I knew you would try.
Yeah,
so,
and I ended up looking the idiot, so it made sense as usual. Okay, so leather archer armor for Leary. He's not trying to go for imp. He knows the importance of getting armor on the skirms. I still feel like the comp's better for Leary, but now it's more counterable. MBL, he could add a siege workshop. He could add mangonels. He could do a lot against that, or he could just add his own skirmishers.
And Leary getting host here, and MBL 170 pop space here, Tristan.
And you know what it was? Leary tried to raid him.
The house walls. Yeah.
You cannot raid MBL because he'll house wall and then he gets stronger. So I think they're both going to imp, actually. Leary choosing to stop the skirm production for a bit on his way, and MBL also on his way. MBL's got 26 crossbows. That's enough.
Crossbows. Very, very scary if you're in Leary's position. I'd love to see him go more on stone. Okay, he's got a number of villagers on stone now to get maybe a castle on this hill position and solidify his push. Leary, meanwhile, has 6 villagers on stone, so they're both thinking the same thing.
All right, so let's talk long-term resources. 3 tile gold and stone in the north, if that's scouted. MBL loves his outpost. He might see that. Additional extra gold is actually in the south, so this is very fair and split up. We might see MBL take the north and Leary take the south. He already has a very good castle there, Dave. Which civ, and it probably depends, but which civ do you think is better in Post-imperial?
Literally, Tristan, I was waiting for an opening to ask you the same question because I'm not sure in this civ matchup. Like, they're very, very similar to each other, and I think maybe the faster firing for Ethiopians is going to come into play here, but
it really does depend, but I like Japanese more if you're going to go into cav at all. Like, if you're going to raid with light cav, wait, no. Actually, I don't like them more, because Ethiopians get hussars.
Is probably better, yeah.
So, okay, so I don't like Japanese there. Japanese don't get bombard cannon, and Ethiopians do. And Japanese also don't get siege ram, and Ethiopians do. So, I think that Ethiopians also remember the faster firing speed for the ARBs. I think Ethiopians are the better post-im civ, but you can't sleep on Japanese because of their flexibility and their trebs if we get there.
Look at the exploration from both of these players. Both expanding. Leary going for a castle at the north corner of the map, so he knows this is going to be a long game.
Wow.
And he's
right
trying to
hill.
solidify his position there with one villager building that.
Okay.
Okay, there's a couple more. A couple more heading in. As he heads into the hill in the middle of the map, finds out MBL is there, so he can't take that position yet.
MBL scouting in the south, Dave. There's skirmishers there from Leary, so the crossbows go down. Yeah, there's outposts everywhere. And Leary will have Bracer now. MBL needs to back away off the hill. I know you have the hill, but just back away for a moment. Wait for your upgrades. Those skirmishers are going to be dangerous.
And MBL choosing to place the castle there. He's got a mangonel of his own, though.
Oh, he deleted
shot.
late. I think that was a delete. Yeah, I feel like Leary's position on that northern hill is going to be huge, Dave.
It's also very exposed, though. If MBL sees that,
which he does.
like Leary's going to have problems reinforcing that position if MBL decides to make a few trebs from this castle and get rid of that one.
MBL behind on these upgrades because he's behind to imp. He's lost a lot of crossbows. He doesn't even have ARP yet, Dave. So Leary, I think early imp has worked out for him, and he's immediately making a treb from the north, as MBL's not able to afford one from the castle beneath that hill.
Do you see that watchtower from Leary too in the middle? He knows this is most likely going to go late game, so he's already prioritizing map control.
That's okay. Yeah,
Wouldn't be surprised
I see
to
it
see
now.
another one here. Yep, another one on the university from MBL. So he's going for Yasuma Towers with the Japanese.
That's one thing we didn't bring up when comparing the civilizations, right? Oh man, this is going to turn into Leary having a ton of control. 3 relics already, with a 4th in the north he could collect. He's taken out these arbalests. He doesn't even care. He's tossing away skirm after skirm after skirm. And with the towers and the castles in the north and the south, it's looking much better for him. MBL's got to find a way to break this.
MBL stole the relic. Run! Run, monk!
The lion's chasing the villagers. We've got a monk on the move. Get fervor. I think that monk's going to go down. Also, Leary will find the gold if he continues that way, and currently he doesn't have that scouted.
MBL needs some sort of melee unit on the field right now.
I think
And
that or
Leary's
bomber
just
cannon.
pushing in with Yasuma Towers.
Crazy.
Behind this.
Did he get the upgrade, Dave? I assume he did get Yasama.
I don't think so.
Okay. Well,
I was wrong. Not
well, I
Yasuma
mean,
Towers.
he should. I think prioritizing trebs is a good move. MBL really needs bombard cannons. He has a bombard cannon coming out of the siege workshop next to the castle. But MBL's now out of stone, Dave. He wanted to hold here. He wanted to repair and wait for the bombard cannons to make a difference. Can he do that?
Against 3 trebs shooting downhill, I think this castle's a goner.
Does feel like it. He takes
Needs that
one
bombard
treb
cannon to
now.
shoot faster.
Is it even attacking the trebs? Okay, there. Yeah, and the castle crumbles, Dave. Leary's got so much post-imp control.
Yep. MBL did manage to deny that guard tower coming down in the middle. He did wipe up quite a bit of that army, and now he's switching into more stables, which is what he needed a couple minutes ago, to be honest.
Oh, man, I'm so impressed with Leary. He's got the relic coming into the north. Random archery range there to deny the gold. In the south, he's got an archery range. He's going to raid the woodline. In the
might
middle,
lose that castle,
he's
though.
pushing. Yeah, he might lose that castle. But he just seems to be everywhere right now as he looks to engage the bombard cannon and the ARBs on the hill. He's killed so many ARBs. I haven't seen a single ARB push from MBL.
Yeah, ever since he lost those numbers in early Imperial before they got upgraded, he's really been struggling. He will manage to take out that castle, maybe?
I don't know what to look at. The
Bombard cannon's putting in work, though.
Yeah, bombard cannon's really putting in work. But then again, it's a trash. It's fighting trash units as Leary actually is raiding MBL's eco. Seems very messy for MBL as he loses the bombard cannon. Now the skirmishers have the hill against the ARBs, and I'm still not seeing MBL do enough. Doesn't have the unit comp. He wants to use the ARBs, but he's just running into skirms time and time again.
Yeah, and so much of his economy is idle now, just from a couple skirms from Leary. His gold's all gone, so he's going to have to expand somewhere else. Leary's got outposts all over the map. He can see everything.
I think that was Leary's game plan. He can never tech switch out of ARP if I suffocate him. And look at the blue and look at that control, guys. This is so impressive from Leary. Leary's been the player in previous tournaments, Dave, where you and I would just... It's so frustrated because he wouldn't do the simple things, the small things. And that had previously been the difference between someone like him and Viper. He's getting the relics. He's controlling extra golds. He's doing the small things in 2020. And MBL, I mean, there's still random units around. He seems to be struggling to keep up with the pace of the game.
He does manage to take out 2 Trebs with that bombard cannon. He's going to repair it now. He might actually take out the 3rd Treb. Gets a great attack around on those skirmishers.
Everything about this just looks like MBL right now. You have random armies, bombard cannon being repaired.
Look at his first TC.
Yep.
Tristan.
He doesn't know. He's so focused on everything else. There he goes. He garrisons now. There's the upgrade, Dave, that you called. Yasama on the way. Will make these towers stronger. They are also keeps. MBL
and a castle in the south, too, for Leary. On that hill. It's so smothering, like you said. There's really no way back for MBL at this point.
I don't think so.
He's got to win some major fights and then hope that Leary just doesn't pay attention. And I don't think that's going to happen at this point.
And Leary, he'll know MBL's reacting to him. So as MBL's reacting in the 3 or 4 other spots, he's just going to wait, make some trebs in the south, and then take the middle out. And he could always raid there. I think MBL is very close to having to tap out here. As we see Leary getting scale mail armor, is he going to consider going for Samurai?
He can go for anything at this point. MBL only has 20 on farms, Tristan.
Yeah.
So he can't really produce anything
switch
at all to counter this, and he calls the GG. It was a little unconvincing there in early imp from MBL, I think.
I think the time difference and the fact that Leary not only pushed the mid, but expanded at the same time is what did it. Like, faster imp made a huge difference here, because typically, if you want to get, like, let's say you're going skirms against Ethiopian Arbs, right? You get Bracer, you get Chemistry. That's great. Attack upgrades. But if Ethiopian Arbs attack those skirms before the final armor comes in, the Arbs can actually take a good trade. And I think that's what MBL was trying to do. But because Leary was so much faster to imp, he was able to get all of his upgrades. And he had the time for that and to expand, Dave. And Leary is looking strong here. Though I have to say, if you compare this scoreline to a 2-0 previously in this tournament, this has taken a whole lot longer. These games are all gone to the Imperial Age so far.
Yeah, it certainly was a better performance for MBL than game number 1. And like you said at the beginning, he really takes time to like warm up in series. So I think we're going to see an even better one in game 3. But Leary looks like he's already hot right now. He doesn't need time to warm up. That late game map control from him was incredible. The way he started collecting relics early, he started getting outposts early, he started getting castles on hills that weren't even being contested at the time, just to gain map control and carry it through to the late game and smother MBL.
94% of the map explored. 4 relics. Leary is doing the small things, Dave. That's the difference between, as we said, Leary now and Leary not too long ago. Okay, so MBL, I think, needs to do something a bit more meta. You know, game 1, Militia with Kumans. Game 2, he went for a Drush, which I suppose is meta, but then went full skirmishers. It was not as convincing there. So he's got a lot of good civs available. And if you look at the civs MBL selected, he selected some of his later picks. So curious to see if he goes for something strong here, because you don't want to fall behind 3 games. Like, maybe pick one of your top 2 picks in Mayans or Chinese.
I think I'd like to see a classic MBL, like, Drush into wall the entire map right away. Minute 4, start walling.
Well, it is what worked for him to get here. Yeah, imagine needing 4 more wins to win a final after being up 2-0. It's a best of 11, folks. You need to get to 6 wins. Leary's not even halfway there yet. Okay. I'll show the civ draft. Wait, hold on. Yeah, they haven't launched yet, so I'll show this show the civ draft to the people watching. That's more like it. There's a lot of civs, guys, so it's kind of useless for Dave and I to speculate too much. But these were the picks. And what I was thinking was you fall behind 2 games, you go for one of your top 3 picks. Celts, very strong for MBL, suitable for MBL. Could be that. Chinese, Mayans, maybe. So you think Leary's in peak form. Do you think MBL's in peak form yet, or do you think he's still getting warmed up?
I wouldn't say MBL is in peak form currently. I think he's still getting warmed up. There was a number of decisions that seemed indecisive, especially in that first game with like the cumin drush where he just hung out near the berries. It seems so strange to me.
I think that if he is in peak form, he doesn't take those 2 bad fights in Castle Age in the previous game. So
yeah, and he kept sending military forward with no siege to back it up. Why build a forward university and not make like a siege workshop behind all your crossbows and everything? It seems very un-MBL like.
Oh boy, Dave, you wanted walls? You wanted militia? You'll have it. MBL's gone for Celts. He's down 2 games against Leary. Leary probably feeling good. He's certainly been looking good. Leary again in the blue. Malians for game 3 in King of the Desert 3 finals against Celts. I feel like we've seen this Civ matchup before, and it's pretty damn even.
Yeah, Malians obviously saving the wood on their buildings. Great eco bonus. And then the Pierce armor for the militia isn't going to help them too much here, but...
Right.
It's a tough Civ matchup. I'm surprised that Leary didn't ban Celts, considering it is MBL.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, he bans Mongols, so you can only globally ban 1, and he bans Mongols out because he knows what MBL can do with the lames. But Leary, he's got another Civ with flexibility. You can compare Malians to Japanese with their Dark Age because Japanese have half off their lumber camps, mills, and mining camps. Malians have a discount on all of their wood buildings. That applies to the houses and the lumber camps and the barracks, which he might want to make early because that's what you expect from Celts. What about MBL's map, though, Dave?
I see the walls in my head right now. I really do, because he's got back berries, he's got a back main gold, and he's got woodline options. I think we're going to see a villager go out to wall at 4 minutes and 12 seconds.
Yeah, you don't... Well, the thing is, with this map, you barely even need to wall. Just build the houses when the time comes, next to the wood lines. Like, this is the map that you would want if you're behind in a series and need a strong start in a game. So, MBL will have no complaints there looking back at this. Oh, you said 420. I was supposed to...
Well, no, I said 412, but Smokey Boy over there, Smokey Boy, living up to his username and saying 420, so I'll roll with that.
Okay. I think MBL will probably build the barracks next to that house. It's very common now to go 4 on wood. Pre-mill barracks, especially with Celts and that wood bonus. Just plop it down, get the militia out. MBL looking to find Leary, and Dave, if you're going to drush, you oftentimes want to hit the berries. Look at that position for Leary.
Yeah, that's an awful position on the hill and forward. And MBL can really punish that with the fast militia from the Celts. And look, it's 4 minutes and 12 seconds, and he's starting his wall, although it is just a house. So.
Yeah, it's just a house. And also not building the barracks before the mill. So he's not going for the meta there, and then you have Leary building the barracks before the mill. So Leary doing what I expected. Now scouting MBL, this would be the time MBL would build the barracks if it's before the mill. Pretty much all you look for here is, does he have a mill? Because if he doesn't have a mill, you expect the barracks. If he has a mill, then you know, okay, I'm going to be a bit faster with the drush.
And this time, MBL scouting, right on point, Tristan. He's seen the wood line, he's seen the gold, he's seen the stone, he's seen the berry positions. He knows everything about Leary's base.
Is he going to go... I feel like he's going to try Fast Castle here. I don't think he should. I think when you have a good map, you use it to get a lead in feudal. But with these walls coming up now, and it being MBL, I think he'll consider it.
Yeah, and the militia are already coming across the field for Leary. I think he might run into a lion there, which would be really great for MBL if he does. No, he's going to skirt right past that thing.
And the camel is like, don't hurt me. But MBL did not scout the barracks. He's seen all the resources. What's MBL doing? I think because of the greed, he's coming home to push in some food. He's not fully walled yet.
Why is the scout so inactive?
He was it's still working on the rhino, and I think he's going to push in the zebra.
Still seems like MBL is not fully warmed up in this series.
Maybe there's a lack of confidence there too. Like maybe maybe you're more passive if you're up against a player like Leary and you feel like that's your only chance. I don't know what the mindset is exactly, but as he pushes in the Zebra, he sees the scout, and he will be fully walled, so Leary will not be able to get through with the militia.
Yeah, and it's just, what does Leary do in this position? Can you punish this? What do you do if your Leary shoots here?
I think Leary, having seen the barracks now, he's going to know that this is man-at-arms from MBL, which I love. And he's just going to have to wall up and try and get to feudal age as fast as possible. You know Leary loves these builds. So I think he's got to go feudal and expect men-at-arms now.
Leary not diving under the TC. MBL knowing he's not going to dive under the TC, doesn't even attempt to garrison there.
In 30 seconds, I went from not liking the way MBL was playing this to loving the way he's playing this, because he's actually going to use his good map to take a lead in feudal. He's going to take advantage of the fast Celt man-at-arms, and he has walled out all of Leary's militia. So maybe he expected the counter militia and said, whatever, I'm taking this to feudal age.
Do you think... So, Tristan, Leary still hasn't seen anything produced from that barracks. He didn't see the flag when he was over there. Do you think he's expecting some next-level mind games from MBL? Like, maybe a Celt into Scout build or something like that?
I think because the timing was pretty standard for MBL, as he built it around 20 pop, Leary's going to know it's a man-at-arm build. MBL's just got to repair that palisade.
And MBL's coming forward with villagers, too. MBL is coming forward with 3 villagers to supplement his men-at-arms.
Oh, man, this is going to be right on the berries, too, Dave. He's going to deny that food. The downside of this, though, is you're pulling villagers off of resources, and normally the clean builds, like the 2 lumber camps into a range, is much cleaner. And again, that doesn't suit MBL as much as it would suit Leary, so I do like this play. Man-at-arms on the way.
Tower right there on the barracks. Gonna hit that berries, and it's definitely gonna deny Leary off of that. It's just whether MBL can push his way through the walls into that main gold, because Leary's other gold options are not good at all, Tristan.
Do you know what's coming from this? I'm pretty sure, anyways. I'm not going to be happy with it. I think we're going to see a forward archer range, because MBL's not on stone at home. So there can't be any follow-up towers. May go forward archer range here.
And I think MBL needs to keep... Yeah, send your men-at-arms to back up your villagers, because you know the Drush from Leary is out there somewhere.
Yeah.
You need military presence around, and you only have 3 villagers forward building this tower. There's the archer range from Leary, and there are the villagers going back to the TC as MBL attempts to break through the walls.
All right, so the tower will help with that. That's the big reason you go for the forward tower, is so they can't wall behind. Leary with an archer on the way already, Dave. No range for MBL. He's going to wall in the tower. It would be very much like MBL to consider just running home with those vills now. We'll see, because he can't do anything with them.
Here he goes, right on home. And Leary, is he going to scout that? Leary did not see the villagers leave. So he's gonna go look for them now.
Yep.
Okay, he sees them now.
The scout's too weak to do anything. Also, MBL still has his scout very active at Leary's base. There's weak farmers there. One's on 3 HP. It'd be an amazing doink for MBL if he sees it.
The house goes down, which means Leary actually might get house soon. No, he's building one in the back.
Wrong player. if it's the other way around, then you start to worry. 17 on food for MBL versus the 10 from Leary, who's off his berries. That's a pretty significant difference.
Yeah, he had some idle time getting the walls down. He had some idle time with a few villagers at the back wood. He's actually deleted a wall to go out and get that zebra on the left-hand side. It's a very Leary move there. And he's going to lose the mill, most likely.
Lose the mill. Did get horse collar. Man-at-arms. The beauty of Celt man-at-arms is they're going to get a lot of value just with the time that they're alive. But I don't think they'll kill too much. Yeah, MBL's gone home. Excuse me, by the way, I was wrong on the food count. I guess MBL had clicked the 3 villagers back home to a farm or something, so it was higher for that period of time. But it's getting close to that, and he's about to finish all of his berries. And I think he needs a follow-up range, Dave.
Yeah, unless he can somehow hold this army from Leary in Leary's base for the next 2 minutes, I'd agree with you. He needs something to be able to deal with the archers coming into his base.
I love how Leary got the scout back here. If MBL was going for anything sneaky, he would be able to spot it. He now knows no range on the front for MBL. The scout goes down. And market for MBL. So this is going to be greedy.
Yeah, this is going to be into... Do you see a forward siege push from this? It's super risky because as soon as you send the villagers forward, they could potentially be sniped. You've seen the archer range from Leary. You don't know where that army is currently. Can you justify sending them forward like that?
If you watched the semifinal yesterday, I'm not sure if you saw all the games. Yo did this against Leary, where he would just go stable siege, and he would be greedy while he was upping, so he'd give up map control. There's pros and cons to it. The con is that Leary could do a lot of damage for now, but the pro is that you're going to get to Castle Age faster and get to your strong suit as a civ. So
you know what
Leary doesn't
also
push
is a
forward,
pro
I like it.
About knights is when you take down your opponent's barracks and they don't have one on the field, so there's no possibility for Leary to add some spears.
True. Are you surprised that Leary's sitting at home like this?
I'm surprised that he let MBL take that down for free. He's got the archers. Leary likes to fight.
I mean, it's really weird to me. And I'd say the one build that Leary was questionable against Yo with was the forwards. Like the siege workshop, stable. I think at one point Yo went long sword siege. Leary struggled. I think he just doesn't... Nearly mentioned it yesterday. He doesn't have a lot of Wong games. He doesn't play against Wong, so maybe he doesn't know how to judge the situations as well. Dude, he went forward. He didn't see a range from MBL. A barracks for MBL?
Double barracks, baby. Pikeman, knight, siege push, most likely from MBL. And Leary's coming forward with those militia. I don't think they're going to catch this forward vill that MBL is sending to the right.
I don't think so either, but why... Okay, Pike Siege is sick with Celts, and it is MBL, but I don't understand the need for a second barracks. And I don't understand the need to go Pikes at all when the opposition only has archers right now, but maybe he's foreseeing the stable.
Leary put down a stable at the back, and MBL spotted it right as it went down with those men-at-arms.
Okay.
So I don't know if he clicked that building to see exactly what the foundation was, but I would assume he did.
Just, dude,
badly housed.
Build a house.
Yeah.
Jesus, every single game... Excuse me. I get really frustrated with this. We've been talking about this since 2015, bro. This isn't a new thing for Dave and I. Oh,
no,
man.
MBL gets housed regularly. It's just part of his game, right? It's just part of his game. It's never going to get better. It's always going to be like this. I'm sorry, MBL fans. It's always going to be like this, yeah.
But in MBL's, from MBL's perspective, that means he's producing a lot of units. I've heard him justify.
Look at where this villager's going. This farmer from MBL.
Do you think
at the top of the map, and he's actually clearing up an archer, getting good value with the infantry in the middle.
Sorry, I'm a bit distracted at the moment. There's the siege workshop. Do you think Leary's confused? Like Leary's like, wait a second,
clearly
2 barracks? Like what?
Dude, clearly confused. He's been confused this whole game. That's why he kept 12 archers on his main gold when he's fully walled. And all he's seen from MBL was men-at-arms. But now he's going to go over to this woodline, and I think MBL's overchopped there, Tristan.
No, I actually just checked. Well, I'm not sure. No, I just checked, because if you click them, you'll see the corners of the white boxes. It's not an overchop, but he could still lose like 4 or 5 vills there.
Leary's waiting. He's waiting for Castle Age upgrades.
Oh, man.
And he's going to come in with crossbow and bodkin and snipe all those villagers.
Let's see what MBL's reaction time looks like here, because he has a lot of vision in that area, and he's also making a defensive siege workshop, so I think he's expecting it.
Here they come.
Oh, boy.
MBL, react.
1,
MBL,
2,
3,
4. There's not an overchop. So he didn't even think to check that. And he lost another one because of that. Big losses there. But at the same time, Leary's pressured on his woodline.
Yeah, and MBL with so many pikemen forward against archers. He manages to snipe a villager with that mangonel. Might even get another one here. Leary doesn't notice it yet.
Is there a defensive mangonel for MBL? I think in the end, MBL is going to be fine. And we'll have a really tough composition for Leary to deal with. Because the defensive siege, while that does set you back with your forward siege, it will push the crossbows away at least.
Yeah, and then Leary has no momentum, and you're in control of everything that's happening in the game. Once he clears this up, Leary actually tried to snipe the mangonel with that one militia.
Dude, there's so much going on right now. One thing that needs to be brought up is Leary does have a second TC. He's also got a good civ as far as flexibility goes. He could go for Redemption Monks. Aliens do have that as an option. No big push from MBL on Leary's TC yet. Leary's just going to run home with the crossbows. Leary with a Vill lead. but this type of a push can snowball really quickly.
Let's see the mangonel shots from MBL and Leary. These two players are so good with their micro. It's insane. And MBL, I'm surprised he didn't take that mangonel with that shot.
That was good for MBL to take out the mango after his went down, but Leary predicted the dodge and good attack round to make it 1-for-1 there.
Does manage to clear up 2 crossbows with those scorpions, but now here come the knights from Leary. MBL has pikemen, but the crossbows from Leary can clear up those pikemen pretty easily as long as he stays out of range of the scorpions.
Is it more awkward to micro from MBL's perspective or Leary's? Leary's diving in with the knights. He'll take out all the siege. No way. Oh, man, Leary. That was amazing. And now the pikemen, like, have we seen the pikemen really pay off yet? I don't think so. They're super vulnerable against the crossbows unless another Mangonel arrives.
What does MBL do now? How does he push this with knights and crossbows in the hands of a player like Leary?
Well, the answer is you just continue to do the same thing. You just continue to make siege, continue to make some pikes. Notice how the 2 barracks at home, they're not producing. He's got a Mangonel at home. Oh, MBL's adding a TC. Okay, so he'll boom a bit. I like that because Leary's going to be on 3 town centers. Am I seeing that correctly? Or did he? Yep, 3 TCs.
Good micro with the Mangonel from MBL there, pulling it away at the last second. Leary paying attention to that and coming forward with the crossbows. What does MBL have in defense here? He's got 1 Mangonel and 4 pikemen.
I like how Leary brought forward 1 knight. MBL is only going to expect the crossbows. Let's see if MBL sends the Mangonel out too far and if Leary can get the snipe. So
well, he does have an outpost there. MBL does have an outpost, so he's going to see the knight and he's going to try and take those crossbows out.
Yeah, the repair, the knight can't dive in. Dude, the level we're looking at right now is sick. Leary's got just enough home. Oh, big shot. Yeah, this is a dangerous game to play, Leary. And if the crossbows are out of the picture, then Pike Mangonel's looking a whole lot stronger.
He's going to go in with the knights to try and snipe the Mangonel, but MBL's on the case with those pikemen, and he's still pressuring. He did manage to take out a Mangonel from Leary at Leary's base. And Leary can't underreact to this push because once MBL gets a good forward on you, it can snowball really quick, and losing 3 crossbows like that is not the way to go against the Mangonel push from MBL.
Mangonel's dodging. MBL's known as one of the best with his Mangonel micro, but Leary's been, if you consider the fact that Celt Siege fires faster, Leary's been equal to it, if not slightly better here. And I think he's going to go for the same thing he did previously, Dave. Just get enough knights out to snipe the mangoes, and then use the crossbows for everything else. Let's see. Oh, what a
good
dodge
attempted
from MBL.
Shot from Leary. MBL's going to take that out. Another great shot from Leary there on the Mangonel. 1-for-1.
This type of a push gets increasingly more difficult to micro offensively when you start to boom. And that's what MBL's trying to do here.
MBL actually sniping that Mangonel with a knight of his own. And he takes a huge shot on the crossbows.
Oh, man. And the others are so weak, Dave.
But here come the knights from Leary. Here come the knights. And is there enough pikemen there to stop them?
I think at least 1 mango goes down. Maybe not the one on the hill, but the one on the right side. Yeah, good job from Leary. Luring away the man-at-arm will get that kill. He takes out the mango, and he can back away. Dave, does Leary have to do anything different now, or is he doing what he needs to do so far?
He's just holding on. He's got 3 TCs. MBL has 2 TCs. Great attack ground attempt from MBL there on those knights looping around. Again, gets some extra damage and saving the forward villager. But yeah, Leary probably knows that his eco's ahead of MBL. So just stalling this out is fine for him.
Dude. The amount of micro. They're microing multiple groups of units. They're also booming. Leary's on 3 TCs. I like that you mentioned stalling it out. I like the idea of going for a castle, and Leary's on stone. So he might castle that side where both of his golds are. Oh, and Leary gets it. He sniped that one.
Ring around the rosy. He's just doing circles around that house trying to run away from the pikemen. And he manages to get the Mangonel. MBL now with a Mangonel and a Scorpion garrison that Siege Workshop. But Tristan, behind this push, he's added a 3rd TC.
3 TCs.
So his economy is not looking terrible. It's still behind Leary, but it's not terrible.
3 TCs. Celt Lumber. Sending more pikemen forward to meet up with the other pikemen mass. MBL fight. Look at this, man. The quality we're seeing here is unreal. And Leary gets the kill, man, against Celts. The defense has been exceptional, man. He hasn't overinvested. He hasn't underinvested. It's been a perfect balance from Leary. He should be at a disadvantage in this push. And, oh, that's just a little bit of luck there.
2 HP on that Mangonel. So close. And now Emil's going to slightly overextend here. The Knights thinking about going in for that Mangonel, but Leary knows the pikemen are around.
Scorpion dodges, MBL firing, Leary still dodging. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you... So good, dude. And I'm just watching the resources climb for Leary. Yep. Might imp soon. He's got a lot of options there with Malians.
That was some great micro with the Knights, too, to avoid that attack ground from MBL. And now Leary's coming out with the crossbows again. These are weak. These are weak crossbows.
Big mistake from MBL not to fire. He gets the shot off. He kills a lot, Dave. That could have been better there. That's the problem. You look back at your base for a second, and then you could lose fights on the front. Whoa, that is a castle.
Yeah, look
in the middle
outposts too. He's like, I want to be very safe with this. I need to know everything that is happening. 3 outposts in that area from Leary before he places that castle in the middle.
Dave, MBL has control of both of Leary's extra golds on this side as Leary goes 1 for 1. So MBL, while he is not going to be an imp, if he holds onto those golds for long enough, then plays defensive against whatever Leary may go for. You never know. I think the best composition might be champion for Leary.
Leary's got to really get value out of this Mangonel here. This could be dangerous for him. If he just loses this without taking a Mangonel from MBL, oh, he kills so many pikemen with that attack round. Great shot from Leary.
How many times have we said that? Like, every single volley is a good volley. As MBL adds a forward barracks. MBL's on 4 TCs now at home. And the micro, well, better for Leary yet again. There just seems to be a speed difference between them.
MBL's adding a
oh my god, another
TC,
one, dude. Another attack round from Leary. 5 TCs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's got 4 TCs on one part of the screen. Okay.
What? And Gebettos now from Leary, which will do excellent against the pikeman Mangonel. 1 for 1 again.
Yeah, 1 for 1 again. Guys, this is one of MBL's favorite pushes. Mangonel's pikeman booming behind. It's one of his better plays, and Leary is just... The game is still very much possible for MBL to win, but Leary's made it look all so easy in the defense here. As he builds a castle, that's a little suspect. He doesn't have a Mangonel here now, Dave. That could be a big mistake.
Yeah, it's a tiny bit risky there, but he does have the Gebettos to come back. Gonna lose some villagers on this castle. That was a great Mangonel shot there from MBL. But MBL's economy, Tristan, it's been consistently like 15 to 20 villagers idle for the last couple of minutes. It's been very, very messy behind this push.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, even the forward TC garrisoned hasn't ungarrisoned it yet because he's still focused so much on the front. Yeah, ideally, your eco will be a bit idle at home, but it's untouched, and then you're killing TCs. But Leary's not allowed that. I like Gebetto, Dave, but they're only 30 HP. So if Leary miss micros, they'll die to Mangonels.
Yeah, I don't think it's a long-term unit here. I don't know. You're going to struggle to find momentum with it.
What will Leary gain first from Imp? He's in Imp now. Maybe
yeah, and you have the
upgrade.
Gebettos. You can't really upgrade them immediately.
Exactly. That's why I was thinking maybe the champion line. But then again, long-term, champion isn't so good against Celts. You do have the high Pierce armor, but Celts aren't going to go archers against you.
And Leary trying to put another defensive castle. Only has Gebettos.
Did he get too greedy here? Did he stop producing siege too early? Oh, boy.
Go for the villagers with 1 Mangonel and then shoot at the Gebettos with another.
Oh,
okay,
geez.
Leary garrisons those vills, and now we're seeing the problems with Gebetto. They also take so long to shoot, Tristan. They take so long to pull that stupid hand back and throw the knife or whatever they're throwing.
I think it's a throwing knife. Yeah, I think you're right on that. But that castle's going to go up. Maybe Leary just wanted to buy time there. And so now MBL can push, and MBL, he's about to imp himself, and he sees that it's Gebetto so far for Leary. And Dave, he's still making them. He's got 2 castles. He can make a 3rd. I think we'll see something different than I thought with champs. Maybe Gebetto light cap? Because I see stables now on the backside.
Yeah, and MBL hasn't really expanded at all in his economy, so he's going to need to do that soon. It's going to be really tough for him if Leary's raiding with light cav. And here comes the first Treb. Where is he going to push with this?
I mean, take your pick of the 5 million TCs MBL has at his base. MBL doesn't look like he has 6 TC eco. He doesn't have the farm numbers he would want. He's at 29 on food. Leary's got Handcart with 43 on food, so eco far ahead of MBL. MBL will make it to Imp, though. Still trying to pressure Leary to Leary's base. There we go. MBL needed that. Also, those golds are still on the right side, but Leary found the neutral gold on the left, Dave, which is so important.
And Leary's putting a forward castle near the stone from MBL on that hill. Does MBL see this?
He does.
He does. And immediate defensive castle there, and he's got a siege workshop nearby.
I don't like that castle for Leary.
No.
If you have military here, and then you drop the castle to back it up, that's one thing.
Especially with 2 villagers. Well,
Yeah.
MBL is in the back of your base still. With this, look at this push from him. All alone in the back of the base.
Wong! Wong! Those ladies get headshotted.
Here come the light calves.
Oh, light cav. There's not enough pikemen in there, Dave. Oh, light cav's so good, and MBL also hasn't seen it yet. So surprise, surprise. Say goodbye to all your siege, and then the pikemen will die to the Gebetto. That's what Leary needed.
The castle is actually going to go up forward. I thought MBL had a chance to deny that, but I think he was expecting there was more villagers building that. He could only see the front of it, and now there's Trebs pressuring him. He's still distracting Leary at the back of Leary's base, but he's got to make something happen really quick here.
I just don't know what MBL goes for right now. Like, if he goes pikes, it's clearly countered. He's losing eco. He can't go woads out of the castle.
Another castle in the bottom corner for Leary.
What?
Oh my goodness.
He's so confident. And it's another 2 villager castle as well. He's so confident. He's not playing like he ever feels like he's going to lose, man. This is an incredible player. Remember, he beat Yo 4-3 yesterday. Yo was the one who knocked the Viper out. He didn't just knock the Viper out. He 3-0'd Viper. Leary got past him, and MBL is just struggling to keep up with Leary today. He's tried to pressure here, Dave. I just see MBL being so far on the back foot as he goes Halberdier. Light cap rates again.
This is the best Leary I've ever seen.
Yep.
Usually, when we're talking about Leary, we're saying, why don't you explore the other areas of the map? Why don't you pick up relics, etc., etc.? Look at all the outposts.
Yep.
He's gotten relics every single game.
He's
prioritized
single game.
Map control. There's castles on all the important hills.
I think, remember, guys, the last big tournament, it wasn't standard settings, but it was Red Bull Wololo 2, and Leary won that one, and if Leary wins here today, I think a lot of people are going to be talking about, is there a new number 1? Been a long time coming for him, man. The raids continue. MBL still, this is the best of 11, has a lot of games to fight, but this is, despite that KD, which might look positive, such a bad situation for MBL to be in.
Yeah, and he's losing with Celts in this situation, too. I think MBL still not playing his best, but Leary is so dominant at the moment, and MBL just can't find any answers to it.
I know. Few Gebettos go down. I think Leary cares very little about losing units on the front. He's got to be careful with his gold units, but the light cap, toss him away. Toss him away to get kills. In this case, he'll try and take out a Treb. MBL almost destroys his own Treb, and he does lose one. Dave, the only thing I'm thinking of for MBL's chances, that north side where there's those golds, and also the extra golds on the right side. If MBL can hold it home, he will have a lot more gold available than Leary. I just don't know if he's going to be able to survive this.
And if there's any player that can hold, it's probably MBL. He's still got a chance here, and you're right. I forgot about those 2 extra golds from Leary. Where is he taking gold currently?
Well, he's starting to take some stone in the south, and then in that left corner he found extra gold. But that's
going for
pretty much it.
He's making a tech switch, Tristan.
Supplies. Or should I say supplies? Did he actually click it?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I think Champion works well against the Halberdier choice. Looking back, I'm really happy he didn't open up with Champion, though, because the Light Cav Gebetto gave him so much more map control.
And he's going for 7 barracks forward, too, so he's going to have pretty impressive control here. Now he's taking back control of that top right area of the map as he loses that castle in the bottom left, and he's probably going to lose the castle in the middle, too.
Dave, he's got 65 on food.
Yep.
The macro's sick. The micro's been sick. The control, the vision. He might not have 100% of the map scouted, but I'm fairly certain he sees every relic and every extra gold and every extra stone. So He knows exactly where he needs to be and where MBL may be. I think the champion switch would just destroy MBL here. Celts could do champion themselves, but does MBL have the time?
He doesn't have the eco for that. No, look at his resources. Right on the limit with everything. We're going to I think we're going to game number 4 with Leary up 3-0.
No question. Leary has showed up to play today, and now he bought himself this time. He has the luxury to just sit back. He doesn't even need to fight with two-handed swordsman. Wait for champion. He did lose the castle, but I think he's happy to throw away those castles so we could take the other areas of the map. Castling at home now on that gold. This is a case where MBL expects it, but he's hoping it's not happening yet, Dave. And once he sees the barracks and the two-handed swordsman, yeah, immediately retreats. But what do you hope for?
What do you do
here?
against
it?
You hope for a good attack round from your 2 mangonels garrisoned in that siege workshop, and that's about it. He's got 2 mangonels from both directions.
Hey, I mean, it can do something.
It's all he can hope for, and a castle right next to his other castle just to defend his farming eco. This is desperation mode for MBL.
Yeah, there are the attack rounds, and he misses on both sides. And Leary reacted with some splits and picked it off with low numbers of units. If Leary sees that castle, he'll know that MBL's desperate if he didn't already. Champion on the way. Well, okay, Leary is going to lose his trebs, actually.
MBL is just going to go full halberdier against champion and hope for the best.
Yep, all he can do. He took out trebuchets, so that's something. Oh, but speaking of trebs,
look at his eco, though. His eco's struggling so hard.
He's lost more. Yeah, and just get arson at this point and destroy the castles with your champions. Leary goes up 3-0 in the best of 11 finals. I'm a bit bummed for MBL, you know, from the human side of it. You're not going to be feeling great here. But Leary's deserved every single win.
Mm-hmm.
But Dave, the defense was freaking unreal. Like, crossbow knights. He's playing against...
Just the mangonel shot saved him there.
Yeah.
All of the mangonel shots. Like, he got 1-for-1 consistently against Celt Siege push. And, like, if you do that versus MBL, you prevent him from getting any momentum, your economy is going to be better. And you can carry that in the late game.
He's essentially playing against a composition that counters him. And he still was able to deal with it. So good. And the confidence as well. So many players would get 2 monasteries and go redemption to convert the siege. But Leary's like, nah, I can manage 3 town centers. I can manage the micro. And even when the Gebettos came out, the micro was so good. The KD definitely does not tell the whole story with how Leary played that with the fights. But it's there. Largest army was very nice. Eco, again, superior. And MBL maybe needs to switch it up a bit and not go for these types of forwards. Play a bit more standard. 97% of the map explored from Leary. Leary's got some good civs, but they both do because they've drafted 12 civilizations each.
Yeah, I'm looking at the civs from MBL. I think Celts was the one he probably felt most confident behind. What do you do here in MBL's position? Do we see Goths from him?
So I think... So first off, before I even answer that question, I'd like to point out that all of these games have gone to Imp. I'm sorry if that was super loud, everyone. Apparently Baby Shark's still a thing. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm using my silent alerts. What the? Hold on a second. I need to see if Overlay Guy can fix that for me. Can you please remove Baby Shark?
Dude, you're gonna get struck.
I hope. Guys, listen. DMCA is a real thing, all right? I don't want any problems there, all right? Thank you, V Bohm, for the $101 donation. I imagine you probably didn't know it would do that. And that's crazy. He says, go Leary. Well, you've apparently got the money and you've got your way so far. Leary's up. Shoot, what was I going to say? Oh, what I was going to say is I think that every game has been close, but Leary's been slightly ahead in every single decision and age, Dave.
Yeah.
It's not like Leary's stomping MBL in feudal and in castle. So I think MBL just needs to make had better decision making
He
overall.
needs some momentum and he needs some confidence. And I don't think he can get momentum without the confidence, and I don't think he can get the confidence without the momentum. So
That's true.
It's a really tough spot that he's in right now. He needs luck, Tristan. He needs luck just to get like that first little win, be it in this game or like the game itself, and then he can carry that through to a few more points on the board.
And that's why I don't think you pick Goths here, because Goths, while it's fun and it can be messy, and that might be one way to start the ball rolling for yourself, I also think it's a great way to just get stomped. Like, Goths have always been a win if you're alive in mid-Castle Age, and so far, I think Leary's been better in early feudal. So that would be my thought.
Do you want to see the lames coming in from MBL? Maybe he switches it up.
Maybe do a bit of that. Like, I think go Mayans here, Dave. You'll have an Eagle, and you can go for the lame. You see the Civ draft here, everyone. Leary went Malian's previous game. MBL already took off Celts. So, yeah, go Mayans. Get that Eagle forward. Maybe see if you can steal something. Leary also with very strong Civs remaining, but that's got to be the logic. I think you pick a good Civ here and play aggressive. Before the next game does begin, which will be shortly, I'm unable to say thanks to people who support the stream because we're casting these finals. And so I'm going to go through a few names, but collective thanks to everyone for the subs today. A lot of returning faces and new faces. Unlimited Power gifted some subs earlier. So did Young Flame and D Longer. Robo also resubbed for 49 months and says announcement hype. Wait, what? Announcement after King of the Desert? Maybe Robo. You might know something. Taripa, thank you as well. He's an MBL fan who donated and said MBL hype ETC. That was 35 minutes ago, and we know how that went, Dave. But
well, we've got a pretty classic matchup here, Tristan. I don't know if you're in the game yet.
I will be right now, and we'll catch up to real time. Where are we at? Franks versus Khmer. Wow. Yeah. Saw a lot of this in the best of fives, Dave, because their players were using less civilizations. So both players thinking about using strong scout civs.
Yep, just make sure you speed up to the game time.
So Leary with Franks. Now, I've seen Leary with Khmer the last few rounds, and the opposition would get Franks. So this is interesting. Franks with the farm bonus in feudal, forge bonus, which lasts throughout the whole game. Higher HP scouts. And Khmer, I think we saw a good example of what Khmer able to do yesterday in his final game against Yo. It comes down to their farms and when the game gets messy in mid to late game.
We've seen Leary go for the Drush with Khmer. Do you think we see something like that from MBL?
I mean, I was going to wonder if we'd see it from Leary here. Again, with Franks.
With the Franks, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think MBL does it, but it wouldn't be surprising, if Leary were to do it. I say that as he only has 3 on wood, so it's kind of unlikely.
Yeah, I feel like with Khmer, you can get away with not playing to your strengths with the Drush, but with Franks, the scouts are almost too strong.
Yeah.
You can't not go for it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, the eco's too clean. Also, a lot of times you go Drush against players who you want to delay, who might be going man-at-arms, something like that. But when you have 2 scout civs against each other, I think it just plays into the scout player's hands if you're allowing them to go scouts and just drushing them. So MBL's probably going to push deer or ostrich or zebra. He's just found his res, and I think we'll see the exact same from Leary.
Yeah, and MBL's going for the mill. He had 3 on wood, so both going into scouts for sure.
Yeah. Yo, Lodrog, thank you for the sorry, not the 100 gifted subs. The 10 gifted subs. Just still a lot. Appreciate it. Just for the sake of the series here, Dave, and it's been a great series because the games have been long. I am hoping to see MBL get some wins here because he's played so well in King of the Desert. It's just Leary's been one step ahead of him.
He speed ran King of the Desert. Aside from Yo, like he literally breezed his way through everyone.
Yeah, that's true.
So it'd be nice to see him get some momentum going for our sakes, for the viewers' sakes, because I don't think he's been on top form so far today. But like you said at the beginning of the series, Tristan, the longer this goes, I think the more that plays into MBL's strengths.
Yep.
We both watched that 6-hour arena game versus Hera, and MBL gained energy from that. Oh, Leary just killed his elephant, right?
What? With the TC?
He just killed it with the TC?
Well, there you go. Did he?
Momentum.
Okay. Can we... I've talked about this so many times in King of the Desert, so I need to say it again because it tilts me so much. Tato, Vivi, Leary, Yo. Like, players are still doing this, having confidence, and yet there's been half a dozen times in this tournament. What is this, a final where you win $17,000?
You're still shooting the TC with the elephant with the TC?
Don't do it. Like, what's going to happen? You're going to have a few more weak villagers underneath your town center. You don't have to do it. I get it because it's so tempting, and when it works, it looks so good and it feels so good. But the amount of times the players have failed with that in this tournament is just baffling.
But the thing is, Tristan, I don't think he wasn't shooting it with like 4 garrisoned.
Oh yeah,
he was shooting it with the villagers, and then he garrisoned one of the weak ones. And I think instead of hitting the flag button, he just right clicked it, and he shot it with 1 arrow. That's what I think happened there.
Okay, so it wasn't the attempt to weaken the boar or the elephant with the town center. Interesting.
I think he just got really unfortunate on the timing, and he misclicked.
Type a 1 in chat if you have shot deer or elephant or boar with your town center before and then been like, oh shoot. Dude, for whatever reason recently when I'm pushing in deer, I accidentally make that mistake. It's so frustrating. So I guess
MBL,
they're human too.
Tristan, look at MBL's economy right now and look what he's going on to.
Oh my god.
What? And he's going for it. But what?
I think if he knew, Dave, that Leary had just done that, he would not do this. But he's down 3 games, and in his eyes, Leary is a very strong player who's up 3 games, and he's thinking, I can't play straight up against him. He's going for a tower rush.
And to be honest, in King of the Desert, Tristan, we haven't seen many of these. Have we seen any of these, actually?
Well, when in the group stage, Vivi went for tower rush basically every game. I'm pretty sure, I'd have to ask him, but I think Miguel still has nightmares about that. Because at one point, I think there was like 12 towers around his base. But yeah, not from MBL, and Leary does not scout that. Oh no, he did scout it. He knows. Okay, there's a tower on my base.
So Leary's stone is forward, right under that tower. Does MBL see the other stone from Leary? He does not, and Leary's actually fortunate. It's quite far back in his base.
Oh yeah.
So if he does want to take that, it is a possibility for him.
Okay, sending some villagers back there. Now, one important thing you have to do with a tower rush nowadays, I think players should have done it more in the past, but they didn't have to because the HP was higher on the towers.
Wall in the towers.
I think you've got to wall them in. Yeah, you have one of these villagers here walling in that tower, just in case you lose control, it's not battered down.
Even getting like just 4 palisades instead of walling the entire thing, even that is good because then only a couple villagers can attack it at any given moment. And Leary putting a defensive tower on the wood line. MBL attacking the mill. I don't know how I feel about that.
Guys, at this point, I think MBL is going to be happy to force that defensive tower from Leary and just reposition to tower farms.
Ooh, MBL trapping the scouts at his base.
Oh my
You're
god!
trapped.
And he'll take out those 2 scouts, and Leary's already off of berries. So Leary being off of berries, now down 2 scouts. What a play from MBL. And Dave, maybe a bonus that we didn't bring up yet if MBL wants to stay forward is Khmer can garrison inside of houses.
Yep. You make a house to wall in that tower and for another place to garrison.
Now, there have been so many times we're casting games, and one player's behind. They go for something wacky. Oh god, I'll save that.
Here come the Vills. Here come the Vills with a counter tower, and that's stone now for a second tower that MBL has to realize that Leary has backstone somewhere.
Exactly. And it could be behind the main gold. It could be really anywhere. But I think if he scouts naturally to the right side, he might spot it anyways. But yeah, back to my point before Leary built that counter tower. We have seen so many times where someone's behind and then they go YOLO and they lose, right? And I say, why don't you try and play a little bit more clean? Play towards your strengths. As MBL traps another scout.
I'm not in here with you. You're in here with me.
This is MBL's strong suit. The forwards is how he does well against some of the higher level clean players. So it's not as if he's not playing towards his strengths right now.
That's a good tower on the wood line. And the secondary gold there. And Leary with an outpost, so he sees this coming in.
If MBL noticed the outpost, I think he would know the stones over there. Okay, he sees the outpost. He'll keep moving. Leary does not have the stone yet to build a counter tower, Dave. If MBL notices
keep going with your scout. Keep going with your scout. Keep going. Does he delete this tower and place one near the stone?
I think you do.
Well, he's got enough for a follow-up. He has enough for another follow-up tower.
I also like how MBL made defensive spears throughout all of this. He didn't have to do that. He also pulled villagers. No. He pulled villagers off of stone, Dave. So he does not have enough for a follow-up. Maybe at this point he wants to live with the towers he's got after denying 2 lumber camps and the berries and just wall them up.
And he's walling in the towers. So good. So good to wall in your towers. We cannot overstate that, especially at a high-level game like this. The worst case scenario, you delay them clearing that up in Castle Age.
He's also making a lumber camp there.
Ooh, Leary made 3 more scouts, Tristan, and he's looping around to the north now. But
Okay.
MBL doesn't really have any exposed economy other than his gold.
I mean, the scout attack can't be worse for Leary. What? He's lost 3 scouts to the elaborate
For
traps
nothing?
from MBL?
He killed,
so, yeah.
No, he killed a spearman. He killed one
okay.
spearman.
So good. Knowing MBL, I think he just tries to go Castle Age from here. I'd be very surprised if he does anything else. I'd like to see maybe a house on that sneak lumber camp just in case things get hairy there.
Well, I'd like to see a house in general.
Oh, God. And he got house. But he's getting wheelbarrow, so the ultimate eco upgrade to get when you get pop capped.
Is he even building a house behind it? Okay, he's got one on the move behind it. He's quick walling his gold.
Oh, another house with the quick wall. Yes. That's a good sign.
There's still a hole there, MBL.
MBL does not have anything here.
Oh, they're in.
Oh, boy. Well, complete the house, and then you hop inside the house. He won't lose a vill here.
Nope.
Whoop.
Khmer, too strong?
Drop it. Oh. But in the end, he's got enough on gold for now. So I think you just send those villagers to a straggler tree and make a few spears.
He's going to be up real soon, too.
Yeah, exactly. I think he's fine there. Any other civ that could be quite bad. And
oh, Leary manages to snipe a villager. He saw the weak one on the farms there.
Well done.
Super annoying with this extra scout production. He's suddenly gotten value from this. But still, I mean, how many scouts did he produce? 6 extra scouts, and he's only killed, what, 1 villager?
Yeah, and I feel like every game we've seen, Leary's gained control in the beginning of feudal, or gained control with a faster Castle Age time. Leary didn't gain any control in this game, and he's going to be much later to Castle Age. He also didn't even get an archer switch in yet. So
he doesn't see the forward stable from MBL. MBL killed that outpost, and he's making this stable right outside of Leary's Fog of War.
Wow, okay. Dude, I'm getting some huge Vivi vibes from MBL. Like, if Vivi's watching this, he's like, that's my boy, let's go. Oh, man, and Leary...
And here comes Leary forward.
Unlike him, Dave, but I think it's a great way to counter how MBL's playing, is just tower those woodlines and golds. Especially if MBL only has 1 lumber camp at home. Those villagers will have to go elsewhere.
Leary making the tower pretty far back so that MBL can't see those
tower.
knights, though, that come out immediately. Oh, MBL can see it because he got town wash. Probably because he got housed. But the knights from MBL are going to be really good in early castle.
MBL's intentionally chopping the trees. Oh, but he's showing the second stable to Leary. So now, because he just chopped through that tree, he could send any knights through those wood lines there. That was intentional.
And Leary is on the way to Castle Age as well. And MBL hasn't noticed this tower forward on him. He's going to be very surprised by that. Hops into the house and goes through. Needs another wood line other than the forward villagers.
Will Leary notice the stables, and will he notice that there is an overchop there?
It's hard to see that overchop, though.
I know, especially when you're focused on everything else. Like, he's trying to tower at the moment on that gold. MBL's pulling vills and spears to attack it, which could be dicey in a second. I think will be dicey in a second because Leary's going to have forging.
Ooh, Leary's walling behind it. Putting a gate behind that hole.
That's so good. Yep. He's got the stone too, so why not, right?
And only in an MBL game would we see a villager fight in Castle Age.
True. And it's
in the middle of the map.
Yeah, it was the right play for him. He just needs to make sure he has more spears arriving. Otherwise, he'll take losses.
He didn't lose anything there. He can hop into the house before the scouts come along. And the knights are through attacking that gate. The gate does not have armor when it's still a foundation. So the knights are going to get through pretty quick here into Leary's base. And there's 4 knights there, Tristan.
And Leary doesn't have spearmen. He's sending villagers back out. I don't think he knows what to do here, Dave. It's going to be stone walls, but stone quick walls. Not what Leary would have wanted.
No, and more knights just streaming in. The stone is exposed for Leary. The Knights are trying to find holes in the wood lines.
Oh, and at the same
There's a
time,
hole!
there's a hole. No, there is. And MBL needs to block. Okay, he could not get the block off there, but still villagers die as MBL defense.
Yeah, Leary can't kill that knight with villagers. He's going to lose all those villagers on his wood line. MBL, with the successful tower defense, hasn't lost a villager here.
And there's also a bad situation for Leary offensively because you've got pikemen next to towers. How do you kill with pikemen? You don't. You need the pikemen at home, Leary.
This is... The momentum here for MBL is huge. Look, the villas are still trying to kill that knight, Tristan.
No upgrades.
It was 10v1.
I think a lot of them spent time chopping as well and walling as MBL's in again. And MBL will probably get the momentum he's been looking for in this series, Dave. And he did it in the most annoying fashion to get here. Let's see if he can close it out, though, because he doesn't have wood. He's housed. He can't take wood at home.
Well,
he's got like
taking
5
wood
forward
at Leary's pace. So 5 lumberjacks is better than what Leary has currently, and he's about to get into the mining camp.
No way.
Through the mining camp into the gold. I don't think those villagers can repair fast enough.
No, they're not even working together on this. And rip to those vills as well. So messy.
Where's Leary's eco right now? He's 26 villagers, 23 villagers for Leary.
It's dead, dude. Like, his farms, he can't ever reseed a farm if he can't take wood. You're right in saying that the situation's a lot worse. Leary's not even garrisoned here.
Dude, I think he just left his PC, probably. Could someone give me an update on the camps? Because
if he's tilted, that's exactly what MBL wants. Oh, my God.
16 villagers, Tristan. Why is he still playing here?
What would MBL be saying? He's like, oh, he's tilted. He's like, yeah, he's tilted. Oh, geez, dude.
Oh, my goodness.
What a game.
What crazy pressure there from MBL with that tower rush that we were both skeptical of. But I think the key behind that tower rush is all the pressure that Leary put on MBL's economy.
Yeah.
MBL weathered the storm and like lost, what, 2 villagers throughout that whole thing?
It's so funny because, again, with any other player, I say you need to play more standard, even though it's tough against Leary. And MBL's like, no. Games 1 through 3, they weren't crazy enough. I needed to make it more crazy. And he went for a very rare forward with Khmer. It's very much not the meta, and he got the job done. So,
well, I think Leary also, if you think about how tilted he would be, he killed the elephant with 1 arrow from his TC. And then it transitioned into a messy Drush game like this. And then the walls weren't down. And then his villagers couldn't kill the knight. And then the knights got through the mining camp into his gold. And he couldn't pick a villager from MBL. Like, this has to be a very frustrating game for Leary.
Let's say you have 10 mistakes a series as a pro player. I think Leary just used up 7.
Yep.
Everything that could have gone wrong in that game went wrong.
It all went wrong, yeah. And like all his scouts got trapped at the beginning. He got 2 trapped, they died, and then he got another one trapped in the wood line from MBL.
Okay, well, score is now 3-1. Again, if Leary wants to win, he needs 3 more victories. He's only halfway there. MBL might just be getting started. But yeah, what a finals, man. Again, the games have all been really good. It's not as if the 3-1 scoreline is because Leary's been stomping early. It's just been all around good games with Leary getting the edge in a few.
Yeah, Leary needs to get back to the form he was in the first 3, definitely, because it looked to us like MBL couldn't find anything to stop it.
Yeah.
But now he's got a little bit of momentum, so we'll see if he can take the next game. I think the next game is very, very telling on how the rest of this series is going to go.
So, a Twitch chat. Big deal here. We have over 11,000. I appreciate every single one of you. And PC Nerd 37 hosted this stream with 1 viewer. So shout out to him because we have 1 more because of that big host today. Thank you, PC Nerd, for the 1 viewer host. You are incredible. Lund, thanks for the 21-month resub. Atherspawn, thank you for the 6 months of support. Thank you, Kajan. And Shake Those Cakes. Gifted a sub. Shake those
cakes, boys.
Thank you. Yeah, we have some other 1 viewer hosts. You guys are awesome. I hope you enjoyed your streams, 1 viewer hosters. Okay.
Game is starting.
Counting the streamer. I'm pretty sure +1 is the streamer, but I could be wrong. Let's go, Dave. Vietnamese versus Teutons. What? Teutons for MBL? This is what it comes to? Oh, God. What do you do against Vietnamese
I don't even
with
think
Teutons?
I don't think I've ever seen the civ matchup in like a competitive setting.
I think
What happens?
Well, we'll find out. MBO just won with towers, so if he wants to go Spears Towers, he could do that again. However, Vietnamese, let's talk about all their bonuses first. They know exactly where the enemy TC is. Their eco-technologies do not cost food. They have amazing archers with higher HP. I'd say they're a little bit one-sided, and they're a bit slower than a lot of civs can be, and they do struggle against siege, but I like Vietnamese more as a civilization. What do you think about Teutons, though?
I really don't know what to think about Teutons, because they got better with recent changes.
Yeah.
Notably the armor attached to the cavalry, but still they don't have significant eco bonuses, whereas the Vietnamese, obviously with the eco upgrades, it really helps them, and it'll propel Leary off to a faster start.
I feel like the farms, it's an extremely underrated bonus, right? Their farms are so discounted, and they do now get more melee armor on their knights. You might not see that play out, but if this is mid-Castle Age and MBL has Mangonels and knights,
yeah,
there's not a lot Vietnamese can really do against that. So I think, I don't know
you just
what
got to
MBL's
get there in a good position.
Yeah, just get there. And maybe that means it'll be messy, like in the previous game.
Leary didn't shoot the elephant with the TC.
All right, that's a start.
Upgrade.
And 4 on wood for Leary. Now, back to another civ where Leary likes to go for early militia, Dave. He didn't have that in the previous game. He had that in virtually every other game. So I'm expecting a barracks before feudal age for Leary. I'm expecting some type of aggression early. Ooh, if Leary wants, he could attack one of these villagers. Like, is there... Oh, no, wait. MBL got Loom?
Yeah, he's going out to wall early. This is the classic MBL, dude. Classic MBL gets Loom, starts walling at 4 minutes.
Okay, so that should prompt a barracks for Leary, so he can try and get through before the walls come up. But walls for MBL. So if you ever saw a Huang play, when Huang played Celts in a best of, sorry, let me back up. When Huang played Licks in a best of 3 in this tournament, which ended up being 2-1.
Leary's going to try and lame this
Teutons,
villager,
Dave.
I think.
Too late.
Yeah, and Loom too.
Like, Huang won with Teutons, and he Huang rushed, going with walls, and with knights, and with siege. So, if Huang can do it, MBL could do it. Interesting. I mean, he doesn't have to go fast castle here. Maybe he just wants to secure a bit of the map.
I mean, maybe, but getting Loom first?
Yeah, it's definitely...
Like, you're really committing to it. And now he's sending a villager out to gold, Tristan.
So he maybe wants to add a barracks. He did just spot the barracks from Leary, and he's being annoying and attacking the houses. He's like, hey, I know you're here. I know what you're making. There's the first militia. First of quite a few for Leary.
Still no mill for MBL, too. It's just, it's such an interesting
It's an
build.
MBL thing, yeah. And you said that he has basically speedrun to this tournament. That's exactly what he did in his wins against others as well. But I think a lot of people were prone to go for feudal age aggression against him. And Leary seems to be happy to go for the Drush in Dark Age. All right, we have the quick walls from MBL as he sees the militia. He's not making the mistake he made earlier in the day and attacking that for too long. Walls will be up. MBL is going to be fully walled, Dave. I don't see Leary getting through, and MBL could actually go FC against this.
Yeah, just look at the wall outline on the map. It's crazy what he can do. He really uses his imagination to wall up some of his bases. And he's going to delay the militia and the scout just long enough to complete the one in the north. Maybe he's trying to quick wall it. Maybe a house right there.
Yep, okay. Yeah. Well, house is always a good sign for him. I think Leary realizes what's going on. Leary did not make the third militia, which is standard. So he's thinking, I either go fast feudal against this, or I just go fast castle myself. Leary's just accepting he has to do it.
You know what's really going to mess up Leary? Seeing that if he checks the gold mine, seeing the 790 on one of them.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine he checks this, and he's like, wait a second.
Yeah.
Where is
Look,
this
he's
barracks?
checking it again, Dave. You're right. He's like, wait, if he took 10 gold, he's drushing as well.
Look, he's sending his drush back.
It'd
He's
be
like
interesting to
scouting.
me if he like, makes the third one now, just expecting the drush from MBL. This is when scouting hurts you, I guess. He's seen everything.
Well, like, there's no reason for MBL to go out and take 10 gold there.
Yeah.
Not that I can think of anyway, if you're not going for the drush.
I think he just had the Vils there, so he went for it. MBL will be up first, and I'm not convinced that MBL is going fast castle now. This is all over the
think he
place.
is.
Yeah, I think this might be very delayed scouts or ranges. 2 lumber camps, Dave. He's got 5 on one. He's got 9, or 4 on the other, which is 9 in total. None on gold. This is not FC for MBL. It's just mind games, just all over the place, making Leary think one thing, doing the other. What will it be, though?
I'm so confused. He's pushing a zebra. Okay, that's good. Winning the scout fight and now using his scout to get extra value is always excellent.
What's
just going to repair the wall behind this drush. And
if he was on gold, I would think, since he's pushing in zebra and all that, he might still be thinking fast castle with some market abuse, but does he open range or does he open stable? And Dave, he doesn't have a barracks. Is he going to sell all of his stone to go up?
I'm so confused.
I think he might want to go full siege monk here and go market blacksmith and sell his stone to go up. Now he's getting eco upgrade? What the? All right.
So he goes to feudal on 24 pop.
Okay, do you remember the build
to get eco upgrades?
Do you remember back when Golden Pit was really wallable? And Max would full wall, and he'd go up real fast to get full eco upgrades, and turn
but that's real fast.
Yeah.
This is not real fast.
I think that's MBL's logic here, is just get a lot of farms going. His castle age time might now be later than Leary's, but he can then make a lot of knights. I think that's the thought process.
Maybe, like, MBL's thought process is, if I do something so strange, Leary will overreact because he has no idea what I'm doing.
MBL trying to take out the militia. Leary
finally
sees,
a barracks.
Like, Leary's gonna think fast castle. Oh no, don't let the militia in. Oh no, now Leary could see what you're doing. That's good for Leary. But why the barracks now? Like, why not farms? We're confused.
Well, Leary's going to click up soon, and actually looking at MBL's resources, he's not that far away either.
Yeah. Especially considering the fact
But what did you gain? What did you gain from this? I mean, I guess he has the eco upgrades.
Long-term farms, yeah. Long-term food income. Leary, I guess we've been talking a lot about MBL's build. We know what Leary was trying to do, but it's not like he has the res to click up yet. So, not the best eco for him. And
you got to kill that militia now.
Leary's going to see the barracks, and if that militia dies, he's going to be extra confused now. Because he won't see the stable on the other side. What a weird game, Dave.
This whole series has been weird, Tristan. This has been anything but meta, this series.
I say this with absolute respect for MBL, of course. Dave and I are good friends with him. And, we probably watched him more than any other player over the last half-decade. I remember when I was trying to learn the game, I said to my buddy Tony, Tony, I don't know if you're out there, but Tony was around a lot in the past. I was like, I watched a lot of MBL. I'm going to learn his build orders. And Tony was like,
said, don't.
He's like, MBL is the worst person to watch, to learn builds from, because it's so all over the place. And it's actually a testament to MBL's skill, because he is all over the place. But he's still considered a top 5 player by many. So,
and he's going for a double stable here. And
it's
Leary,
good.
With the classic Drush into double archer range, but he modified it a little bit to click up before he added that second range. So, very, very nice from him. And he's going to have military presence in the middle of the map before MBL has anything.
He just saw the stable on the right. But yeah, the logic from MBL is, I'm now going to have the food to go 2 stable knights. Whereas if he went straight FC, Dave, I think he'd only be able to afford 1 stable.
Yeah.
So I kind of like it, but Leary will have crossbow pretty quickly.
Leary's got to be careful, though, early castle age, because MBL's not going to be too far behind. And if your military is exposed here, you could get wiped up in a second.
At the same time, I think MBL's got to be real careful. He needs that food income. At least repair or wall behind this palisade. That's concerning for me. But he's making scouts, Dave. I think he did this a lot in the past, pre-DE, He tries to make some scouts to get map control early, but look at Leary even using the militia. Let's see if the scouts...
MBL's going to loop around with these scouts. They are +1 armor.
But against crossbow soon, it's going to be a bit tough.
Yeah, but
he's
going to prevent Leary from taking down that wall. He's just going to delay him and try and pick off reinforcements here. I really like this.
Reinforcements is a good idea, as Leary has 2 more coming in. Chain barding for MBL, immediately house.
MBL house. But he loses a villager, so no longer house anymore, Pog.
That's true. It ends up being the same.
Here come the knights.
And here come the scouts.
And the scouts are in with armor. With armor, Tristan.
And
these villagers are going to struggle to kill them.
You're kidding me. This, again, has got to be so frustrating from Leary's position. You have to quick wall an entire wood line because of 2 scouts.
Yeah, you're going to have to quick wall your gold, too.
And now you're right, Dave. With +2 knights on the way, Leary's got to be careful. Leary with the quick walls. And
can't do it.
I think 2s are exposed there.
Yep.
MBL would just go for 1 Vil kill, and I think be happy with that. Blocking, he's hitting, he's blocking. That villager is dead.
Good micro from both. MBL manages to take it. And Leary forced to come back to deal with this and to not lose his army forward. What does MBL do behind this?
Oh, you've got to go
just constant
siege.
Night production.
You've got to go siege. You've got +2 already. This is an invitation to place the siege workshop forward. And there it is for MBL. Yeah. Like, normally it's a struggle to get the siege workshop up because you don't have +2. You don't have the map control, but MBL actually has the map control now. Maybe MBL had one too many Tootin' Tuesdays, and it's brought us to this.
Don't plug your channel here.
No, that's MBL. That was MBL. It? Yeah, MBL is like MBL's the one who started Tootins, and for like 2 weeks he did Tootin' Tuesdays, and then he got sick of it.
He's looking for weak vills. Every time he gets near a villager with less than half HP, he kind of diverts with those scouts. But look at the value he's getting out of this.
Yeah. I think this was the one tell we had in one of the hidden cups. Someone adding scouts like this right before castle. Like, that's an MBL thing to do. And there's the siege workshop, Dave. So another game where MBL... Oh, and he's going to dive in with +2 knights. Why not?
Going to pick a villager, a crossbow, and then run away.
Yeah,
Leary is all on the back foot here. He picks off another villager with that scout, Tristan. And Leary has to be so annoyed by this.
I'm annoyed. Like, I'm also enjoying this because I don't have to deal with it. But... my goodness.
We've got 14 crossbows splitting up on both sides of a gold to take care of 1 scout.
What a hero. What a hero. And there he goes.
He goes right through the middle.
He might die. Okay, finally goes down. But salutes in chat to that legend. And Dave, you can only afford to have this many farms at this stage and go 2 TCs with 2 stables with a civ with a crazy farm bonus. So Tootin's paying off here.
He's really using that to his advantage. And we were questioning the Tootin's pick against Vietnamese. And now Leary... finally thinking about going forward. I think he has to realize there's a forward siege from MBL somewhere, but he hasn't scouted that part of the map, so he can't even palisade scan there.
And the TC on the left is just asking to be eaten.
That wood line's asking to be over-chopped. And I think the knights can run in there. Is there a hole yet?
There's a hole. There's a quick wall. But their Mangonel's there. So Leary's doing a really smart thing here. If you remember how he was able to beat MBL earlier when MBL was scout, he went crossbow and he went knight. So he added the stable even before he saw the siege, and that's a good thing. The downside is, and the difference, the key difference between this game and the previous one I'm referencing, is that MBL's not going YOLO here. He will be on 3 TCs. I don't know how he can manage to do everything at once. He probably won't have monks forward, but yeah, 3 TCs is no joke with Tootins. And there they are.
And Siege Workshop defensively from Leary, but that's in a bad position.
Yeah, villager down. MBL spotted that immediately. I think it's the best position. He could place that on this side. Just rough in general right now as the knight comes forward. But I think, well, he's going to have 2 knights. MBL might not see it. We'll see if the Mangonel goes down. MBL notices it. It might survive. No, it won't. But, oh, I'm surprised more villagers didn't die there.
Gets a good shot on that one Vil, and the crossbows are coming forward. MBL hasn't seen them in a long time, so he has to kind of figure that Leary might be going for a counterattack, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a defensive Siege Workshop from him as well.
I wouldn't be surprised to see MBL get pop capped at 70 here. He's producing a lot of stuff. Knights, villagers out of 3 TCs. He's also going to get attacked, but I love how the TC's on the opposite side of that gold. I don't think
That
Leary's
TC for
expecting
Leary
it.
is in such a bad position to defend against this.
Yep.
Like, he's so cut off over here in the corner. And now Knights from MBL just running straight through Leary's main TC.
What?
He is pop capped at 70.
Surprise!
He has 4 Knights in the back, and Leary only with 2 Knights of his own in defense, and he can't find anything to hit at MBL's base.
Oh, and 1 for 1 there, but MBL still has 1 Mangonel around. There's also an overchop there, Dave. If MBL wanted to send a few more Knights in there, he could. MBL, many said, would get stronger as the day goes on, and he's doing so much damage to Leary.
He could kill, I think he's going to kill this TC and then just kill all the villagers underneath. Second Mangonel coming out from him. The Knights for Teutons are so hard to deal with Knights of your own, and MBL's walling out the crossbows that are in his base now.
Wow, walling out the crossbows. It's a rough situation as he makes a siege workshop there, Dave, but he's got a Vil lead. He's got a military, I'd say a military lead in terms of control, and yeah, the TC could
I think it's
Ian.
over. All the villagers come out. MBL's picking them off with the Knights. He's still in the gold with the Knights.
MBL coming back, ladies and gentlemen. Leary cannot deal with this pressure. Crazy stuff here. And MBL even with the micro, and will still go 1 for 1. It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter. Wow.
At this point, you don't even really care about army numbers. Just keep sending the Knights in,
Yep.
picking off villagers. Leary is at 29 villagers again.
Yep. Imagine starting off the day going 3-0. And then losing the last 2 games like this. Yeah, like mentally, MBL, he probably prefers to be the underdog, and he probably likes how this is going now. The score is 3-2, ladies and gentlemen. No one is thinking 6-0 Leary anymore. We have ourselves a series.
And it's so funny because the 2 games he's lost, what did we see? We saw Khmer straight up tower rush, which is unorthodox at best. And then we see Teuton slow feudal into eco upgrades into Castle Age Knight production.
It's just things that confuse the casters. Like, why? This isn't a thing, but it is for MBL. This is what's so great. Like, there's a lot that's great about competitive AoE2 right now in the community we have, but the diversity of personalities and players is just next level. And I think we're seeing that here in the final. Leary, he's gonna have to scout a bit more, Dave. I don't know. He seems surprised by all of that. How does he find an answer?
Would you not be surprised and confused?
Yeah.
By the things you've seen the last couple of games?
Like,
I mean,
the feudal time, the barracks, but no follow-up. Like, Leary tried to go FC there. He had the faster castle time, but MBL still pulled it off. Yeah, 1057 feudal into farming upgrades, 1722 castle, and wins that game and destroys 44 kills and 14 units lost.
Jan bringing up a good point. Teuton's 100% win rate in KOTD.
How many times have they been played?
I don't know. I just trusted him.
I mean, that might be the case, but also that might be the first time that they've been played in the final stages.
Still 100%, baby.
We are actually going to see more civs in the finals than we would normally see, right? Because best of 5s, you see repeat civs. Best of 11, 12 civs picked for each player. Fume Knight, thank you for the 3 months. Chesko, thank you for gifting 5 subs. On the back of the subs you gifted yesterday. Kidla, thank you very much. Thank you to all the Twitch Primes out there. And also, guys, T90 Watcher, I assume this person came to Twitch to watch some Age of Empires, has now been subbed for 2 years. Thank you, T90 Watcher. Glad you're still watching. Wow, Dave. I'm so happy just for the series, you know?
Yeah.
I was really worried that it was going to be...
We both know how MBL is when he gets in a slump. It can really slide hard, so I felt it from you.
Yeah.
I was just kind of worrying about that potential for 6-0 when it doesn't really do the skill of both of these players justice to have a result like that.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that MBL is back in this series. Leary, though, still winning 3-2, and the first 3 games were just so dominant from him.
Yeah, exactly. So, I don't know. It's been a close series. This is why I was trying to put in the back of people's minds when it was 3-0 that the games were not stomps from Leary. It was dominant, but MBL had opportunities, so maybe he's warmed up now.
Well, these last 2 games have been stomps. So
yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. There's one player who would get stronger as the series goes on, which we've said many times. It would be MBL. But it's even though Leary doesn't have 10-hour AoE 2 sessions, He's got plenty of long sessions in Dota, which before 3 months ago, everyone said was the bad thing about Leary. Everyone said, well, he's got to play more Age to get to the next level. And that's proven to not be the case. He shows up. He won Red Bull, and he's here in the finals now. Both players doing the small things, Dave. Here's the Civ draft, everyone. Again, there's so many Civs, so we're not going to speculate too much. Just remove the Civs from the last 2 games. MBL 1 with Khmer and Toots. There's not many Archer Civs there for Leary. So if MBL wants a good time for Goths, Dave, he might not find it.
Leary has Aztecs, Slavs, and Vikings left. Oof.
Yep. Byzantines can always be tricky. Remember in tournaments in the past, players wouldn't necessarily want to pick Byzantines, but they would ban them because they're awkward to play against. I think we might
see Malay here from MBL.
If he wants to pick Civs near the tail end of his, his draft, he could go that route. I remember he beat Velez with Malay against Vikings, so that might be a matchup he likes. Egg fruit. No, I'm friends with Leary on Discord, and more often than not, Leary, it says, is playing Dota 2. So he's mechanically sharp all the time because he's playing. I mean, give him credit. I think 50% of all his games played in Age of Empires 2 DE are not on the ladder. So it's either practice games or tournaments. Exactly. Yeah. So like when he's playing serious. He doesn't care about road to 2600, boys. Leary's like, get me some tournament wins.
Does have one of the worst emotes ever on his Twitch channel.
It's true.
Horrible.
It's true. I think there's got to be
objectively awful.
Word Salad says T90 has a nice number of followers. Okay, yesterday we passed 169, by the way. I was going to look for it throughout the stream, but I figured I had to actually cast games. So,
do we have any Leary subs here? Can we get that in the chat?
There's got to be.
Just to show.
Which one are you talking about, though? The one
that's
the
like face with
paint?
the hands? The one holding the trophy.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty bad.
It's awful. We're just waiting for them to start the game, by the way, guys. They're taking a small break. I can see him in the lobby. It should start soon.
Yep. Poulter, speaking of subs, thank you for the 7.
That one. There it is.
Farland's got it.
He's got 2 versions of it, too.
What? Oh, man. Yeah, I've had nightmares about that emote. Just like people have had nightmares about the creepy emote, I'm sure. Crazy Hippo, thanks for 10. He says, when is King of the dessert? Oh, I see. So it's after, that's like after the main course. That's when King of the Dessert is. Orient, thanks for 2 with Prime. He says, good luck with the stream. Thanks. Going good so far. Father Trace, appreciate it. Fume Night, thank you. You could consider this the halfway point of the series, Dave. So maybe they both won a couple seconds. Or maybe it's Leary just wanting a couple seconds. MBL is probably like, start. Dude, you brought up the 6-hour game that Hera and MBL played many months ago. You brought up how during that, we're watching both players' point of views.
We're messaging each other.
Yeah, Dave and I, as that's going on, I've got Hera on one monitor and Dave on the other. And we're
MBL on the other, and we've got...
That's what I meant to say, yeah. And Dave and I are messaging each other. MBL is getting more energetic. Hera hates himself more and more. And then after the 6-hour game ends, MBL immediately queues up for another game. Immediately. He didn't take any breaks.
Hera took a 5-minute washroom break in the middle of that game, too. And instead of leaving his computer, MBL's like, okay, we go chess. We go chess.
I forgot about that. Like, that is the type of player you're talking about when you're talking MBL. So the best of 11, I mean, don't be surprised if this goes to distance here.
And here is game number 6, Tristan. It's already started.
All right, Dave.
Slavs speed up.
And Berbers. Now, if we're talking about all-in civs, if we're talking about knights, MBL has another one. But Slavs do have the answers to that. So, yeah, here we are, everyone. I will keep Leary in the blue. He's Slavs. And we have MBL in the red in the north. I don't like Berbers against Slavs if it gets to Ram Pike, because Berbers don't have any real strong answers to that. But I think Berbers can take advantage of one thing in particular that MBL likes to do, and it is walling, and it is forwarding.
Yep. Faster villager speed is very, very nice with that. Also, Berbers have quite a bit of mobility. And Slavs usually want to just go for halbs late in the game, and that's pretty slow. I don't know. It's going to be tough.
So there was a tournament, I forget what it was called. No, it was called the Mono Civ Cup. It was a small tournament about a year or two ago. And in that tournament, based on the seed and the strength of civilizations, players had to play with only one civ throughout the entire event. It was a small little event. MBL got Berbers. And what MBL did with Berbers was 21 pop up. He'd be fully walled, and he would go forward frequently. Regardless of whatever civ he was up against, he'd send 4 villagers forward. So I think that MBL is certainly going to be comfortable with walling with this civ. He might do the same thing, Dave. He might try and make it messy going to Leary's base.
Can I just point out that I don't think we've seen a single lamed goat this entire set?
That's true.
Like, I think all the players have found their starting resources. There's no laming, like intentionally or unintentionally.
Yeah. MBL is going forward now, but I don't think he's going to find too much. Leary actually, yeah, he sees his goats are over there. He'll get that. I would say that that's probably a good thing, Dave. The only loss of resource has been when Leary didn't find his resources. No. He did find his resources. He just shot his rhino.
MBL struggling to find Leary and already placing the walls. He's going to wall to his TC and then...
to the edge of the map.
Yeah, probably edge of the map from that wood line and then the other wood line to the TC on the left side.
I hate these stone positions for MBL. Unless I'm missing something, yeah, all of his stones are outside of these walls, so Camel Archer's probably not an option for him. And Dave, we talked about Leary having his resources and all that,
MBL
but
took
he is
a goat.
Lose a goat. You jinxed it.
One goat.
Leary, oh, look at Leary scouting. How did he not find the other two? Oh my god. That's so unlucky.
Where are they? I'm trying to...
To the left of the town center.
Oh my god. What?
Is he going to check that, or is he just going to push in his
No, he's going to push.
now?
He's just going to assume. Like, there's no world where there's 2 goats there, and MBL didn't find them.
You know what that does is that means Leary's going to have to sit back a bit more for now, not scout what MBL's up to.
That's so frustrating. That's happened to everyone who's ever played this game, I think.
The worst was when, like, back with the really bad map scripts, I think especially on Black Forest where there'd be ponds near your TC, or the old Arabias too, you'd have, like, the go to the back of the TC, or the back of the pond, sorry. I guess just early walls for Leary, and he'll still be thinking of going feudal, but he has not found MBL yet. And MBL... is he... What's the scout doing right now, Dave? Oh,
well, he's protecting the Ville. Yeah, Leary's base is super cute, though, I have to say.
Super cute.
Tiny house people. We were talking about that before. Leary's totally invested in it. All about the lifestyle, and he's secured his wood lines back here and his berries. He's going to have to go out at some point for that gold, though.
Yeah. So MBL, with a later feudal age, and this is how you want to calculate it, because if you're walling with 1 or 2 villagers in Dark Age, you probably shouldn't go for the same uptime as someone who's not. And he will be in a good spot with the golds, Dave. He's got his golds on the back. The stone's the only issue, like I said. This will be a scout build for MBL. And then for Leary, he's making a barracks now. But he's not on gold. He doesn't have gold protected. This will also be scouts for him.
MBL's got a crazy amount of space.
Yep.
Like, look at these walls. That's nuts, man. The square footage on his house is really out of this world. And Leary might even run into the TC here.
It depends on how he's going to path here.
He doesn't see it at all.
Oh,
there it is.
Passing.
Hello.
Oh, took some damage. MBL will now be tempted to chase that, but MBL will also realize that he might be later to the next stage. No barracks yet for MBL? Is he going to do the same thing?
Leary's going to go right through.
I think Leary should consider it.
Yeah, I think he needs to figure out what MBL's up to. I think that's worth the scout.
Is MBL going to go for the fast eco upgrades, fast forms again? Okay, that's probably going to make this quite even. And MBL with 3 less HP. This could go either way with hills. And yeah, there's the fight. Leary, wait a second. Where's the
Leary
stable?
had less HP. No stable.
No stable. So Leary's adapting. He's like, don't do this again. I'm Slavs, so I'm going to go for the same approach and just match you with a few spears, I guess.
So, the metagame... Okay.
It's all right, Dave. You can do it. You can do it. We can get through this.
The metagame in the pro scene has come so far and adapted so much that we're just going to see FC from both players here, right? One spearman from Leary, that's it?
I think because of how MBL wants to play this. It's like when you play Huang, you have to do what he does. You have to go up. Well, now there's a stable for Leary. But why make it now? Like, now I'm a little bit confused. Because you know MBL's walled. Interesting
Well,
stuff.
he needs a building to go up to Castle Age anyway.
That's true, but that's 3 farms that he could build right now.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't have hated it if he went for the scouts in the first place. He needs some map control, and he doesn't know. Like, MBL could add a stable now for all he knows. But yeah, MBL finds the goats, which Leary never found, so those goats will probably be taken. MBL scouting around. MBL sees the stable now. Probably shouldn't get trapped in here, but he's going to be annoying. Oh my god. I love that.
That tells me, that little maneuver right there tells me that MBL's got some of his confidence back.
Yep.
And he started to enjoy the set, I think.
Yeah. Dave, market now. If he's going into camel archers, I like market blacksmith, but a market. I refuse to think this is weird and it's not going to work anymore after the last 2 games, but...
Market into what? Because you mentioned it before. His stones are awfully exposed.
I think
market blacksmith. Okay.
I think he might be tempted to go all in. He might be tempted to sell some stone, go up fast, and just go all in 1 TC Knights.
Is Leary... Leary's sending a villager forward.
What?
What?
He hasn't seen much.
Is this a Vivi tower on that wood line?
He doesn't even know it is his wood line.
I like how he's got the spearman. I think the spearman's actually guarding the villager. He's using the guard command on that villager with the spearman to prevent a lion killing him as MBL goes up to the castle age.
MBL didn't sell any stone. He's not mining stone. He doesn't have a stable yet, but it's probably going to come. Yeah, a lot on wood, MBL. 4 on gold, so I'm still really uncertain on what this turns into. He just sold wood? Oh, no, he just used wood for a barracks, which he'll, of course, need. That's a lot of investment into buildings. He could have just gone barracks, stable, blacksmith.
I like how if you're like a new viewer coming into the scene and you're like, man, these casters don't know anything. They have no idea what these players are going for. Like, it's just MBL. I can assure you, it's 100% MBL just being strange.
Yeah, and it has worked. So, can't say much about that. Dave, I think Leary, being Slavs, realizing that Siege Monk is one of his strengths, I think he might be tempted to go into a similar build, and that's why the forward villager's there. So not for the tower, but just for the pressure.
Yeah, MBL still has his scout alive. He's actually doing some good work with that, but I don't think he's going to bring it back to this area and actually see that villager before the siege workshop comes up.
Leary saw the barracks, sees there's a flag there. So it'd be the time where if you're going to go pike siege, you start adding the spears. Is MBL going to check this right side now? Is he confused? Or is he just going
for
a
scout? TC on the right side? He's going boom?
We'll see, Dave. I think it's really important that Leary did not bring MBL's spearmen over to that hill. This might be roles reversed. You're right. Maybe boom. Housed! You had the whole time while you're on the way to feudal, MBL.
Well, I mean, he's getting wheelbarrow and he's still not... Okay, he's making a house now. It's just, it's frustrating. It really is.
I mean, wheel's not a bad upgrade. So, you know, do that. Make a house in the meantime. But yeah, dude, he's going 3 TCs. Leary might be confused, but I think Leary realizes he's going to need to pressure this game. There's that siege workshop. Slavs are so good with this, and that's such a good hill to push from as well.
It feels like such a max push, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like if this was Hidden Cup and we saw this strat
One
from Leary,
villager? Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like something Max would do, especially in the corner of the map, like in a really unexpected position.
It's also really important to bring up, this is not typical Leary. So I don't know, like he played good in defense when MBL was doing it to him, but can he do it offensively as good as others can?
And MBL's going to hate the fact that it's over here, too, because Leary can push down into that TC he placed on the right-hand side from that hill. But saying that, one of the best players defending against this, I mean, MBL's played how many games against Wong?
One
Hundreds?
too many.
Yeah, thousands?
MBL snipes Leary's scout, but MBL loses his scout in the process. I think MBL should expect this. He doesn't see upgrades on the Knights, and he was just at Leary's base, and he doesn't see Leary doing much. So it's either full boom for Leary, or Leary's taking some type of a position.
And Leary's adding a second TC behind this, so it's going to be a strong, forward.
Yeah, you can be a few villagers down with Slavs because of the farming speed, and then you pressure. I think it's a really good move. And MBL, like, with a hill shot, Dave, could lose so many vills in that wood line. No outpost from him, no extra house walls behind the palisades there. I mean, the Knights could soon be a problem.
Here comes the mangonels. No town watch either. Need to get house more often.
And oh, what, he missed!
Didn't lose one.
He missed! And MBL just gets out of there. So Leary went for the worst attack round I've ever seen. I guess
he could have just right-clicked the villas. It would have been better than that.
So you should have gone for the smarthy dodgeball approach there.
Okay, MBL needs to delete farms and get some walls up
That
here.
hurts, though. That hurts. At the end of the day, Leary's still going to have a strong force. He's still going to have the hill. MBL could lose his monastery. MBL doesn't have the eco for pikemen. Yet this is a complete surprise.
Look at how many villagers on gold here for MBL. He's going to have to buy his resources.
Oh,
Leary,
man.
though, has to be careful that he doesn't get too many knights converted. I think MBL's got 2 monks now, or is it only 1 on the field?
I saw 1. But as I said, I think the monastery goes down, and then after that, what happens is Leary tries to take out the TC. I mean, at this rate, take out the barracks and just break in with the knights. There's a lot of possibilities, and this all stems from the sneakiness from Leary.
Yeah, MBL did not see that early enough in order to react to it, and a great attack round from Leary there on the spearman.
MBL gets a conversion on the knight, Dave. This is the weakness of not having too many of your own monks here, but there is one for Leary. And this is perfect play from Leary. You're on 2 TCs. You're behind by, what, 10 villagers, but you've got an unstoppable force, and you can melt a TC.
House again.
I think we're seeing what this type of a build can do, Dave. In King of the Desert 1 and 2, we never saw this many forward Mangonel pike pushes.
Nope. We saw it maybe from a couple players. Maybe from Max, maybe from MBL.
And, yeah, this semi-final, I think, get used to it, guys. MBL got his wins with it. Now Leary's looking to return the favor with one of the best civs for this build. That TC's going down. MBL's in big trouble.
Yeah, he's ahead in villagers, but like the idle time and the resource allocation here for him is just not ideal. He does have a Mangonel in defense. He's getting a couple knights now, and he has a monk. But look at this army from Slavs. It's nuts.
Yeah, MBL's got 1 Mangonel. It's not where it needs to be right now. I think the TC goes down before he can get a shot off here. And it does. TC officially eaten, and now Leary will micro. MBL goes for the conversion. Leary back
MBL
away.
has to wait to engage here. He has to wait till he has enough army. He can't trickle it in. Is he going for the counterattack with those knights?
I think.
Really?
I mean, he needs something to distract Leary.
He needs houses.
He's gonna lose houses at the rate he's building them. He's building forward houses. Oh God, MBL's weakness. Dave, if Leary gets redemption, I mean, even without redemption, I feel this game is over. This is just too
Bro,
much.
he's got 6 Mangonels in MBL's base.
This is ridiculous. And oh, MBL sends out the 2 knights. They'll get converted. They should get converted.
Yep.
What's this RNG?
Both of them gone. Both of them gone.
There we
MBL
go.
has to rebuild his market. He was all in on gold there to support his economy. He can't get into with the knights at Leary's base. Might be able to deny TC, but...
Okay, he gets 1. Can he get another one here? He does. Can he get another one? No. He does have a
Mangonel of his
there.
own now.
Leary has the knights, though, and Leary will take that out, no problem. Looking at the knights did kill villagers, so Leary's been distracted.
He gets a shot.
Oh my God! So that was, what, 2 for 5? It still might not matter, Dave, but that was huge.
That slows Leary down so much. And MBL killed 3 villagers on that TC Leary tried to make at the front. This game was like 100% over as MBL gets a monk now with the Mangonel.
And also converted the
that
pikeman.
just changed everything. What
does MBL do here? He could maybe sneak out to that stone on the left. Get a castle up at some stage. I still think you've got to continue to do more of the same with Mangonel defense, and then you need to choose some type of offensive military. I don't think he has the choice right now. And oh, there's Redemption making a difference. And now MBL pokes his head out and says, no, not today, monk. Pays a price for it. But yeah, Dave, with Redemption, the monks will convert all of MBL's defensive siege. That's the problem.
That was such a huge game changer, that shot. Like, I think we both thought this game was
over.
100% done.
Yep.
And now, Leary, instead of having 6 Mangonels in MBL's eco, has only got 2.
MBL's going to try pike longsword. Guys, do Berbers get supplies? If you're going to fully invest into this, you need to hide it for as long as possible. If they get supplies, maybe get supplies, go longsword pike, which is so interesting because it's something Slavs are good at. Leary's not paying attention, Dave. And
he's going to lose 2. MBL, he's been on point with this Mangonel defense. He somehow survived this. I have no clue how.
Supplies! We've seen so much of that this tournament, and it's really crucial now that Leary does not break through, because if Leary spots that, he'll know what's up. More barracks for MBL. Again, looking at Leary's point of view now. He's very well aware that MBL's exposed on the left side, but like...
Yeah, he just figured that out with that scout. MBL's got a couple knights over there in defense, though.
And a Mangonel, and if he has the time, like, he can't go just longsword, but if he has the time to go pike longsword, I think Leary, he could get caught out. Leary making a stable, though, Dave, so maybe he's thinking of making some more knights. He does have a lot of upgrades, full attack upgrades on the pikes and the knights, with some monks there. Oh, and what's to stop him from running through here?
Well, 3 monks coming over from MBL. Okay. So he can theoretically run through here, but with the knights from MBL, the TC fire, and the 3 monks, I think he can engage.
Where does MBL attack first?
You gotta wait, man. You gotta wait till you have like 20 longswords. Get a house! MBL, please. House.
Where is he making one? Tell me he's making one. He is.
He's making 2.
Can this change in 2021? The year's almost over. Just have one villager and build houses. It's been 5 years, bro.
We're stuck with it. I'm sorry.
Well, when Hidden Cup 4 rolls around, it'll be easy to guess who MBL is.
He gets another Mangonel. Leary just not on point like he was in the first couple games. With the Mangonel micro, MBL sniping them left and right. Just slowing him down so much.
Yep, he struggled against this push on his 2 losses, and now he's struggling to push in the same way. But, you know, Dave, this is a pretty even game, and all comes down to that surprise. Leary
surprise supplies, and Leary's coming in with the knights.
That's good.
MBL gets a decent shot on the pikeman, but Leary's sniping the Mangonel, so that's good for him.
Also, remember that you really would want to have stone to get a defensive castle or an offensive castle after a push if you're in MBL's position. He cannot take any of his stones.
Look at the crazy amount of units here from Leary streaming in, still attacking that TC with a Mangonel, and here come the longswords from MBL.
Is it... Don't you want longsword pikemen, though? Do you want just longsword?
You do, because Leary added 4 stables at the front of his base to spam knights. So you definitely do, but now MBL with 16 longswords coming in here. 20 longswords, actually.
Surprise! There's a large hill there. That's a fine fight for Leary to take, I think. You've got the hill. Sure, you lose your siege, but you're taking out longswords. MBL really needed 50-50 numbers, I think. Knights are doing work here, Dave. +2/+2. Longsword, huge waste so far.
Yeah, if Leary loses momentum here, though, suddenly there's going to be a giant wave of military coming back across the map towards his base.
That's a good point. I'm curious.
So he's losing a lot of numbers.
I'm curious how Leary's going to choose to play this now. He's still sending the knights forward. I think the KD, it shows that it's been around the same with the kills, but position for Leary at home, he's completely untouched. MBL's had idle time, and Leary wants to drop a forward castle, so he's not going to build a defensive one. He's going to go for it, Dave. Is this too risky?
MBL needs pikes here, man.
I don't
Stop
get
making
why
the
he
longswords. You see all these knights coming in.
Oh, geez, this is so bad, man. Made a
He's
few
getting
camels
pikemen
here.
finally. And he does have quite a few monks.
Also has quite a few upgrades, and he has food and he has wood, so I thought pikemen would be an option for him.
Here come the villagers. Does MBL see this?
I don't think Leary needs this castle, but if it goes up, it's a great position for him. Oh, man. I mean, pikeman upgrade's going to arrive, but now Leary's going to raid on the left. Leary's still holding in the mid. The castle's on the way. Leary's all over MBL. MBL queuing up pikeman. He's housed again at the worst possible time, but don't worry. Leary's going to help him by slicing and dicing villagers.
And he's not taking efficient fights against the knights with his longswords, but Leary is suddenly not a whole lot of military near this forward castle, Tristan, and they're getting wiped up. Could this be a doubt castle?
Is this a risk you had to take, Leary?
No,
Did you need
it's
to
not.
do this? It was never necessary. There's a Maganel on the way. Leary's trying to wall off his vills, and if
There's
he walls
monks
off
there,
one or
though.
two, the Maganel might be the answer to that.
The Mangonel's coming forward. Leary needs to kill that Mangonel.
Oh,
the castle
God.
is almost up.
Wow.
It's at 90%, and there go the villagers.
There's one left. She still chooses to fight on, and I guess Leary's like, I'm not happy about that. I'll take out that Maganel. What if the Vil survives, though? No.
No, she did.
That's a bit of a throw there from Leary. I still think... Oh, you know what? I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think. He doesn't have the military.
Look at the villagers. Look at the villagers coming forward.
He doesn't
though,
have the
Tristan.
military
He might
to
get
support
that
this.
up.
No. 25 military versus 5. MBL has way too much, and now Leary's just going to build a castle in the middle. Is MBL actually going to imp? How? I don't understand how MBL's still in this, and he's imping now.
Yeah, he's only 86 villagers, though. I mean, Leary did a huge amount of damage with the night raids.
Dude, we haven't looked at Leary's eco. It feels like all game. MBL will keep that castle denied. Now, Berbers, they do get fully upgraded champions. It's worth pointing that out. I think Slavs will probably want to do the same in him. But Leary invested so much more into the production as far as cost is concerned, Dave. He got +2/+2 on the knights, threw a lot of them away.
I'd love to see MBL get a castle somehow, but we were talking about it at the beginning of the game. The forward stones.
Yeah, it's tough.
Really struggling with that. Now Leary's on the way to Imperial Age, and you have to favor Leary in this position.
I think Leary
even
at
with
this
the Doubt
point-
Castle.
Yeah, like, leave the castle there. It's whatever. Go into champion, and you have map control still where MBL can't take res, so it's not an awful position. Now, Dave, I don't think we're gonna see it, but let's just talk about it ahead of time. We talk about MBL being housed. Look at the right side. There are 23 houses for Leary, and if Leary does not maintain this map control, all those houses are going down, and that could catch him at the worst possible time.
He's got more houses there than he does in his base.
I think he has more houses than MBL does on the entire map. MBL's got 25, so holy. Not seeing what MBL's going for yet. Berbers do not get help, and I guess he can't go beyond the longsword right now.
Leary even making light cav upgrade, and he snipes a monk from MBL on the front. There is a secondary gold there on the front as well from MBL.
Yep. I think
Lots
Leary,
of exposed resources.
I think Leary, even though pikemen are out, could still go for cav just to raid, as he's trying it here. I think MBL, let's see, he's getting fletching. Is he going to get chemistry? Because I saw university, Dave. I feel like he might
Chemistry's
go
coming
for
in.
hand cannoneers.
I mean, hand cannon and then bombard cannon to push behind it.
Yeah.
Maybe. We see the tech switch from Leary into longswords
It
right
is.
now, so he's going to have champions on the field.
I mean, after Druzina comes in, Slavs are just way better. Plus, Slavs still have the farms here. Speaking of, 26 on food for MBL. It used to be higher for him, but now it's 56 for Leary with Slavs. So, I mean, that food eco is no joke. He can do anything with that.
And important thing here, MBL is going to run out of wood soon. Going to run out of wood
True.
access. If Leary manages to cut off the wood at the front,
And on the left,
which he's
yeah.
kind of done already, and the wood on the left, MBL's going to be really strapped for resources.
And normally we don't bring that up at 43 minutes as MBL house walls there. Leary trying to raid. Nice job from MBL, Dave, but pretty much all game, despite MBL holding on when we thought he was dead, it has
Monk's
been,
dying.
can MBL hold on?
And here come the
Oh boy.
longswords. I would send a couple villagers forward with this to try and finish off that castle,
Yeah.
actually.
Finish off the first castle and then build the next one because he has another one waiting for the TC. Dave, hand cannons, there's big problems with that. They're low HP.
Look at that castle from Leary, that castle position. It's only 113 HP, though. Okay, deletes it. He's going to finish this one and then place one even more forward.
That's got to go up. That's got to go up. And if it goes up, it's next to the ranges, which MBL so badly needs for the hand cannons. Chemistry took so long for MBL. And Dave, this is the side that MBL needed to expand to. He can't go anywhere else. He's surrounded.
There's blue dots all around his base, and the raids are going to come into his wood line now, into his farms. There's no way back here for MBL.
I don't think so.
This is over.
Hand cannons, so slow. Against so low HP. Yes, they are good against champions, but still, you're not doing anything to Leary. Is that a town center from MBL's building a town center on the most awkward hill in the back of his base just to protect villagers, I guess.
He's got bomber cannons on the field. Like,
well,
I get that you're still trying to fight back, but unlikely you can fight back from this position, especially against a player like Leary.
This is MBL being the cockroach we call him. He's held on in this game when he should have been dead earlier. He's going to continue to try. And he might even take that castle out. But Leary, normally here he's getting the relics, or at least he has in the series. And he's just going to pick his spots, and it's going to be so tough. I think that castle goes down, dude. Just MBL thinks.
I think it does, but like, what does that get him?
Yeah,
he's still like no wood.
He still can't take the resources there, exactly. It doesn't stop Leary from building another castle. Doesn't stop Leary from breaking in on the right, which I'm surprised he hasn't done yet to raid there. Doesn't stop Leary from doing a lot of things, who, much like in the first 3 games, sees a lot of the map. He's scouting more. MBL's losing villagers. Yep, this game is over. What a game, though.
Super impressive hold there from MBL, and some instances where we thought maybe kind of a throw from Leary.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
it shows how dominant his position was in early Castle Age, surprising MBL with those 2 mangonels and then following it up with pikes and knights.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of I think a bit of redemption for Leary. I know he literally researched redemption in this game. That's not what I mean, but MBL's done this to him more than once now. So he's like, how's it taste, buddy? How's it feel? Hand cannon's even dying to hussars here. I mean, the unit's just kind of underwhelming and slow. And I think the losses will be fine for Leary. He doesn't have many gold units. MBL still backing up, Dave. And there's hussars back there. Resign, MBL. 95 pop.
Blue dots all over his base.
Blue dots all over his base.
Literally, your entire economy is idle. Maybe this is MBL going like, bro, you had 15 villagers that one game and you didn't resign. I'm gonna hang on.
I don't know. There's 2 castles now on the left instead of just 1. MBL's gonna try and push the castle in the middle, but those will go down. And GG finally called, Dave. But what a game. We said it already. MBL, it seemed like he was dead. He hung on amazingly, but Leary's position was already so strong that he gets the win. The score's 4-2, but this series is... I know it's 4-2, and I know Leary's only 2 wins away from winning, but I feel like this is going to be a long one now.
Yeah, I think the next game is going to be so telling. MBL, it looks like he's warming up here, Tristan. He really looks like he's warming up. And I'm glad that Leary came back after those 2 really short games where he kind of got stomped a little bit and put on a performance like this and pulling the NBL on MBL. The FC into siege push.
Like, the big reason that these pushes get out of hand is because you don't expect them. And also because MBL invited a ton of pressure on himself with the boom. I know that if he had a stone in the back of his base, this would have been completely different for him. But you got to play the map. And I think that it's just poor from MBL to not realize what's coming. You're up against Slavs. You've shown that you're not adding a stable, so you're playing passive. And then what did Leary do offensively? 1 stable? Knights with no upgrades. That's not a thing. If there's a few knights with no upgrades, you probably have to expect that somewhere there's a sneak. And it surprised him. And I liked how Leary showed up with 2 mangonels, Dave. instead of just one. He didn't give MBL any time to react to that.
Yeah. It was, to be fair to MBL, like, it was a weird position for the
Yeah.
sneak to be. And he was expecting the siege to be in the middle of the map. You could see him exploring there with those spearmen early. I don't know. It's so tough when you're against Slavs and suddenly they have 3 mangonels and you have nothing in defense.
Yeah. Also, to be fair to MBL, I know you have to play the civs that you pick, but Slavs are better than Berbers in a lot of ways, at least in my opinion. So he will lose that game. He will move on. He's got some good civ picks. Dave, I hate to do this, man, but people tell me to hydrate, so I'll be right back. And guys, the score is 4-2. It's a best of 11, remember, so there will be plenty more of action here. That was my way of asking you if you could talk to chat, if I didn't say it.
Is he gone yet? Oh, he's gone. Nice. What's up, chat? Sorry, guys, I was muted. Dave, can my daughter marry you? No. No, I'll just leave her at the mall.
I came back to I'll just leave her at the mall.
Yep, it's worked before.
Did you see the co-caster command today?
No, what does it say?
All right, so if you do co-caster command, chat's moving really fast right now. It says, today's co-caster has your mom on speed dial. He's the best controller player in the world, and his wife is at the mall. He is Dave. Check him out here.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Hey, so chat, we have a lot of people here. And while there's plenty of people who have the emotes, there's also more who don't have the emotes. And I think you guys deserve them. So I'm going to drop 20 gifted subs as a thanks for showing up consistently for many of you. It's completely random, and that means that many people won't get it. But this is just a thanks. How many subs have I gifted yet? I'm closing it on 2,000 on the stream. We'll get there at some point. I'm 150 away from having gifted 2,000 to this stream. But yeah, 20 more here, guys. Enjoy the emotes, please. And if you don't receive one still, thanks for being here. Obviously, it means a lot to have this many people watching Age 2. But more than anything, for Dave as well, it's just fun, man. It's so much fun. Chat can be a little bit crazy sometimes, but we have a good community here. And there you go. All right. So let's get locked in. Arnab, hold on. Arnab gifted 25. I've got to gift 6 more. So I don't look like a cheapskate. Okay, there you go. 6 more. Now I've gifted 26. Arnab, don't. Dave, let's talk about the civilization draft. I personally think MBL's got to go for either Mayans or Chinese here, because if you fall behind 5-2, that's a big, big gap. It becomes a whole lot more manageable, both mentally and it becomes a whole lot more doable mentally.
Dude, you knew that was gonna happen though, Tristan. That's common streamer tactic. You're like, don't do it, but then in the back of your head, you're like, I know he's gonna do it.
No, the only reason I know he's gonna do it is because people do it.
Cha-ching, cha-ching.
No, you're not wrong, dude. I knew he was gonna do it, but you don't have to do it, because now I'm gonna look bad. This is just a never-ending game.
Yep. You knew this was gonna happen when we started this morning, though. I don't know, dude. Like civs, I think if I was in MBL's position, I wouldn't be looking at what civ of mine to pick right now. I'd be trying to think of what civ my opponent's gonna go for in this situation.
Good logic. Good logic. I think just
I think
a thought.
Leary might be going Aztecs here.
Okay. Well, that's the thing, though. Like, Leary's got if you look at the position of his civ picks, 2 of his best civs remaining. So if you pick a weak one, like let's say you go Malay and Leary does go Aztecs, you get stomped and you lose a game, and then Leary's one more win away. So I think from here on out, you go for your best civ, regardless of what Leary does. Leary has the luxury of maybe picking Portuguese, which he might not feel as strong as Vikings or Aztecs. A T90, why don't people play with elephants? You do see them occasionally. You see them more frequently in team games because games are so aggressive and players have so little eco compared to team games. That's why. Clespio and Simo, thank you guys also for gifting 5 subs. Oh, Masmora got one. Masmora, 22 months.
Nelson.
Axe, thank you for the 2 with Prime. Thank you, QWP, with the Twitch Prime sub. And thank you, Not Reith, as well. Welcome, welcome. You're welcome, Gore. Apparently, someone was napping during our cast and just received a gifted sub. So, means they really care about us here. Bit of a delay, huh? They haven't started yet.
Well, I think this might have been planned out.
Maybe
because
this
it is a best of 11. So, and we are on going on to game number 7. So I suspect that this is planned out.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Best of 11 is such a slog if you're like I've never played in one, but I can imagine.
5 minutes ago, Crazini said there would be a 10-minute break. So we have 5 more minutes to get to know each other. Perfect.
That's it?
That's it. So I don't have a lot to say. I feel like
we've already been through what, like 5 24-hour streams together.
Yeah, you know way too much. So, I guess I could tell a little story here. I had some of my friends visit a couple weeks ago, and 2 of which are like my best friends from back home. And we, of course, this conversation was fueled by a lot of alcohol. And they were like, if you and Lorena ever tie the knot, who's going to be the best man? They're like trying to make arguments that they deserve it, right? And I was like, honestly, it's like, if I pick one of you guys, what's Dave going to say? And they know you. Like, they don't watch the stream. They're like, Dave's the co-caster guy from Canada. But, like, Dave has been as influential on my life and as much of a friend as those other 2. So I'm like, listen, we're going to have 3 of you there. You guys will all show up and you all fight it out.
Yeah, we'll just take turns. Yeah.
Yeah, just take turns.
Yeah, classic. That's what we do in Canada. We just put all the best men into a room, and then the victor, gets to say the speech.
What do you put, like, hockey pads on and you just start swinging?
No. We lube up with maple syrup.
Oh my God. All right, I'll hold you to that. We'll do that just excuse me, just for you. Dudpool, thank you for the 2 subs. Board to Beers, thanks for the 2 months. And Chupta's been around a while. Thank you. Chupta closing in on 1,000 elo. Just update everyone. Another 50,000 tournament announced for 2021 hype. Pinstack. Oh, I knew it was coming, boys. I think Mem probably just announced it. That's awesome. Yeah, so Pinstack, big company who wanted to get involved with sponsoring. They sponsored this with Microsoft. That's exciting to hear. I also may or may not have a tournament announcement later.
Ooh.
But like I said, I might not.
Man, big things happening in Age this year.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. When did he say when that was coming?
Chat?
I don't want to ask Tristan because you probably know more than.
Yeah, my guess is it was like, surprise, this is coming early 2021. Gotcha. Did they give details on what type of tournament, or was it just like, surprise, this is it? Gotcha. Cool. Beebs, thanks for 10. He says, if you make Dave the best man, he will just ban all the wedding guests.
Yep.
Yeah, that's probably true, but I think that's fair. Cool. Well, Crazini's typing, which I believe means that we will have the next game soon. Leary's 2 wins away. If you're just getting here, which will be the case because we have more people now than we did a couple hours ago, Leary started off the day 3-0.
There was a lot of 6-0s in chat.
Yep.
That's all I could say. There was a lot of 6-0s.
Listen, Mr. Yo's not playing, so we won't have that. I think they've just started, Dave. Unless it's an old game, I think they're back in business. And they are, and MBO's not doing what I wanted him to do. He's going for Goths here. And get ready to see one of the most frustrating strategies in the game. MBL might send a villager forward.
He might send a villager forward to lame. There it goes right now. And the thing about Goths, guys, they shoot the hunt really, really quickly. And they get loom instantly. So you can use those 2 bonuses and wall in a villager, shoot the elephant of your opponent.
You can build a forward barracks. There's so much you can do, and it's definitely new meta. Well, that's the thing, Dave. What do you do with a Dark Age Scout? You can't fight that Vil.
And MBL already took 2 goats from Leary as well.
Right, so the laming starts. Leary, I'm not sure if he spotted that the villager was there. MBL is going to be looking, and okay, Leary is adapting to this. Leary's bringing in the elephant. I like this move because it's extremely dangerous to let them out there if there's a forward villager.
And MBL sees the hunt here, so he's going to take care of that real quick.
Do you want to shoot that, or do you want to just keep passing here? I guess you use your scout to find the other resources, and then you do this. Now, Leary, if he wants to adapt to this,
MBL might find 3 goats here. MBL might find 3 goats in addition to the 2 he already took. Okay, he's going to find 2 of Leary's.
Oh, boy.
Leary's got to have... Leary needs those, Tristan. He's already lost 2. He doesn't have access to a zebra or an ostrich.
Not to mention that he could lose the villager because he's refusing to get loom. Like, you almost have to get loom because MBL will fight you with his villainous scout. Here it is. And Leary walls and MBL trying to block. Is he going to kill this? No, he can't.
But he's being super annoying with it. That was some great micro there from MBL to attempt to block it.
Yep. The wall in the right side of the
from
lumber
Leary
camp.
To wait so long to send that villager back. These walls are going to be very annoying. Like, everything about this is very annoying. However, it does have its downsides. Notably, you lose the... you get a lot of idle time on that villager, and then you lose scouting at your base. So if you see MBL's villager had to go out to find those goats, that's additional idle time.
Leary lost the Vil to an elephant. He lost the Vil to an elephant. He must have. It says he has 1 death.
What?
It's the pressure, man. So now he can't send more villagers over there. He's now getting loom. MBL could also wall in the berries. Is this... I wanted to ask this, and we might not have time. Is this the most annoying high-level strategy that we've ever seen?
Ever? I don't know. Lix has played in a lot of games.
but as far as consistent meta goes, right? Like, I don't think the forward Vil was a thing, even when Aztecs got free loom back in the day. Players are doing this. I saw Daniel do it against Jordan in the qualifier. Leary's got to be so frustrated seeing this villager around.
So much value out of just 1 villager forward.
Yep.
Now MB is going to try and get the hit from on top of the hill on that scout. Leary's doing a good job as well. Microing a villager and a scout. I think Leary's villager is getting more consistent hits.
Bring around
MBL needs to back up.
Now, we've also seen forward barracks as an option with Goths. I don't know if that's going to work for MBL here. He is behind on scout HP and villager HP. If Leary wouldn't have lost a villager, I would not think this was too bad for him.
This is a good fight for MBL here. Like, he got a lot of downhill hits, kind of even it up, and then with that last hit, Leary takes the lead, and MBL can't fight anymore. He's going to have to run away.
Leary hasn't found MBL yet. I think, while it's a rare situation, I think MBL should... Yeah, he should not take Leary back to his base. I think that's a good move, because now Leary has to try and find him. Leary can't really formulate a game plan, because MBL is now building a barracks at home. Now, if MBL follows this up with militia, Leary could find his way to feudal age, but get pressured. Again, just not expecting it to come in.
I think as the lion comes and assaults that villager, but I think MBL is actually going to bring him home. The most annoying thing that MBL did is wall in that lumber camp.
Yep.
Like, it's so annoying. You can't use that. You have to make a second one, which Leary's doing right now. And Tristan, the palisade wall on the right of the lumber camp says 99% complete. It says 250 out of 250, but it's not built.
Broken game. Broken game. Literally unplayable. See here, guys? I know it's hard for you guys to see this because there's a bug, but now it does say 99% here, and it says 250 out of 250. So that's like 249.4, and it rounds... Wait, no, 0.6, I guess. And it rounds up.
And here come the militia now. He's following this up with a
militia.
drush. It's so annoying.
And also full walls, too. And he knows that since Leary's scout is so weak, that he can't threaten any wall villagers, even if he's in feudal age. So here come the militia, and Leary's on the way to feudal. And this is kind of what I expected. MBL can do anything he wants. He's going to be way behind a feudal, but see how Leary adapts to this, Dave.
I can put a ton of pressure on Leary's economy, and Leary's got to make sure that he walls in that wood line after he sends these villagers here. MBL, build your militia before going in. You need like 3 of them to pressure this.
What's funny to me is how MBL's just now building a mill. Oh, no, sorry. He had a mill on the...
He had a mill on the other stuff, yeah.
That's a lot to wall off, man. But then again, it's MBL, so...
Well, you have all the time in the world. You know your opponent's going to be super delayed. You lamed... like his wood line, you lamed a bunch of goats from him.
Are you surprised that Leary is...
sending a villager forward?
Sending a villager forward? Why is MBL not attacking yet?
Why is MBL host?
That's why. Oh, God. Oh, ugh. So Leary wants to sneak behind these walls, maybe?
I guess.
MBL, your militia. Hello? Hello? Hello?
He's
Hi.
waiting for the overchop? I don't know what's happening with these.
He's trying to walk. Oh, here he comes. Now the wall's up when it wasn't before. He just wasted like 2 minutes.
Well, he can go to the berries and be a little bit annoying there.
Dave.
Leary's going to have to deal with it. And
Dave.
will MBL spot this villager? He hasn't placed the foundations for the whole wall yet. If he does that, he can see the villager go over top of it. But he hasn't done it yet.
Guys, chat. Everyone say shh. Leary
He's
with the
in.
sneak behind enemy lines, ladies and gents. Oh boy, there's the Drush for MBL. Now we know that Goths, they're quite good if they can stay safe, Dave, but a sneak stable, oh boy. I mean, truthfully, I think if Leary would have made the stable at home, he would already have a second scout here.
And MBL can't even palisade scout that. Like, he hasn't even explored that area yet.
Oh man, he's microing. Leary quick walling. That's so many walls.
And
Leary.
the berries are going to be forged through any second here.
Oh, jeez. Lots to look at right now, and this is the type of messy game that Goths want. If it's straight up, they normally struggle in the early game. No eco bonus. I know Magyars don't
MBL
have that
sees
either.
the berries. MBL sees the foragers.
He stopped forging that bush, Leary.
At 3.
Okay, now he's going to forge it, and then he's going to quick wall it. He did that intentionally. Yep. So good.
MBL deletes the built palisade wall. Can't get through there.
Built palisade wall.
That's what it was. I mean, you gotta call it as it is.
I mean, you're not wrong, my friend. You're not wrong.
So if you're in Leary's position here...
Wait for like 6 of them.
Yeah, you have to wait. Because
Because
MBL knows that there's no holes in his walls right now.
Yep.
So he would know that it's a sneak.
Yep.
He'll be confused for a second, but he'll figure it out eventually.
At this point, I think MBL's probably unsure on what Leary's going for because he hasn't seen a second scout and he hasn't seen a stable. He might be thinking it's archers. It would be amazing if MBL as MBL...
Is he going to kill a villager here? No, Leary with the amazing quick walls.
It would be something else if MBL goes for skirms now. Like, thinking there's going to be archers coming his way.
Leary loses a vill, potentially.
Leary doesn't lose the vill again, Dave. And MBL housed again. But actually, he lost the militia, so he wasn't as housed.
I would love for Leary to get, like, armor here before he comes in. Here come the scouts. MBL doesn't see it. Now he pulls his villagers away.
What a play. What a play in the finals to sneak a villager. Like, you rarely see this in rated games.
Yeah.
But Leary did it in the King of the Desert 3 finals. $17,000 to the winner, guys. And Leary is looking good again. Also has the range there, Dave. So MBL can't just go spear defense. Oh, MBL's in big trouble. The spear will go... Well, there's 2 now. Yeah, just wait till these archers come. MBL's all out of whack economically.
Yeah, Sneak will do this to you. It really will. He has no idea where this came from. He has to figure it out by now. And now he sees an archer as well. So he knows there's Sneak buildings behind. But, like, what do you do to counter this? Look at his economy. It's all idle here. He's trying to figure out an answer.
Another game where MBL probably should die here. And we'll see if he can just hold on. I'm thinking maybe buy 100 stone so you can build 2 towers, place them wisely, get your own scouts out. Maybe that's an option. The red dots on the minimap, those are MBL's palisades from earlier, so there's no counterattack from MBL for those wondering. And yeah, this is where MBL starts to place the towers and some house walls now. Overall, that's actually... He's done a nice job to stabilize.
Good defense, yeah.
And he's making houses, too,
But
as he's
Leary,
housed. So.
MBL's getting armor for his scouts, Tristan.
Can he afford enough scouts here? And did Leary... Okay, Leary knows the stables.
I mean,
there,
MBL does have 23 on food. Granted, a lot of those are on the berries.
Yeah, yeah.
But if he... Okay, what do we always say about forward production buildings? If MBL manages to push this back, Leary's really not going to have anything at home to defend.
That's a good point.
And MBL's going straight for the Ville with the scouts.
Yeah, that's maybe a bit too much from Leary to think that he could use that villager there. Trying to make houses with some overconfidence around the gold, but that villager goes down.
Is about to be in trouble, though, because Leary's breaking through that house, and
he got
he's housed now.
Oh, my God, dude. Yeah, but I think MBL in many ways wants them to break through so he could trap them.
This is a great defense, to be honest.
The only bad thing is that Leary's eco behind this is untouched, and it probably will lead to a faster castle age.
Wasn't really untouched, though, was it? Because
early, yeah.
So much idle time forced by those militia.
Oh, geez, look at those quick walls. The archers have fletching, though, so...
But the scouts have armor.
Scouts go in. This Leary, hello?
MBL's going to clear this up.
I think so. Yeah, if he gets the proper number of scouts on the archers. What in the...
Scouts with armor are just such a strong unit in Feudal Age.
And, of course, Magyars have the attack, but a lot of these units are weak. And MBL... Another game where he should have probably been worse off, but he stays alive. But you know what? Wait for it. 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 Exposed villagers, Dave. Uh-oh.
Where are the extra scouts, MBL? Okay, you're just now producing them.
Yep. He stayed around.
Kind of a bad
Woodbine.
fight there. Yeah.
I feel like he thought he would do more there because the scouts were so weak. Leary with the micro. Leary about to up. Now Leary can't build any more buildings here, Dave, but he can simply make army and destroy the palisades as more villagers go down for MBL. Yeah, this
seems
is bad.
Kind of avoidable from the position he was in. I think what happened, Tristan, he forgot he was against Magyars and that they had the extra attack.
Maybe. Or just misjudged the fight. It also didn't seem like Leary took the best fight. These units were on stand grounds, not engaging. As MBL will now take the forward gold. Leary's on the way to Castle Age. Yeah, MBL needs to fight. Like, he could fight this right now, unless I'm wrong. 3 scouts. Like, you should have moved out 30 seconds faster there, MBL.
Yeah.
There we go. Even 2 scouts would have been fine. I wonder if maybe he didn't know those scouts were on low HP. We'll see, but he needs a counter now, Dave. Also, really tough to justify a counterattack if you think that there's going to be more archers coming in at any moment.
He's going to stone. I think he figures this is an all-in type of game.
Yep.
Leary's done tons of damage to his economy. I like the fact he's walling on the left side of his base. Doesn't want that sneak to do any more damage than it's already done. Yeah, but he's going to stone, and he's thinking about Huskarls.
Yep, I think defensive towers if archers come out, and then walling this up is the play, especially if you want to go forward. But Leary won't have any mistakes at home. He's fully walled. He's adding a stable there, so that should tell MBL, if he didn't sense it already, that Leary's up. And it will be knights for Leary. And guys, some people asking why Magyars? Why did MBL not know that? Why is that not important? Extra attack. You get all of the attack upgrades for free in each age. So that'll be +2 attack with free iron casting on those knights.
Sees the stable from Leary. Had to suspect that was coming. And Leary, it's important to note that Leary has wheelbarrow behind this economy.
Yeah.
MBL does not.
A wheelbarrow. So that's why he... And also will be in Castle Age, so his TC will queue up more vills soon. Leary should have a pretty significant eco lead. But if there's ever a civ to come back in a game from a bad position, it would be Goths. MBL is on stone for towers, but you know what I don't think he expects, Dave, is the amount of crossbows that Leary's going to have.
Yeah, behind in that sneak. Once again, like, good job from MBL to wall up there, but some of those walls are only palisades. And he's going to have Magyar Knights pushing forward with that, too.
Oh, jeez. You know, and you can't stonewall. There's a few areas here which are just palisades, so Leary could pick his spots and break right through this. This does nothing.
Yep, the scouts are going to distract for a little bit, but MBL's got to, yeah, he's got to send the barn. Send all of the villagers, commit to the wall behind this, and it's still not going to work.
Leary runs through. Leary goes for Vilpix. He doesn't pick one off yet. Oh, I lied. He gets one. And he's going to go past.
Yeah, he just run through here. He can hit the stone, too. So MBL's grand plan of getting into Husk Girls is not going to work with no stone. Forced to drop a defensive tower on his wood line. This is Leary's game.
Yeah, rip for MBL. At all because of the great play from Leary to adapt to one of the most frustrating strategies to deal with. He lost a villager to an elephant. MBL had a villager at his base, walling in his resources. And Leary realized, you know what? This guy, he's going to try and full wall again. I'm going to get behind those walls, and then it's a completely different game. That was so good.
Yeah, even if, like, that whole game changes, if MBL decides to wall close.
Yeah.
Like, imagine he walls to where his gold is. Suddenly, Leary can do no damage whatsoever. But Leary knew that the greed from MBL would be there and that MBL would wall to the edge of the map.
You know what happens in that game? If Leary loses his scout instead of MBL losing his scout, that never happens. And Leary would not have known where MBL was. Leary would not have been able to scout the type of walls that MBL was going for and where the resources were. So, talk about important things and important swings in games. The scout engagement in the middle was massive. And you mentioned the micro on the hill next to the berries. Leary was just better than MBL in that instance. 5-2, Dave. MBL did get 2 amazing wins in this series, but Leary now, he can win King of the Desert 3 finals with 1 more victory. MBL can definitely get more wins, but can he get 4 more wins? It's going to be so tough.
It's going to be really tough against this Leary. So consistent. And especially to come back after those 2 games where he really struggled.
Yep.
To come back with 2 wins like this is very impressive.
All right, so score now 5-2 for Leary. MBL picked Goths at a time where I felt like maybe he should... I talked with Nilly about this yesterday. Nilly's point was, yeah, okay, you pick Chinese or whatever you have that you see as stronger in game 7, but then you're still going to have to play your other civs later on. But in my eyes, mentally, I feel a whole lot worse when I know Leary has match points. So I'm still a bit surprised he didn't go for... I'll show the civ draft in a second, Mayans or Chinese yet.
It's got to go all in now.
I think we see Mayans. I think we see something like Mayans versus Byzantines next. If you see that MBL has Mayans available and Chinese available, Byzantines is a civ that could match them, even though it's not necessarily seen as a top 1v1 civ.
I mean, Leary also has Vikings and Aztecs, so at any point he can just play meta with those 2 civilizations, and you have to feel like if you play better, you win with those 2, right?
Yeah, I think so. Incas against Aztecs could kind of go either way because I think I favor Incas in some ways, depending on how the game plays out. Same with like Mayans versus Aztecs. But yeah, Leary, he's still got Portuguese, Saracens, Byzantines below these 2 picks, and this is what MBL has. We haven't seen a lot of Britons in King of the Desert 3, or at least we haven't seen them be that dominant. MBL likes his fast castling, though, so maybe that's a thought. Great games, though, Dave. Like, all these games have been really entertaining. And I would
Great strategy. Like, they're just switching it so much with the strategy choices here. And I think MBL's really driving that, but Leary's adapting so well. As we get into the next game.
Questions will be answered about the civilizations. It is Mayans, Vikings. All right. So, Mayans was the number 1 pick for MBL. And it was the number 2 pick. Vikings was the number 2 pick for Leary. Leary again in the blue, MBL in the red. Anything stand out to you here, Dave?
It's going to be a really interesting matchup here, Mayans versus Vikings. Both kind of wall and boomy kind of civs.
Yeah.
And usually depend on the map. I'm looking at Leary's map right now, and it looks pretty good for Vikings, to be honest. If he walls to his TC, and then he can completely secure that right-hand side, he could get a safe eco behind this. Meanwhile, MBL coming forward with a villager, Tristan. What the hell?
It's a repeat of what he tried in the previous game, taking advantage of the fact that Mayans tend to get loom at the start. Okay. Now, We've seen this with Goths. I've only seen this once with Mayans, but after I saw Daniel do this to Jordan to knock Jordan out of King of the Desert, I have begun to believe that this is a strategy that could work with most civilizations. And if MBL ever needed luck, Dave, he needs it now. Did he see that? Did he just spot the rhino there? The rhino's on the left. He could lame that.
No, he's going to show his hand, though. He's going to show Leary that he's here right now.
Oh!
Leary, no loom,
No
quick
way!
walls just in time.
Wow. It really all depends on if MBL spots this. If he spots this, it's still good for MBL. He just walls
he
in the
sees it
vill.
now.
Yeah. You wall in the villager, you shoot the rhino, and that's 400 food that'll be down the drain for Leary. So that, in my opinion, is already success. I think this is an OP strat, but you also need luck to be able to find that rhino. Dave, what? How do Mayans fare if they don't have gold?
Not so good, Tristan.
Okay. Because I want people to keep that in mind as we look at the gold positions for MBL. Gold forward on the hill. Got the other golds in the
MBL,
back.
save your vill! MBL, no!
Wait, what? Where? At home? He lost the vill?
Another casualty goes down to the wild animals this game.
Well, that's bad. He's got loom.
He had loom.
He had loom. How does that happen? You got loom. Okay, how many vills did we see die underneath the TC today? 4?
Well,
3?
we saw Leary shot an elephant. Leary lost one to the elephant. MBL just lost one to the rhino.
I think there was another moment where Leary... I don't know. MBL with the villager and the eagle again. Still no loom for Leary. And Leary just quick walling with such confidence. But uh-oh. He made a mistake here. And he's trying to wall in MBL's villager. Leary, you're already going to be down the rhino. Are you going to be down a villager as well? Oh, MBL can't block.
MBL you got to get in front of that, dude. Get in front of that. Yeah, he should be able to take this. No!
No, can't. Dave, there's still a thing with DE where I think host has a bit of block priority. And I think, well, I don't know because I see
I
player
think that
2
was
and 3.
just I think
It's
that was
weird.
just a bit bad pathing from MBL, but he's going to go lame the gold. This looks kind of like a licks game or something, you know, where you look at the opponent and all the golds, all the stones are lame. It's probably going to make some palisade walls around the remainder of this gold.
I would say that this is in some ways better than what MBL was trying to achieve in the previous game, but also he's going to have the same problems, and that's going to be what is he going to do as a follow-up to it. Leary just now found out the hard way there's no villagers on gold.
Yeah, and MBL saw those villagers trying to go out to gold, so he's going to know the build from Leary is probably men-at-arms, as Leary forced to go to the very front of his base to get access there.
Well, in the end, MBL, he's going to decide to go feudal this time, as he will wall in the gold, and it's a good move from Leary to go to the forward gold. He's going to go man-at-arms.
Do you send this villager back, or do you just keep being annoying with it? Do you wall in the stone?
I think you just... I don't know if you do anything except build houses, but then again, it's MBL, so he doesn't necessarily like that for whatever reason. What really sucks for MBL is that he has to keep his eagle near the villager to keep it alive. And so he cannot see the fact that Leary is coming forward with militia, soon to be man-at-arms. And that gold and the berries we talked about, Dave, all forward.
Yeah, MBL needs to secure this right now. He needs to put walls right now. As soon as he sees that scout, walls.
That has been the difference. Like, Leary always pre-walls things.
MBL? He sees it. That
He's got to
dead.
leave. I think she survives, actually. Ah! Ah! Wow,
Ooh,
barely.
Leary saves one, MBL saves one.
MBL is building forward houses. MBL
That's good.
house
He won't be
walling,
housed.
palisade
Yeah.
walling, and he's got to be careful with that fruit bush. And he's still got to be careful over here with the berries and the wood line. But then again, there's
It would
only
be
2.
such an MBL thing to fight this straight up right here. Yeah, he's just going to send the villagers over, chase them away, and then send them back to wood. Unfortunately for him, the men-at-arm upgrade is coming in soon.
And it's Vikings, too. I think if Leary can group up all 3 together, it'll be good, but he doesn't want to fight before that. So this guy's got to loop around. Oh, that villager's exposed for MBL. Oh, geez. Now he's running. Now he's deleted the walls. Now
Kill the scout. Attack the scout. The scout is so weak.
Look at the idle time, man. Oh, he gets the scout, Dave, and Leary.
And he's getting the men-at-arms, too.
That was sloppy from both, but not because of bad play, just because of how the game's playing out. Wild stuff here. And one range for MBL. I think he'll be okay, as long as he starts chopping wood again. What a moment.
So he defended against that pretty well. He didn't lose a villager, but like you said, tons of idle time. He actually made an eagle warrior right away.
I also hate that gold position. It's so awkward. I think you've got to go preemptive tower if you don't have military control. He doesn't have it yet, Dave, as we see another man-at-arms. So more infantry from Leary. I think he wants to go man-at-arm and skirms, and Leary's now housed.
What happens if you're in MBL's position here and you just go all in feudal age and target that one gold that Leary has to be on right now? Because it's going to take Leary forever to get access to the main gold in the back of his base.
What happens there?
Yeah, like, can you not just...
I mean, the truth is, if he's able to get a comp, which Leary, like, if he gets to Eagle Archer, I think it can be really tough for Leary. So, yeah, that might be the play. It's not normal in Archer Wars to see someone go full feudal, but kind of like it, Dave. What I don't like about MBL's current position is when he has the time to full wall, he's not doing it.
Yeah.
Like, he could have walled this right side a bit. I think he's just waiting a bit until he has the military numbers to clear this, and then he could do that. Also, very bold.
Here comes the villager.
No,
come on,
he's
man.
coming home. The prodigal son comes home.
If he survives.
Nope.
Okay. Well, redemption
geez.
there for Leary. I mean, that villager did a ton of damage in his base, and he finally kills him. Although he kills him in MBL's base.
Dave, MBL's not building a tower.
Yeah, but look at Leary's military is so weak, dude. The one man-at-arm is weak. All the skirmishers, the archers.
Oh, it's so tough, man. Leary's got 12 to 4 military count. He's taking out every ranged unit MBL makes. MBL can't use eagles. MBL will lose that villager. MBL is building a tower, but it's a scramble. And there's also villagers on the right side. This actually could be the series. One more win for Leary. He's King of the Desert 3 champion after losing King of the Desert 1 and losing King of the Desert 2 to the Viper in the finals.
And the villagers are going down from MBL. That was one on the wood line. The tower's doing work now. The archers are doing work, but another villager dies for MBL, and I think a third and a fourth one will die here too.
Oh, that's huge. Oh, maybe she survives.
But still, he's behind now. He's big time behind Leary now.
Just the idle time. Like, that idle time adds up. Get Leary with his micro here. With just 2 skirmishers. Happy to take the fight instead of running away. And happy to get some... Look at this! 2 kills with 2 weak skirmishers. So well played.
He gets value out of nothing.
Mm-hmm. What it feels like,
Crazy.
man. Remember, yesterday he killed Yo in 15 minutes. Like, it was so fast. His MVL just now gets double bid axe, so that's going to be even more problems for him.
What happened with Leary's... Why is the villager count so close? He's Vikings. He gets wheelbarrow right away. Was he just not making villagers?
I think it might have been the classic case of while you're microing, you forget to create vills. But then again, he has wheel. So wheel's free for him. MBO would have to research that. So it's 34 versus 34. And Leary's about to pressure the other wood line. And Leary has wheelbarrow.
And Leary moves his army to the exact location he needs to be to pressure MBL's base, right as MBL is coming forward.
Oh, and MBL is hoping to get a counter in after taking those losses, and now he has to leave another wood line. Leary with the outpost, Dave. Will MBL get some revenge? Leary, he doesn't have many skirms here. MBL's got 2 archers in this group.
He's going to idle that wood line for sure. But I think it's going to be easier for Leary to deal with this than it is for MBL to deal with the force at the back of his base. Credit to Leary for keeping the production of men-at-arms, so MBL can't just counter that army easily with
the eagle or 2. Yeah, I think this is the first time. Like, I've seen additional men-at-arms from Vikings, but I don't think I've seen quite this many in feudal. Leary's just reading the situation perfectly.
MBL manages to kill an archer, but now he's running into the TC fire.
Yeah, and with padded archer armor, all you need to do is match the skirm number from MBL, and Leary should do that.
Gold's looking awfully exposed up there.
MBL's not going to it?
I think he is paying attention at home.
Yeah.
He just keeps looping around. Okay, so he doesn't even want to investigate that gold.
The archers are very weak. So maybe MBL wanting to stay here as long as possible. Dave, look at MBL's resources.
Mayans?
500 food and 200 gold, and Leary invested more, and as we said, probably had TC idle time.
Yep. Very, very strong, and he managed to clean up the army at the back of his base, so now MBL with the momentum a little bit here.
And I can't help but feel like that shouldn't be the case. I'm not sure where that came from exactly, because I thought, oh geez, Leary's overwhelming him, but suddenly 12 military for MBL. He's on his way to Castle H, and Leary hasn't even clicked.
Yeah, well, there was a lot of idle time in the TC, like we mentioned. Yeah. There was idle time from the wood line being tasked back to the TC, and Leary only had 3 on gold that entire time because MBL walled his main gold in the back.
Yeah, and also you've got, I think it was 6 or 7 man-at-arms at 60 food a pop. So did he gain enough value from that? As now MBL's on 2 ranges making archers. He's going to make 3 ranges. I like this from MBL. You know how good Leary can be if the army counts are similar. So just go 1 TC, get a big lead with the faster Castle Age, and try and continue in these finals.
Yeah, and he knows that Leary has to hang out near that gold. Because he can see the main gold from Leary. He can see that he's not taking it. He can see that it's going to take him time to kill the Palisades and get on that. If he pushes him off that secondary, Leary's going to have nothing in defense.
I'd say the only downside for MBL is you don't want to engage with less numbers right now. You can engage with 50-50 numbers. You can engage if you have a bit less and you're on the hill, but while you want to be forward, I get that. Don't throw your numbers prior to the upgrades.
And Leary is on the way to Castle Age.
Leary
he actually put a market down, and he got his way up there. Yeah, he definitely needs something on that gold.
He does have a market on the right side, so he could, if he's floating the gold, buy a tower. But I don't think, if Leary killed so many villagers, he's probably not expecting to be later to Castle Age here. House for MBL, but we've said that before.
Here we go. Now MBL should probably start moving his way forward here and getting the upgrades at the same time. There he goes, making his way across the map. Leary kind of just hanging out, and there's the tower.
Yeah, that's a good decision. Now, I'm really curious, though, because that means Leary can't make a second TC. That means Leary can't tower his wood line. I mean, this doesn't mean the situation is all that bright for him. Villager down, MBL with the upgrades. Good start to the engagement.
He's buying time for the tower now. He's just buying time for the tower, engaging here against the crossbows. The tower's up, and that's not the worst, but not the best engagement for Leary there.
Yeah, like now he definitely needs to abandon the wood line. But Dave, how many times have we seen a forward siege workshop? Will we see it this game? They're so close together. There's hills between them.
No, we're going to see University first from MBL. He wants to win the fights with the crossbows here. And Leary, I think, needs elite skirmisher, but it's so tough against mines because he could always tech into Eagle, right?
Oh, Leary doesn't have the upgrades yet, but his micro's been so good. MBL getting some kills to redeem himself. He's avoiding the tower as best as he can. And now in the end, it's 12 units against 10 units. MBL with the pickoff.
Great micro from both here. They're going to dance. We're going to see some dancing here.
Dancing with a disadvantage if you're Leary. He also can't reinforce easily because the ranges are right to the south here.
Oh, look at Leary's resources, dude. He's got nothing.
He just clicked ballistics. He probably thinks he'll be a bit faster than MBL. It's only 4 seconds. And the split from MBL.
He doesn't even have enough to queue up more crossbows. Like, it's crazy. At the limit.
Both players dodging, dipping, weaving, waiting for that all-important ballistics upgrade. Now both can out-micro ballistics. Normally, Leary's a bit closer to his reinforcements, but it doesn't seem like that's helping him here at all.
Ballistics coming in for both at the exact same time. And Thumb Ring now coming in for MBL.
Okay, ballistics is in. You'll see some runners back and forth probably. Oh, the dodging of the ballistics upgrade.
Both these players can outmaneuver ballistics with their micro. Look at this. Why does it even matter at this point? Like, they both have it. MBL's micro here has been superb, but so is Leary's.
But the big thing is MBL's been at Leary's base. He's had so much time here. He has been here for 3 or 4 minutes. He's going to have more crossbows. He also researched thumb ring.
And he's into the base.
Oh my god!
On the right side, he got his way through that wall while he was doing that fight, and now he's into Leary's economy with ballistics. See you later, villagers. And
so
Leary's trying for a panic TC at the back. MBL needs to just run straight back there, and he can run around sniping vills.
Okay,
Leary's going to lose so many here.
You got to go for vills here. You could go for the army in other situations, but you go for the vill picks. Oh my word.
6, 7...
And now MBL will still be able to take a decent fight in the back here. The TC, of course,
and he's
helps.
on the gold. He's on the gold at the front, too.
MBL is not dead yet. He'll sit right underneath that gold. The other one's walled in. MBL happy to just delay and keep Leary in the south. The losses are insane. Villagers left and right going down for Leary. Where can he comfortably take resources? What can he do?
Yeah, he's got 2 TCs now. MBL's still on 1, but like 12 villagers ahead, 1 TC,
yeah,
3 archer range push from Mayans.
Such a great job from MBL to take control of that first hill and then lead that into an advantage elsewhere. He used the first fight to win the second fight and then have that third fight underneath the tower. And here he comes now to the right side, Dave. Leary's he better get used to this because he's only gonna be reacting to MBL, it seems. MBL's gonna break right through again.
And MBL's got a couple eagles to support that too. They could be very annoying if Leary decides to go for skirmishers in defense. And Leary's just reacting to everything that MBL's doing right now. He's not putting any pressure on MBL's economy at all. Not the situation you want to be in.
It might be due to the lack of wood, but are you at all surprised that Leary hasn't thought of going for a siege workshop?
It's 100% due to the lack of wood.
Yeah.
Like at one point he couldn't even produce crossbows as he's microing this skirmisher. What is that?
Out microing ballistics and thumb ring. And so that means he'll be able to hold on in this situation. I feel like I mean I love it. I love how players do that, but should that be a thing? MBL and now has to deal with 3 crossbows in his base.
And
oh my god.
Here comes the villager, Tristan. We were talking about Forward Siege Workshop earlier. There's the villager right there. And MBL actually added a second TC over on the north side of his base. And Leary managed to pick a villager there, but not too many others.
Yeah, actually it's 3 because he's got a TC to the right as well. So he's doing all right. He's trying to do a lot right now. 3 TCs, Mangonels, crossbows. He's got plenty on wood and gold for it. I just, again, feel like Leary... He has to batter down these palisades, which is going to take so much time.
Oh, I love the Ram edition. I love the Ram edition from MBL. He saw that Leary has ballistics, and he knows Leary's micro is great against Mangonels. What does Leary have to take care of a Ram, though, if you have crossbows behind?
Nothing right now. Here is Leary, who also got thumb ring a moment ago, if we didn't mention that. Sniping some some villagers.
But look at Leary's gold. He was forced to go to the other gold without the tower. And here are the crossbows again.
What a game,
Leary needs
Dave.
to come back.
What a game. This whole series, forget about the scoreline. Anytime someone's behind, they do their absolute best to come back. Look at Leary now, sniping villagers. Like, this is an unbelievable series. But MBL's got to close this one out, man.
Leary's kind of in this position, Tristan, because he didn't deal with the walls around his main gold earlier.
Yeah.
Like, you feel like you could have cleared some of those up at some point so that you actually have gold access?
He has the wood to make a siege workshop as well. I'm shocked by that as well, Dave, as MBL makes more crossbows.
He's going to stone.
To sell it, maybe, as MBL breaks through these palisade walls. MBL
TC's
also
cute at the back there.
has
really
more
great
rams on the
farms.
way. So much to look at.
Where do you go with the rams, though? Do you go to the TC right away, as Leary has a Mangonel?
I actually don't like the rams because
I like the first one.
Yeah.
But not a couple. The first one's great because it forces Leary to fight you with like villagers or some sort of melee unit, but the second one is a bit much.
Dave, Leary taking a better fight on the front again. Like, this little counterattack has done so much for him. And the micro has done so much for him. MBL's just patrolled into it. Leary's getting more value because of that. That's also while he's trying to deal with other things, though, and MBL took out a Maganel. So a panic TC for Leary. This is crazy. And this is round 2 now for these crossbows.
It seems like deja vu here, does it not? As MBL is just going to try and snipe as many villagers as he can. He's only probably going to get 3 or 4 here before that TC goes up.
That's good TC in the end, I suppose.
And the Rams are coming in. He's going to wipe up the tower, and then he's going to move over probably to that secondary gold again.
It's the gold, Dave. It's the gold. The main group of crossbows are on that gold that's already walled in.
Just stay there, and then pressure the one on the
other
left.
one. And the game ends, and MBL's not dead yet. The score is 5-3. What
Dude,
happened?
That villager he sent forward, the fact he walled in that gold dictated everything Leary did that game.
Yeah.
And even with all the damage that Leary did with the men-at-arms, it just wasn't enough.
There
Super
must have
impressive by
been,
MBL.
if we had the statistic, I know that the new Capture Age program might show it someday. If we had the statistic on TC idle time, I'd really like to see that because Leary killed so much.
Yeah, and he was still even with MBL on villagers.
That was peculiar to me.
He's Vikings, so it's not like he had to research wheelbarrow.
I know. Yeah, it must have been TC idle time. And he also had issues with resources early Castle Age. MBL held on to the hill, and I think that's what won the game for me. Just how he controlled the fights and controlled the pace of the game. But back to your point, I think that it becomes so much easier to know where Leary will be and what he will do if you take one of the 3 golds out of the equation.
Yep. And you're not just blocking it off. You've got vision over that gold, too.
Yep.
So you know that he's not taking it. It's like, oh, man. It was such a great game plan there from MBL once he walled in that gold. And controlling multiple groups of army at the same time, too. It was really good for him.
So MBL wins the game. We will continue to move on here. The next game will be coming up shortly with the score 5-3. MBL did go for Mayans there. So now you've got to think, and I'll show the civ draft in about 60 seconds, chat. Now you've got to think, maybe you save Chinese, which is his other really good civ.
Why are you saving anything? It's your final, it's match point here for MBL.
The worrying thing is Leary still has Aztecs. So at some point, if MBL keeps hanging around in this series, like, Leary's just going to get sick of it and pick Aztecs and try and finish off the series. So yeah, I don't know. But Leary will be a bit upset with himself there, and we hate to speculate too much, but that idle TC time is a pretty big deal. Yeah. If MBL gets past Aztecs, he could do it, guys. I think they started the next game already, so I can't show the civ draft. I'll be in about 20 seconds, Dave. But tell me if you see what civs they have.
We are seeing an interesting matchup here. You were right, MBL is picking Chinese, and Leary is going for the Saracens.
Ooh. All-in play. Pretty common there. EE, please. If you don't know, I have to restart my game every single time. Okay, we're back in. Cool. Saracens, Dave. So, Saracens... You're the one who pointed this out to me 5 years ago, back when we were giant noobs, and I was like, oh, Saracens can't do anything. And you're like, no, Saracens can do a lot, right?
They're very flexible. You just have to play it. You just have to not care about the price you're paying at the market. That's it. Just don't care about it, okay? I know it's inefficient, but just don't even think about it.
Yeah, well, we're catching up to real time. Leary, maybe not happy about the lames in the previous 2 games, and he comes forward himself, and he's found MBL already, and he did pass an elephant there. He chose not to steal it, but no goats for him. MBL was also coming forward. I'm trying to see, does he have all of his goats? Oh, there's 2 on the left. Okay.
Yeah, there's a couple on the left he didn't find, but he's going to search out Leary's base, and I don't think he didn't find Leary there, did he? He just scoped right through the front.
I think if he sees the stone, though, he'll know that Leary's a bit more to the south. It's probably not to the left. And there is an elephant there, and it is MBL. I know he doesn't do it a lot in tournaments. Do you do it now?
Well, you do have the hill, too, so you take less damage.
I think you do it.
Yeah, it's MBL! He's showing up, boys and girls. He's showing up. This is what everyone knows him for. You'll see it all the time on ranked games. We haven't really seen it this tournament so far. But he's going to take that elephant, and there's no way that thing is not getting all the way to his base.
But Leary's in a good position to block it. He'll know that it went to the left, and he's also gone full circle around MBL's TC. So you'll see it in the fog of war. Also, Leary will probably find these goats. So if Leary could block this scout, get his elephant back, and steal goats, MBL could be straight up dead. Been a very streaky series, Dave. 3 wins for Leary, 2 wins for MBL, 2 wins for Leary, now a win for MBL.
Is Leary going to stumble across this lane?
Like, you just scout, you scout in the line and wait for it to pop up, and he just ends up finding it, and what?
Oh, see you later, and here's your goats back, too. Take my elephant, and then take my goats, too.
Leary?
Bye.
Just passing.
Have a nice day. Dude, that's a combo meal right there. Oh, my goodness.
I am a bit shocked, because it seemed like everything was going according to plan. Do you think that maybe... Oh, my God, Dave, he didn't realize it was stolen.
He didn't realize.
He didn't know it was stolen.
No idea.
So he sent the scout back to find it, but he had no clue he just passed it. Wow, that's massive.
That's so fortunate for MBL. MBL must have been sweating buckets when he saw the scout from Leary and the 2 goats there. And then when that happened, oh, man.
Okay.
Relief.
So it's one thing to get lamed and lose the 400 food. But it's another thing to get lamed and not realize you were lamed until that happens. Because he didn't account for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Now he's going to have to push both of these zebra probably. And he's going to switch it up. He's going to go for a Drush here, I think.
If he makes the militia, Dave, good luck to Leary getting feudal age after the fact. I think it's going to be really tough for him to make militia and go feudal. So maybe this is just... He's getting loom now, so yeah, maybe this is man-at-arms still.
Okay, okay. A lot of times when you're lamed, you want to kind of work towards a Drush and then wall yourself just to give yourself some more time to get the farms down, but...
That could also be why he got loom, but MPL's sitting pretty at home. Look how much food he has. He got the goats, he got his elephant, he got some ostrich. Variety pack over here.
He's got so much food. Leary's gonna be kicking himself after this when he rewatches the series.
He had no clue.
Yeah.
But also, if you have your scout at home, just talking about the disadvantages of trying to lame, if you have your scout at home, you probably scout a bit more. The zebra's running away from him, dude. He found out what happened to that elephant. That elephant was his friend.
Yeah, and now the zebra's just trolling him behind that wood line. Look at this thing! It's just trolling him, dude.
He's really gonna need that too. That's the difference between getting men-at-arms and an eco upgrade or 2 and not. But I think he's eventually gonna push this in.
If this thing goes back, I swear to God, he's gonna be so mad.
Yeah, sometimes when they run past stragglers, they get all weird. That's a theory of mine, but it's never been proven true. I could be wrong. And yeah, okay. Zebra's gonna be brought in. Easy food. And here come the militia. And I believe MBL spotted that.
I think he did with the scout, and he's walling up. And MBL was quicker to feudal age with more villagers.
Yeah.
And more available food. So definitely advantage MBL at the moment.
Chinese is one of his best civilizations. He picked Mayans in the previous game, got his win. Now he's Chinese. As a competitive player, you've got to get your win here. Losing with Chinese would be a travesty. But he doesn't have the stable just yet, Dave. Because he did spend a lot of time walling, and he didn't have as much on wood as you would normally see.
Yeah, now he's going to wall the back side of his map as well. So the stable is out of reach right now. Does he see the militia and just know it's men-at-arms and thinks he can defend without any military?
I think he's going to do the same thing he did in some of those other games and just get eco upgrades and boom. What it seems like, or it's a very delayed stable.
He's got a lot of food in the bank. I mean, he hasn't had to make a farm yet.
Yeah. Leary's probably so frustrated with this. Like, again, really, but Leary is also not going to be punished.
He kind of put himself in that situation, though, not blocking the lame and then giving the 2 goats back as well. As he runs right through with the scouts. Is he going to run through with the men-at-arms? MBL just a house to prevent that? Okay.
MBL needs to start adding some farms here. That scout's still on full HP for Leary, so Leary saw the stable now. Oh, no, that's a range. I thought it was a stable. I don't know if MBL switched it there.
Spearman coming out for that scout now.
So
That thing's
Dave,
going to be annoying back there. That's going to be really annoying
let's
back there.
let's talk a little bit. We know what MBL's doing. Let's talk a little bit about what Saracens are known for. You see the market going up on the right side for Leary. That is a sign that Leary will go for some YOLO plays to get castle.
Yeah, you can just make it work. And look at how many he has on gold right now. He's got 12 on gold, Tristan.
Wow.
So he can make anything he wants to do work with that market. Saracen's obviously getting resources on the cheap.
Yep, he'll sell his stone. He now has so much gold he can buy food and go up. You
Doesn't have enough, though. Even with all of that, doesn't have enough to click up.
MBL's got a skirm out, a few skirms out. I think this will lead to Leary going stable and maybe go Knights and Mangonels. Yet another game where we see that.
Well, we saw that from Yo against Leary yesterday.
Jay Pence in chat, he says, it's been a while since I played AoE2. Is Sarah meta now? Why? Saracens are, I mean, it's one of many solid civs. I wouldn't say it's top tier, but it's all about the market abuse, Jay Pence. So welcome back. It's been probably about a year since I've seen you.
Market Blacksmith, MBL sees it, and yep, the stable is hidden. This looks very familiar. I can't speak. God damn it.
It's all right. It happens.
I'm getting tired here. To the game Yo played against Leary.
Yeah. Next lever, Dave. Next lever. Stable now for MBL, but MBL with some crazy resources. He hasn't had to use the market, so I think this comes back to how he delayed the buildings and went for all the eco instead.
Stop bullying me! Stop!
Come on, I get bullied. It's only fair that you get bullied on this stream too.
They pay to bully you!
Oh my god. Scout 26 HP for Leary and takes the hill and could take out MBL Scout. So annoying.
Yeah,
What a pest.
very annoying.
Thank you, Matt
And
Salsa.
MBL, actually, I think it's favored for MBL if he gets men-at-arm rushed because it forces him to make more house walls, and he's never going to be housed. He's going to be 65 available space once he's done this one.
He actually... He had 45 pop space when he had 23 pop, and I was just thinking, where was this before? So maybe he's getting better there. 1805 castle versus 1729. Not the type of time where you would think that Leary could snowball a huge push over MBL.
Yeah, Leary, like, used the bank to get up that quickly, and look at how many he has on gold. He has 16 on gold. MBL's economy is much more efficient.
Yeah, guys, if you're wondering the differences between these civs, Saracens, they send villagers to gold, they use the very cheap market, and they use the great market rates to try and buy and sell. They try and kill fast. Chinese, overall, much stronger. And do you expect MBL to win this game if he doesn't take big losses over the next 10 minutes?
I would say he has a very favorable position as long as, like you said, he doesn't take big losses next couple minutes. I mean, Saracens is kind of like the mobile game of AoE2. Like, it's pay to win a little bit.
That's true.
You know?
Yep, that's true.
And
every microtransaction gets a little bit more expensive.
Exactly. Here's the Siege Workshop for Leary on the right-hand side. And once again, it's hidden. But MBL made that extra scout, Tristan. And he knows that there's some sort of forward coming here. So he just has to find it.
I have to give MBL a lot of credit for not making too many skirmishers. Because you
is.
also have in the back of your mind, Saracens are incredible when it comes to the archers. So he might have been worried there. He couldn't see it. He game plans effectively, and he sees Leary's got this villager. Siege and monks coming, and probably camels and knights. Much like
Leary's
what Yo did against Leary.
Yeah, Leary's going to hate the fact MBL found that so quick. He is really not going to like that. It's super unfortunate for him, but good scouting from MBL, and good on him to make that extra scout when he was going up to Castle Age.
That scout could do a lot.
Yep.
The scout could kill the siege.
And the villager is exposed.
I think Leary's going to put the monk between, like, in this little gap here. He's going to delete the middle palisade, and when he has a monk, unless that palisade goes down, maybe I'm thinking yeah, maybe I'm thinking too much out of the box. But I felt like it'd be really nifty if he could somehow get a monk in between there. Not looking good for Leary's little all-in, is it?
No, even his knights that he wanted to raid MBL with are running away because there's 2 knights from MBL. MBL has double stable production against this. And Leary's villager is trapped there, so he can't even make more monasteries.
Leary with more knights in this instance. He brings a few more over, so that's good. But MBL knows everything's going to converge towards the monastery.
Here come the knights. But MBL has superior production.
Yeah, MBL's like, I don't care. I'm just going to stay next to your monastery and take this out of the picture. Really interesting stuff, Dave. And it all comes down to if the siege is going to be effective. There's a lot of siege inside there. Will the monks be effective? Leary's howls. Does he take this fight?
A cab archer?
What? To kill the Vil, maybe? MBL takes a pretty bad fight there. He did not micro that as well as he would have wanted to.
And there's... Tristan, there's 2 monks in that monastery, and there's 2 scorpions and 2 mangonels.
Surprise.
So MBL can't just take this fight straight up.
Oh, man. That looks a whole lot more menacing now. Oh, jeez.
He needs a siege workshop in defense. Oh, he's adding a TC.
I'll try and weather the storm, right? On the bright side, he can still take wood, gold, farms. Like, none of that's being pressured right now, but he can't just out-pop in knights because that'll get converted. He can't make ranged units that'll get killed by siege. He's going to need something, Dave, and he's fighting for his... I say his tournament life. He's still going to get second place if he loses this, but finals are over for him.
He's making another barracks, so he's going to go full pikeman defense. I think with that cab archer, he should just use it to explore because it's going to be so useless in this fight.
This is quite bad for MBL. You're making pikemen in a situation where the siege is already going to take that out. But remember, Lear's eco, it's all in one TC. He's mining through a lot of his gold. I like the second TC from MBL. I remember Leary doing that when he got some wins against the all-ins. It's just all about if he can get some pickoffs.
Yeah. You gotta, if you're in MBL shoes, you gotta wait for Leary to overextend here. But at the same time, you can't lose your production buildings like this.
No, you called it. I think he needed the siege workshop. Maybe he was too overconfident when he was next to the monastery.
He's looping around. He's looping around the other way. Is he gonna go to the economy from Leary, or is he gonna try and pick off the stuff behind this bush?
46 villagers for MBL. Quite a few in harm's way here. Stable going down. The range will go down in the process. Could be TC down in a bit. He could pick off reinforcements, Dave. There's no holes for Leary, though, so I don't see, as Leary has all 3 golds behind these walls, how MBL can accomplish much there.
Imagine Leary opens the gate with a camel.
Oh, my God.
Imagine.
Well, MBL, how next level would it be if he just waited? He doesn't know there's even a gate there. He's trying to click past. There's no hole. And now it's Saracen's ETC, but MBL does have a Maganel on the way.
Does have a Maganel, and he does have a TC behind this one.
Oh, redemption, dude. Redemption could be massive. Leary's got a lot of monks out. That could win him the tournament because he can convert that siege. And MBL can't defend from this push. And if Leary walls behind, which he's doing, oh, this is going to be so interesting to watch.
Keep that TC alive as long as you possibly can, MBL. You need to get that Mangonel over.
He could fire and delete if he hears the monks, but Leary just waited.
He's putting pressure on... Leary had to quick wall behind the gate, so a little bit of idle time on Leary's economy, and his economy is stretched to the limit as it is.
Yeah.
So anything MBL can do there is good, and MBL's building up a force in his base to try and push this back.
He knows redemption's in now. This is tough. The barracks could go down. The TC could go down. If he uses that Maganel, it just gets converted, and MBL can't break through. Leary's keeping him out. Desperation time for MBL. He's out of wood.
Here come the units. Here come the units.
Oh, man. And MBL backs away, realizing how bad this is going to be, but it's still going to be the end of you, MBL, if you lose the TC. Oh, God. The TC's gone down for him. He still can't break through, Dave.
I think MBL needs to bring these units back. He
Maybe.
needs to bring these units back and try and take a fight from both sides against Leary. That's just a crazy amount of pressure here from Leary. 4 Mangonels again. This is the second game we've seen this.
This
from
is
Leary.
like the
4
best
Mangonels.
strategy, apparently, in the finals. And oh!
Second game we've seen something like that, too. Big shot from MBL.
And another
big shot!
Oh my God, he's alive! He's still alive as he goes in for the monks, Dave. It's still not a great fight for him. He loses camels. He needs to get those units back. You called it. Crazy.
He's sending them back. They're coming in from behind. There are camels there for Leary, though, and Leary has taken it. MBL taps out.
Wow. What amazing play overall from both players here. I almost quit the game by accident there. We're back in. But Dave, Leary just beat Chinese. Leary had to go through a lot in this game. He was lamed, and I think back to the other times where he was lamed or there was awkward start. Leary just the king today and the king of the desert. Too good, possibly. MBL, great player. Got 3 wins off of him, but it was always going to be tough for him to get 6.
And, man, credit to Leary finally taking it after 3 tries.
3
Third time's the charm. He is the champion. This tournament has seen so many amazing upsets, so many quality games. MBL, I mean, what can we say about him? Like I said before, he speed ran the tournament. Aside from Yo, which he beat, he speed ran the tournament and put everyone in his back mirror. Meanwhile, Leary with a really impressive path of his own, beating Hera, beating Yo, and finally taking this best of 11 against MBL. What can you say?
There's no question that Leary's path was the most difficult, man. Like, his group was pretty competitive. His group had Nikov and Doubt in it. Then when he made it to the quarters, he had to beat Hera, and he beat Hera 3-2. Then he made it all the way, man, against all top-level players. So Leary deserves it. And many people watching right now were not around for King of the Desert 1 and for King of the Desert 2, where he was getting 2nd place. That's 2 back-to-back big tournaments for the Austrian. He won Red Bull Wololo 2, and he also won King of the Desert 3 now. Lots of prize money going to him, and I'm sure he's feeling great.
There were years there where everyone was saying Leary's number 2. He's up and coming. He's up and coming. He's up and coming. And he never got a result.
I didn't
and
think...
now, yeah.
Sorry.
I was in the same boat as you. I think what you're about to say.
Like, all you have to do is listen to the pre-show of Hidden Cup. We're like, yeah, Leary's great, but I just don't know if he's going to do those small things. He was consistently scouting, consistently getting relics. He was just playing overall amazing play. Leary might be number 1 in the world right now. But I think that this tournament has also shown how close players can be. Leary just barely getting past Yo and just barely getting past Hera. I'm very pleased for Leary, man, because remember when he was 14 or 15 playing at the high level, and then the hype kind of died down, and happy to see it back for him.